Hello everyone and welcome to the second day of Blast R6 Brazil Stage 2. Live from the sunny Sao Paulo, Brazil. That is the games, not us, because we are broadcasting from home, and I am your host for today, Ginny, joined on the desk with Fluxo. Welcome to Brazil, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the first time that we worked together was in Brazil, so it's only fitting that we come back and do the remote broadcast from home of Brazil. So, I mean, I'm pretty excited for today. It's my first time being on the Brazil analytics side of things that's not at an event, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, I mean, Lax had the same thing to say. He was also really excited to be talking about Brazil, so love to have some of the NA people joining us over here. Let's talk about the games, though, that we're going to be jumping in today, because as per usual, we're going to be having 5 best of 1. This is the second day of the group stage, and the teams are playing for points here, Foxay. The most important thing being you want to be in those top 6 spots to advance into playoffs. But from the way that the schedule is looking, I mean, I feel like we're spoiled for choice in regards to which game will be the most interesting today.
No, every game is so exciting. Everybody in Brazil is playing at their peak performance. I mean, Brazil as a region has just been phenomenal. I mean, they've had a year of success, and every team is slowly coming to their own. Some teams were a little slower last year, but now every team really looks like a threat. I mean, my most favorable game right now, I'm really excited for the Vivo Keystars E1 game, because I feel like those two teams are really trying to become more consistent and breach into that top 4 Brazil teams that make events, and they have so much young talent that I'm excited to see.
Yeah, a couple of roster changes as well that we saw for this stage particularly, but I'm looking forward towards W7M going up against Furia. I think at the end of the day, regardless of the personal relationship of these players, just W7M picking up a new roster and Furia being the former W7M roster, I feel like this is a tale of having to prove yourself regionally. I feel like W7M at EWC had a chance to do that on the international stage, as they were the only Brazil team in the finals, but this is really where they're gonna have to prove themselves in Brazil.
Yeah, there's also a level of W7M needing to prove themselves under this history organization that the Furia roster just dominated a whole year with. So obviously, if you're the players on W7M, of course, winning a whole year ahead of you is really hard to, I guess, set up. But just the baby steps of maybe beating them at first, making it to these events and becoming more consistent, obviously is going to relieve a lot of that pressure that some of the players may feel. So that game, I agree, is definitely probably the highlight of the day.
Yeah, absolutely, that being the highlight too, but also the fact that it is only a round robin format, so you get one best of 1 against the team once, and that's it, you're done and dusted. Unless you have a rematch in the playoffs, there isn't really any redos or any second times that you're gonna have to go up against them. So I feel like that just adds a lot more to the excitement, but also to the competition.
Of course, and you really need to make those best of 1s count, because at the end of the day, yes, you want to get into top 6. Yes, you want to make it into playoffs. But when you're able to beat a team, like you said, there's not a second time other than in the playoffs where you're going to get to match them. So it's really the only time where you get a feel for everybody's play styles. You get to see what they're bringing, what the new stuff is, especially at the start of the stage where teams that have made roster changes obviously are getting things still sorted out. There's mistakes, there's areas that you can exploit, so that when you make it to those playoffs, you have that little mental advantage. You know what they're going to bring, you know in the areas that they've made mistakes what they're going to correct, so it makes things a lot easier to autocorrect going forward into the playoffs.
Yeah, and for a while, the roster under Furia had that mental advantage of being a team that has continuously gotten international titles under their belt, which kind of makes teams a little scared of going up against them. But I feel like, if anything, in the last couple of months, we've seen that this is a team that can bleed. They are yet to get a title here in 2024, so they are on the hunt for those, which then to me brings the question, I'm sure to everyone else at home, who fears Furia? Let's find out.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Today we're going to talk about a somewhat spooky subject. Furia doesn't scare anybody anymore. Do you remember they've lost 4 games back on the first stage of Brazil League shortly after winning 6 Invitational? And do you remember they were stomped by the Cavalry in the Manchester Majors quarterfinals? And do you also remember how they were destroyed by BDS on EWC's semifinals? Well then, the truth here is that this team heated things so much by winning everything last year that they're in kind of a cool down now, and this might be why they're not winning anything anymore.
se aconteceu da Fúria estar de barriga cheia essa line após o ano que a gente teve, foi naquele breve período ali do primeiro split do BR6, logo que a gente já chegou pro bootcamp em Manchester e tudo mais, ali já o nosso foco, tudo, tipo, na minha visão tava até maior do que no período que a gente esteve na W7M, só que obviamente por a gente não estar ganhando, né, então as pessoas vão meio que atribuir a isso, tipo, estar numa org maior, então, tipo, agora estão com o bolso cheio de dinheiro, não querem saber de mais nada, mas não é isso, tipo, competição não é uma ciência exata, eu sempre brinco, eu ganhei o Invi jogando FIFA, agora eu só vejo R6 e eu não tô ganhando também, eu vou baixar o FIFA de novo.
I'm sorry, what? Did Furia win SI playing FIFA? But aren't we talking about Siege here? I don't remember any of that, sorry. Let's get back to criticizing the biggest and most victorious lineup in the history of Rainbow Six Siege. That's what the people want. I was saying that nobody fears Furia anymore, so we've decided to question the ever-reasonable Herds to see if he agrees with this.
Bom, acho que isso é uma pergunta que você tem que fazer aí pros outros times, né? Porque a gente tá jogando aí.
Well, it seems he's dodging the question a little bit. I'm not satisfied by that. Isn't there someone else on this team willing to give their fans some answers? Anyone?
Nos últimos desempenhos aí dos campeonatos, a galera acha que a gente não é mais o mesmo. A gente caiu de desempenho, né? Isso é fato. Só que a gente sabe que a gente sempre tá evoluindo ali no dia a dia. A gente sempre tenta conversar, depois de todos os campeonatos que a gente perdeu, todas as partidas. Mesmo na vitória, a gente sempre conversa para tentar melhorar.
Perfect. See that, Herds? You should learn how it's done with JV92. But I must be fair here. I can't ignore Furia's victory on Supercopa do Brasil. After all, they've got an awesome new trophy to display. Let's take a look at it.
Campeões da Copa do Brasil!
Well, I've changed my mind in the middle of this video. I don't care. I'm now going to say it with all letters. Furia isn't just still feared. They're also the favorites to win Brazil League. I'm also going to call a truce with Herds. Tell us, my friend. Bathe us in wisdom with your words.
Fico muito feliz que mesmo a gente estando aí numa das piores fases aí da nossa line, a gente ainda tá disputando nas cabeças lá, então acho que é só uma questão de adaptação mesmo e acertar alguns pontos e a gente vai voltar aí a conquistar algum título.
Cara, mesma coisa lá da época da W7M, não dava nada pra nós. Foi lá, primeiro ano, bateu na trave na semifinal, daí falou que mudamos a line e tal, não sei o quê. Falaram que a gente nunca ia ganhar nada e tal. 3 campeonatos, então a história já está escrita, né?
Incredible. Whoever's doubting their capacities will have to eat their own words. And it's on this note that I'm going to say goodbye for today, but not without first calling out your attention to our boy JV92's happiness after winning Supercopa do Brasil. So, let this Sunday be as happy and contagious as JV's happiness. See you next time.
Well, it seems like the Rainbow Six Siege curse continues. After you win SI, you don't really win anything else after that, I guess. But if anything, it feels like not being able to reach those heights again for the side of Furia has been motivation to work even harder towards achieving that goal.
Yeah, and I mean, that curse isn't just for SIs, it's for majors too. And JV92 said it best. They already wrote their story. Winning 3 tournaments back to back to back is something that only one other team has done, which is, Prime G2. So you being the more recent team to accomplish that is, in my opinion, a way better goal and achievement because you're playing against the game is always evolving. Players are getting better and better. So the fact that they've been able to do it so recently in metas that everyone just had no idea what to expect coming from it is just so talented. And the story is written like JV92 said. So going forward, anything more that they add is just another page to the book.
I think as well, when you're looking at Furia, I mean, yesterday Philippox mentioned that they don't really feel the pressure. It's more like they want to bring home a title for the Furia organization, for the Furia fans as well. And I feel like the way that they've been handling these setbacks has been really great. But if anything, it kind of makes teams less quote-unquote scared to go up against them, because talking to W7M yesterday as well, they're like, oh yeah, we've beat them before, we can do it again.
Yeah, of course. I mean, seeing that Furia is human obviously adds a whole extra layer of confidence when you play against them, but also when a team is so talented that they've won time and time again, it kind of does the opposite as well. Yes, it makes some teams scared, but it also makes a lot of teams confident, hungry, because they want to beat this giant. And every single game for an underdog is make or break. Whereas Furia, they know, well, we're going to make the majors, so maybe if we lose a best of one here or there, it's not that big of a deal. But that's not what Furia does. Their mentality is what is very glistening in their whole ideology, is that they don't let the wins get to them. Obviously, they've always had the egos, they've always had the confidence, but that was before they got those tournament wins under their belt. And now that they have it, they have something to back it up. And even with that confidence and those egos, they don't let it get to them and stopping them in their day-to-day minute games that may not mean as much to them. Every game is 100% to them.
Yeah, and I think as well that translates towards the statistics that we see coming out from the Brazil League when we're looking at the top 10 kills so far, for example. When we're looking at that one, Furia is basically in the lead, 715 in total, followed by Spaceland with 641. I'm not going to do maths on like live broadcast because that never goes well, but that's still a huge gap.
Yeah, it's like 74, I think. I just pulled that out of nowhere. So if I'm 100% with that, that would be crazy. But that just goes to show how scary Furia is just because of their gunplay. Every player on that team is so lethal every single moment, every single round. Anybody can turn, an unwinnable round into a one round. And that's something that scares everybody, especially as a North American player, North American fan. That's something that you can't take lightly. There's some teams that may have a support player that doesn't really put numbers up on the stat board, or a flex player that doesn't do it. But Furia, everybody can make it happen.
Yeah, but then it's kind of a different story when you're going towards the EPS. FaZe Clan is here number 1, which means they're number 1 and 2 in EPS and kills. But Furia here is going down to 4th, tied with Vivo Keystars and W7M, and even just 1 ahead of E1 Sports.
Yeah, but it is telling of Furia's strategy and their play style. A lot of their rounds are centered around gunfights, going for aggressive trades, going for aggressive retakes, playing positions based in the moment. So obviously there's going to be a lot of variables that you can't account for. Just another player hitting a nasty shot, another team being set up for that aggression. So obviously the kills reigning supreme for Furia makes perfect sense. Whereas their EPS, they're not worried so much about it as maybe some other teams. I mean, it makes sense why FaZe is up there. They're very strategically sound. But Furia, it makes perfect sense why their kills are way higher than their EPS.
Yeah, let's have a look at the standings as well in terms of how yesterday played out. It's Keystars, E1, and Furia, Liquid, W7M, and FaZe that were able to get these wins on their board. But I think it's really important to notice that when we're looking towards the bottom of that leaderboard, Black Dragons, MIBR, and Fluxo yet to get a win so far. Not to be worried though, it was only play day 1. I think the only team that I'm personally worried about is going to be Fluxo, because yesterday, their loss against Vivo Keystar was a 7-2 win for Vivo Key, and I think it showed a lot of fundamentals that Fluxo for some reason didn't necessarily have a grasp on. So I'm looking forward to see whether that was just nerves, whether there have been improvements or changes, because they didn't actually change their roster at all. But that's not the first thing we're going to be looking at today, because we're going to be looking at Keystar going up against E1. So let's have a look at the head-to-head in terms of the players that we want to be keeping our eyes on for this first matchup of today.
Yeah, I mean, this game is, for me, the best game of the day just because it's a battle for consistency. Obviously, both teams had a middling ground last stage. They haven't been able to really find their footing, but they are both starting off hot now, especially for Keystars. I mean, obviously, they have big players that are putting up amazing numbers. I mean, Neskin and the rest of the team have been performing very well, whereas the new players on E1 are just trying to fit in. They made some roster changes to get 2 brand new players. Obviously, they had a rough time at the last major that they went to in Manchester. They're obviously trying to correct course and just be consistent. This game is the battle of consistency.
Yeah, consistency wasn't necessarily something that either one of these rosters had in that first stage. There were ups and downs for both of them. So looking forward to what they can translate in onto this second playday of stage 2 of Brazil. Let's start talking particularly more about Vivo Keystar, because I feel like we've already touched upon this roster yesterday in regards of, yeah, they've made changes. We're looking to see how they gel together. But all in all, I was pretty impressed with what we've seen from them coming out of the gates.
Yeah, I mean, the consistency from them is what I really want to look for, because obviously they had a monstrous game against Fluxo, but that is something that they corrected from last stage because they actually ended up losing to Fluxo. So obviously they lost to Fluxo in the LCQ. So being able to correct that obviously shows that they're really putting their effort in making things perfectly sound going forward. Their map pressure is really good and their trading has been really good. And that's what really carried them out through yesterday. There wasn't a moment where Fluxo was able to really get an opening kill against them. They were really dominant on their entry game. And that is kind of what I'm looking for when you're a team that just is in that middle ground, really trying to get consistent. And obviously E1 has a lot of aggressive players. I think their unpredictability is what is got them to Manchester in the first place. And obviously domestically for them, they are really good at shutting down teams at home. And so Keatstars just can't let that affect them.
Yesterday for the maps, we saw a little bit of a mix in terms of going back to maps where it's more fundamental heavy and where you really just rely on what you know, or maps that, you could take a little twist to. I think today I wouldn't be surprised if we see exactly the same, and we're going to be starting off on Sky. So how are we feeling about that?
I'm feeling like that's honestly a map that favors E1 a little more. I feel like the individual players are able to get a lot rattier on a map like Skyscraper. It is very slow paced. It is very methodical, and there's not many X factors that you can get away with. And so in the elements that Keatstar bodied Fluxo yesterday was just getting picks, getting fast map control. And that's things that you can't really do on Skyscraper. You have to take your time. You have to play the trade game. You have to play the utility game. And I mean, you could see it here from the stats. I mean, E1's performance on it is just devastating. Defense is obviously the favorable side. And when you have a lockdown defense, that is what wins you Skyscrapers. If you can get a 4-2 split, 5-1 split, you are very comfortable going into your attacks.
All right, well, let's bring in our casters for today. It's not going to be Des and Ace. We have Intero and his new duo caster partner, Jesse. Welcome to both of you. Jesse, we're going to be starting off on Sky. Are you happy with that? Because yesterday was a lot of Clubhouse.
I am happy about Sky. I think the biggest thing that I look for Rainbow Six games is variety in the map pool. Skyscraper's not one that we've really seen much at all across the big three regions, Europe, North America, or Brazil. So it's nice seeing some Skyscraper out here. And it's kind of a tough map, too. So I'm really excited to see these two teams test their stuff on a map that can be sometimes difficult, especially on that attacking side.
And you're joined on the microphone this time around with Intero. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope that you're going to be casting a little bit today, but I want to have your opinion as well in regards to looking at Vivo Keatstar going up against E1 as the first match that you're going to be casting here in Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, a surprising result, I think you could say, for E1 yesterday, but E1's also a very odd team, right? This was a team that only beat the lower teams in stage one, beating up on the worst of the region. They end up going to Manchester and they get, frankly, they get kind of humiliated and they have to make some changes. They lose some of their players, whether they wanted to make that change or not. So for me, they're a huge question mark, probably more so than any other team going into today. Vivo Keatstars were a top 5 team last time. They lost one of their best players in Hates. They picked up some decent players to replace them. So we'll see how they're able to mesh.
Well, I'm going to let you guys take it away this time around, so do your thing, guys.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. And always nice to see both you, Janiro, and Davide here for our second day of Brazil. Was there a particular result yesterday that stood out to you? Because as we have the rosters up on the screen, these are the top 2 teams in the region based on their round differential going up against each other on our second day. Did you expect E1 and Keatstars to be here?
I mean, Vivo Keatstars took on Fluxo on the first play day, and Fluxo have a history of struggling in these online moments. So I was expecting Vivo Keatstars to win. E1 took down Black Dragons in a really close 7-5 Nighthaven Labs game. I was watching that matchup, and I was really, really entertained by it. I did not expect Black Dragons to fall in that matchup. So to see E1 succeeding, I like that. Obviously, yes, they attended the major, but as you already talked about, Parker, they lost a lot of really key pieces. So I do think for E1, I mean, I was a little bit hesitant as to how they would look coming into this new season, especially losing Arthur, their IGL, their best shield player, to Los. He's moved over to our region of North America. I was worried about how E1 would adapt to that, but it seems like they've picked up stride immediately, and they're looking really, really solid, especially when they go for those executes.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised at these rosters and quite surprised at the results, but I'm hearing we have a pre-match video to show before we get into the action.
Confronto contra E1 vai ser um jogo um pouco mais difícil. Eles atacam muito bem, eles têm um jogo bem chato, eles sempre usam bastante gadget para atacar.
Bom, o jogo contra a VKS também é um jogo que eles são mais cadenciados, assim, mais passivo. Acabou saindo o Hades e entrando o Miracle, né? Então o Miracle é um jogador mais passivo, não um cara que impõe muito o estilo de jogo dele.
Tem que ficar de olho no meu amigo Liveco, o bichão tá jogando demais.
Cara, eu acho que tem que ficar de olho no Stamp. Tem muitos momentos que ele acaba destoando da equipe, ficando muito à frente, então tem que ficar de olho.
Liveco, tu me ensinou a jogar o Siege, mas tu vai tomar, hein?
Aí, Lenda, quero ver tu ficar fazendo os spawn pickzinhos que tu fica fazendo no treino. Aqui no campeonato eu não vejo tu fazer nada disso não, hein, velho. Vamos ver como é que vai ser.
And a lot on the line here for these teams as Vivo Keedstars and E1 sit atop the standings, surprisingly. Back in stage 1, Vivo Keedstars finished in 5th. E1 finished 6th. Vivo Keedstars were eliminated from the playoffs to go to Manchester in the very first round by Furia. E1 stunned everybody by making it to Manchester, but then ultimately having quite a disappointing result, were bounced in one of the first 4 teams to go home. Yesterday, though, Jesse, some surprising results. Vivo Keedstars and E1 both winning their matches, and Vivo Keedstars having an early day both days. 7-2 over Fluxo. You pointed out that Fluxo has a bit of a rough start. Well, that's certainly a way of putting it. E1 beating Black Dragon 7-5 is a squeaker, but still a surprising result nonetheless. We go to Skyscraper, one of the least played maps historically in Brazil. And obviously, I don't think you're going to be able to predict the result. But what do you think we should expect in the actual matchup between these teams, with Vivo Keedstar starting on defense and E1 starting on attack?
Well, right off the bat, I wasn't expecting the Monty ban to come out of E1. Yesterday, Bassetto played a ton of the Monty. He played 4 rounds on that operator, and they won every single one of them. It's an operator that E1 love to use themselves, even back during stage 1. So to see them banning out shows a lot of respect to Vivo Keedstars and how they might want to be playing with that operator as well on this map. So that was the initial shock for me from the bans. Otherwise, everything seems relatively normal. The Ying ban, Kaid, both very strong on this map, and then Azami, always a powerful operator. When it comes to overall expectations as to who should take this game, for me, it's really a question mark of how true was that victory for E1 yesterday, right? Because E1 had a lot of question marks coming into the stage. For me, I feel like Vivo Keedstars are always consistent, right? They've, for many stages now, been towards the middle of the pack in Brazil, never quite making it to majors, but never like that close to the bottom. They haven't been a struggling team. So the onus for me is really on E1. Can they step up for the second day in a row? Can they take out a solid opponent in Vivo Keedstars? And my anticipation is that yes, they can. Because not only did they make it to the major in stage 1, but they looked quite good yesterday as well. So I'm really excited to see what E1 can do in this game. They do start attack on Skyscraper, which we talk about it a lot. Skyscraper is extremely defender-sided, so that is going to be a bit of a disadvantage starting forward. But if they can get 2-3 attacks in this first half, they're going to be in a good spot going into that second half, where they can hopefully win maybe 7-5, push it to OT.
So we'll get underway with the very first round between these teams, and our first time actually casting Brazil together. Now, I surprise people. We've only actually casted together like 3 times ever. And they've all been in North America, physically in North America as well. We had the Atlanta TriCast. We casted in Los Angeles together, and then we casted from home, where you were in Edmonton, and I, of course, am in the indisputably better city of Toronto. So, you know, here we are yet again, casting Brazil, trying to get our reps in as these players get their reps in. And I don't know if there's already some confusion. We might have an immediate rehost, and it seems that will be the case. We saw the admin go over towards E1 immediately. And, you know, maybe not the start they wanted. Flastry was seeing some attention at the corner of his desk, and we might have a rehost on our hands. What do you think of the miracle pickup by Vivo Keedstars, by the way? A highly touted player who for a long time was on that old Furia roster for almost 3 years before getting picked up by Team Secret, going over to Europe in a time when regional transfers became quite common the fact that out of all the Brazilian players that they could pick up, they went for Miracle is certainly an endorsement of his skills. But I think it's safe to say he didn't really live up to the billing on Team Secret. Now he's back on home soil in Brazil. Do you think anything that he learned playing over in the EUL will directly benefit his team of Kivo Keedstars, and he can bring leadership to the team? Or do you think it's more just another player getting more experience and coming back, and it's nothing really of note?
No, I think it's super notable. I think Miracle's always been one of the smartest players in Brazil. I rated him really highly, even back on that Furia roster when they were attending many international events. Then he went to Team Secret, and I don't think he was a disappointment on Secret. He obviously wasn't like a star fragger who was able to dominate the server, but his stats were never that poor. Maybe they were a little negative overall, but I think that he was still contributing to the team in really important ways. My understanding is he had to leave Secret partly due to visa issues. He couldn't really stick around inside of EU, came back to Brazil and landed himself on Vivo Keedstars. I think he's going to add a lot. He's one of my favorite anchor players in the game. He's really good at holding down those late rounds. You saw his stats from yesterday. He didn't get the most kills, right? He only got 4 kills, but he also only died 3 times. He's not that early gunfight player. When his team is succeeding, he might not be seeing a lot of action. But again, that doesn't mean he's not contributing. He's one of those players that will play really well with utility, really well with positioning, and when you need him to clutch, he often will stand up and get that. So I'm very excited to see Miracle back in the game, back playing in a Tier 1 region. I wasn't sure what was going to go on with him when he left Team Secret, but no, I'm really happy to see him back in the league, and especially for a team like Vivo Keedstars, which are kind of young. You know, Daffodil, Lenda, Stemp, these are players that don't have much international experience. It's going to be nice to have both Miracle coming in and also Neskin, who of course was playing in the MENA region for the last stage over there as well. So a lot of international experience coming back for Vivo Keedstars. They should be really benefiting from these veterans coming on in.
Yeah, I mean, Neskin obviously brings something to the table too, given the fact that he's a major champion. You know, won the Mexico Major, the 6 Mexico Major with that Team 1 roster right before it imploded, which was, you know, they kind of knew that going in, that this would be not the last ride or whatever these teams want to try to quote, but definitely was the end of the line for a lot of these players. Ali Mao immediately jumped over to G2 in another region, and obviously that he being one of the big stars of that team makes it kind of challenging for them to keep it together. But I mean, I think you're right when you talk about international experience. You know, Lenda's actually been playing domestically in Brazil for quite a while, but doesn't have any real accolades or trophies to his name. You know, the best result that he's ever gotten was when Furia lost Copa Elite back in 2021, and he finished 3rd overall. That's it. Everything else is quite poor. So when he was with Furia, they went to the 6 Invitational. They also went to the Sweden Major in Gävle, and they were bounced almost immediately. Finished in the bottom 13 through 16 on that Sweden Major in Gävle, and then at SI 2022 finished towards the bottom of the pack as well. So that level of international experience is good, but I mean, if you're only there for a couple games, you're not really going to learn as much for it. So having guys like Neskin, who's a major champion, having a guy like Miracle, who's played at, almost a dozen international events at this point, these are guys that are going to absolutely elevate your team. And losing both Hornetau and Hates, 2 of arguably the best players on this team, it's nice to find, you know, some surrogates to come in and try to elevate the level of Vivo Keedstars. And yesterday, I mean, it worked. They finished with a victory, albeit over Fluxo, which may be not super notable based on the stage 1 results, but I mean, maybe Fluxo's improved. We'll see when they're in action later today.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought up the players that left this team because they really were big hits. You mentioned Hornet going to Black Dragons and then Hates being picked up by NIP. That NIP roster is looking really, really good. I'm excited to cast them a little bit later on today. But Hates was one in particular that had a large impact for Vivo Keedstars. He was the best player through stage 1 in Brazil that wasn't playing for a major org, wasn't playing for a FaZe, a Furia, an NIP, something like that. And he was a big entry player. He took almost 1/3 of all opening engagements for Vivo Keedstars in stage 1. They knew they had to bring somebody in to fill that gap to get a lot of those entry engagements. Miracle is obviously not going to be that guy. That will be Neskin, who tries to fill in that role. And yesterday we saw it absolutely. He took every single opening engagement that they had on attack. I believe he took all 3 of them as they played 3 attacking rounds total. He took the majority of their, or at least the plurality of their defensive opening engagements as well. So Neskin, I feel like he's coming into this roster with really big shoes to fill because Hate's had so much success on Vivo Keystars in stage 1. I do wonder if there's going to be some pressure on him. Now, yes, he's played internationally, he's experienced, he's been on so many different teams, but because of that as well, there's a lot of eyeballs on him. A lot of international viewers who maybe wouldn't have known Neskin otherwise are very familiar with this guy from seeing him play at majors, at big events internationally over the last little while. So I'll be very interested to see if he can keep it up. He had a great day yesterday, 9-5 overall in Vivo Keystars matchup. So certainly feeling himself in their one game in, but you're right, you know, Fluxo, maybe not the top team in the region. This should be a much bigger test for them, and we'll see if those trends do continue.
We are still just awaiting the start of the match. We got into round number 1, and it looked like it was a karaoke and T defense upstairs, but then immediately, once the attackers spawned in, we went right back to the loading screen. It appears, from what we see on our screen, and you see it as well, the player cards visible all the way on the farthest camera from us, that they are back in action. We are awaiting a call to ensure that it can be done. As far as I'm aware, this particular region plays on the LAN build, which means that you can, most of the time, you can pause the game and stuff like that, which you cannot do online. Back when we were casting, or well, we were working the NAL, you were on the desk at the time, the LAN build was used at the Esports arena in Las Vegas where the North American teams played. Brazil has its own ecosystem down in Sao Paulo, and unfortunately we didn't really get to see it when we were there casting SI, but they have their own studio, they've got their own player spaces, backstage, etc. It's very impressive. And of course, just goes to show you the testament. It's a testament to how strong Brazil is as a region. Their international dominance over the last 3 years has been well documented and spoken of quite often. But beyond that, it's the popularity and interest in the game. Even if Brazil wasn't a world beater, which they are still one of the most popular regions in the game, and it shows with the investment that they make. The players, those player intros, the side content, etc. It's great to see.
No, I was watching the broadcast yesterday, and I brought this up. I really like the product that gets put out for Brazil. It's really fun seeing the LAN League. You'll see the crowd once we get into this, and you'll see some of the fans watching as well. One of my favorite parts about this, absolutely. But we're finally back into round number 1, so welcome everybody. We are on with the game, and you were right, Parker. It's Tea Room Karaoke to start things off. Typically the most common bomb site that we do see teams starting with, so nothing too crazy coming out here in the beginning. It likely will be an extension over towards Office, and it looks like they've got Lenda over there to start things off, actually on the Jaeger. Usually over here, you'll see operators that can be kind of aggressive. You'll see Azamis, obviously she's banned. Sometimes you'll see Legion. Sometimes you'll see Malusi, who is also up as well. It's a position where sometimes the roamers can have a huge impact, but I don't know if they're going to have much of an impact today because it looks like we might be going for a direct site hit just based on this early positioning from E1.
Already assembling out on the balconies to try to open up Geisha, and it'll be the ace to do just that. Stemp in this position as the lone denial on that mute, absent a Kaid and a Bandit. Kaid, of course, because he's banned, but no Bandit to be had because a lot of teams do not appreciate the Bandit trick on that Geisha panel. The big reason for that is if a Buck is on the board, an Ashe is on the board, a Zofia is on the board, they can easily get underneath you because the floor on which you sit when you Bandit trick is soft. A lot of teams as well will shoot out the floor of the second panel in Geisha that leads into Drum, and you can get harassed from that particular angle. Almost at a first engagement with Daffodil as he plays now over by Dragon, and there's a Claymore set down by the window. One of the changes made to those Claymores, Jesse's, they go off now immediately. There is no delay. First kill is Neskin on the roam on Malusi, not far removed from the bomb site, but far enough that he's able to catch Flastry looking, and there goes the Lion after what appeared to be just a single piece of utility was used. Logic bombs come out by Basetto, still one remaining, but not a great start from E1.
Absolutely not, and I told you to watch out for Neskin on those entry engagements. He's back at it again. He's now 3-0 across his opening picks on defense through both yesterday and today, so watch out for him to continue to be a huge menace on that roam game. Miracle is going to be put into a tough spot, though. We talked about him in the pregame. He's got 3 players that are aiming down their sights, and that will be 1 engagement for him with the shotgun. Can he get 2? Almost. The damage going out. There it is. Finds both of them on the black stairs.
Oh, almost gets another on the back door. As in inches Perez. In Basetto, all that's left. Miracle holding tight on those back stairs, making them pay. Anyone has an even bigger hole to dig themselves out of. What do you do in this position? You still got utility. One Selma and one Logic Bomb, but not much else for E1.
They got to make something work with this Logic Bomb. They've got to be able to find a kill off it, but with one player on the window, the other's still in the site. I mean, they're giving them nothing on Vivo Keedstars.
At least you've got the case in the hands of Basetto, but he's not one of the two players from E1 that's actually inside. And now it's Perez getting whittled down, playing by the bomb chassis. He keeps getting good looks, but not much else he can do. Basetto attempts to come into the bomb site with the case in hand. He dies to Daffodil. It actually looks like Daffodil got both. So an excellent end to that round for Vivo Keedstars. And honestly, not doing your due diligence to drone out a very vital artery that is right before the bomb sites of Drum costs them. As that first kill comes from Neskin, and it just seemed to deflate E1, who immediately could not act upon information. Maybe it was the mute jammers that were causing some issues with them gaining intel off of their drones, but either way, E1 looked caught out and maybe a bit flat-footed in some of those engagements. Miracle did what he needed to do, and that was the first round.
Absolutely, and I think the black stairs position was really the biggest stumbling point for E1. When you're going for that direct site hit, black stairs is obviously so important. Miracle playing there on the smoke did excellently. Yesterday, through the 6 defensive rounds that Vivo Keedstars play, Miracle played smoke 5 times and mute once. So you know he loves that shotgun SMG-11 combo. Expect to see that a lot out of Miracle throughout both today and the stage going forward. It looks like for now, he's finally going to pick up a new operator. He's not going to be on either of those UK operators in this round. Instead, we're going to see him jumping in on one of these other operators. It's going to be the Mira to play still at anchor role coming out. So very nice start from Vivo Keedstars. Not the end of the world from E1 though, because obviously we had them attacking on Skyscraper, and that's a difficult bomb site to push. So still in it for sure.
I don't know. I kind of wanted to see the Blackbeard that SDK had hovered originally. Just you know, bring him out. Just why not? What's the harm? But
yeah,
no. Far more bog standard lineup. IQ's pick rate in both Brazil and North America, as those are the two regions that we cover, it's been surprisingly high. And I mean, when you look at the lineup that's being brought by Vivo Keedstars, it makes an awful lot of sense. Number one, you know exactly where those bandit batteries are going to be now. Yes, you'll see the electrification, and you can't really hide them the way that you can Electroclaws, but still good info to have. Magnets, so that they can guide your projectiles. Look at that. 2 different sets of nades being brought by E1, so they can see exactly where they can and can't throw. And then the Valkyrie. You see Valcams thrown around all over the place, whether they be in cheeky locations, whether they be for the bomb site or surrounding it. A good place to be had. But, I mean, Stemp's not going to be around for that much longer, so back onto cam duty you go. Live walks in, assassinates him, and that's the first kill of the round.
Life is tough as a roaming Valkyrie when there's a Deimos, a Dokkaebi, and an IQ on the board. It is difficult. Now, Lenda has rotated down to the bottom floor to try to get a trade. They're hunting for him on their drone. My question is, do they realize he snuck down here? Because he started the round at the top floor. He's only rotated down because he wants to trade this pick, and he does get it down, but I don't know if he can finish that one off, Parker.
It's Lenda on the hunt, sees the blood trail. And there's a secure. So the advantage that E1 had is now all gone. Perez looking for an engagement. Lenda actually wins it onto STK. Still in this same spot. Now will be crept up upon, as there's Basetto to get involved. And Lenda has his dealer's choice of who to go after. E1 cannot get bogged down here. The longer they take to hunt this roamer, the weaker their execute push will be as we hit the final minute.
And Lenda, he's played great so far this stage, but a mistimed push into the sightlines of Perez. We'll see if there's a trade. There's another person. It's Daffodil right here around the corner. That doesn't look to be an angle that Perez knows about. Unless he does, the nade comes out, forces the movement, but loses the play anyways. It's a trade. A nade killed coming out in 2024, and it's a 2v2 with 40 seconds.
Vivo Keedstars now trailing as it's all up to Neskin, and a nice play for E1 to seal that deal and send it home. What did we say? The defense so favored on this particular map, and yet it's already 1-1. Not much to glean, I guess, off of these first 2 results. Another hover there, by the way, with the Blackbeard of E1. But bottom floor execute, or bottom floor entry, to try to then pivot towards that top floor execute. And yeah, an impressive play by E1. And I mean, they had some serious issues in that first round getting information. So what do they do this time? They bring a Dokkaebi, they forego the Lion, but they bring a Deimos. You bring a lot of roam clear operators, and you bring some intel operators, and then most importantly, you bring an IQ, because if there are mute jammers that are going to stop your drones, you're going to have a heads up now as to where they are. If you're worried about getting pounced upon from the defenders who have information from bulletproof cameras or Valkyrie cameras, you've got an IQ to deal with that. I really like those changes from E1 in that round to counter the best thing that Vivo Keydstars did back in round number 1.
So nice to see it all timed up now. The late round execute from E1 when they have equal man count seems to be well put together, well coordinated. Hopefully that can keep up. And it's going to be master bedroom and bathroom for round number 3. This bomb site is the least popular bomb site on Skyscraper, but in Brazil it does get played more than I would say any other region. I think FaZe likes to play this bomb site. A lot of BR teams have been working it into their rotation. So it'll be fun to see what Vivo Keydstars get set up here. It seems to be pretty roam heavy, as you often do on this bomb site. At the minute, it's Lenda and Stemp that are starting on that top floor, but we could see later players rotate up to the top floor as well, as it's such an important part of this bomb site.
And Vivo Keystars had quite a number of options as to where they would go. We saw at a previous live event that a number of teams actually started going to that downstairs bedroom bathroom bomb site, which was quite shocking when you think about it. And I mean, it's defendable, and we're going to see how it works. So what does Vivo Keydstars have up their sleeves? This is a very hectic roam right now. Every single player in this map is just spread out, and a lot of information given from that single drone.
Yeah, so a minute into the round, Vivo Keydstars have completely forfeited the top floor. They have 5 players on the main floor. They're going to try to play this vertically. They've got the Stolas down below. They've got a couple of C4s and impacts as well. The gunfights come out now, and they do find the vertical angle from Neskin taking down Perez. This is a very interesting way to hold this bomb site, because normally you see defenders fighting tooth and nail for that control of office and exhibition.
Rest not able to make anything work as he walks in and dies immediately. Nice follow-up by Flastry on to Miracle as Vivo Keydstars decide to peek aggressively, but with the time being what it is and them having the numbers advantage, I'm not certain if that is the smart play. Flastry gets an easy kill. Flastry and Perez right now, 6 of the 7 kills in the hands of E1. Counter intel being done by the Soulless, an operator who after a bevy of nerfs has not been seen as much as previous seasons, which has opened up a bit more flexibility for defenders. We also saw with the zombie nerfs that her prevalence has gone down quite a bit. Not really important for this particular matchup as she is banned, but you haven't really seen her as much in other regions. Her Fenrir and Solus getting hit by the nerf stick has really caused some pain for the defenders. A vault in now from Besetto as there goes a smoke. They've lost live. Trickling into the bomb site. It's Daffodil again holding court. And Neskin catches the last player rotating over towards house side. And that's it from Vivo Keydstars. Yet another round playing out like round number 1, where time and time again, these E1 players run into bullets.
I wish we could have seen more work getting done from that top floor. You know, it was conceded so early from Vivo Keydstars, and it never felt like E1 were able to get great value out of it. Towards the end, they did have good top floor control. They, you know, were using some vertical play up there, but it just felt like then the execute came entirely in through Closet. It felt like they tried to force us in through the smokes. This swing from Besetto was unfortunately a little premature. He's not scoped in when he actually turns that corner, so maybe not expecting the exact positioning of Daffodil inside of the master bedroom. It happens. Again, Besetto, renowned for his shield play, a very good support player, but sometimes does struggle to land those kills. He went 3-7 yesterday, the worst KD performance from E1 despite their victory. So hoping to see a little bit more from them on some of those executes. Again, a 2-1 split for the first quarter is not a bad thing, but I do think that when you look at that extra bomb site, if we come back here in round 6, there's stuff that E1 can learn from and hopefully adapt to.
Hold on a second. What's this first quarter thing we're saying now? Since when did this become a talking point? I don't like change.
6 rounds is a half, 3 rounds is a quarter.
I'm aware of how
full rotation.
I know how fractions work. I'm saying.
Now I know you've never casted with a math major before, Parker, but I can bring in some fun things that maybe you've never been used to before.
That's true. You know, I'm not a numberologist, but I am a fan of Numberwang. If you've ever heard of it before. the seminal hit game show from the UK where people just guess numbers until somebody hits number wing, and that's it. That's the extent of my number knowledge. You know, I'm not a nerd. What did I call you? Nerd boy way back in the day. So
yeah, we don't gotta bring that back. It's okay.
I suppose I'm not supposed to say that anymore since, you know, now I cast with you, but either who. Big changes being made to E1. Look at this. A Capitao, a Blitz. A Gridlock has been played already, though we didn't see much benefit from those track stingers, but I will be watching Basetto on this Blitz. Still searching for his first kill.
Yeah, I hyped him up in that last round. I said he's renowned for his shield play. Let's hope he doesn't do me dirty here, and he can get something going with this Blitz. Obviously, Monty banned out by E1, but they're going to try to make something work on these operators instead. My question is, are they going to full clear? The answer looks to be no. That's an aggressive gunfight that deals 80 damage to Perez. He does get up, but a counter swing could come out at any moment.
Yeah, Miracle's really favoring this spot. This is where he did a lot of damage back in that very first round. A minute has been killed at this point, and Miracle will get droned out and take an ego peek. In a rough spot. But he easily could have squared away, asked for some support from inside of Karaoke, and then just focused on these back stairs. But maybe a smart idea in retrospect. Because there's two players in that same area, a Deimos and a Blitz, both looking to aggress in that spot. Now, one thing that's a bit odd, we've been seeing a lot of Deimos across all regions with the shotgun. In this instance, he's got the AK. And two players are lined up inside of Kitchen. The Solus of Lenda shooting away at the track stingers. And it's Gridlock. Mama tracks herself to get the kill. Very first one for SDK. Basetto is in. Renowned for his shield play, getting the diffuser down with just a little bit over a minute to go. And into the post plant we go. Basetto dies to Miracle Smoke, but the job is already done. And now a 4v4 with Case down will decide the round.
Hunting for it now. They've got a lot of work to do. These players in powerful positions outside of the black door, on the black stairs themselves. They're going to know these spots, but the crossfires are so good. Flash 3 for 2. Yes, there's still two players up on the bomb site, but we're now with the vertical play on 1 HP and the Deimos track. The intel is too much. The man count is too much. The positioning, absolutely excellent coming out in the post plant from E1. And that push was a really good response to the problems that faced E1 in round number 1. They adapted really well to what happened in round 1. Of course, now that the Blackstairs player of Miracle got into an early engagement, yes, he dealt 80 damage to the attacker, but then he took 80 damage himself. And because of that, he chose to retreat back inside of T-Room. That meant that that pressure is no longer there. They can run the blitz in with no congestion. Those 3 Toxic Babes could have been massive to stalling out that push in from the blitz, making sure that that plant at least would have come out a lot later. Maybe it doesn't guarantee that the plant doesn't go down at some point, but the stall could have been huge. Instead, Miracle giving up that position due to his low HP made it so that push could come on in, and they had no plant denial. The Toxic Babes did kill Basetto, but it was too late. So just those little misplays coming on out. Nice to see from Basetto. Yes, he did die. His KD is not going to be looking any better, but you see the impact. You see the value he's bringing to his team. Really like that play from Basetto so far.
That was Rix there, the coach for Vivo Keyed Stars, talking through the team, who's been with them now for almost a year. But how do you allow a blitz to charge into the site and get the case down when there's still 4 of you alive, and presumably you've got at least one set of eyes on that back stair where that's where the blitz ultimately ended up coming from? It's just, it seems to me, just with these teams, when they make roster moves, there are always going to be some struggles to adapt to communication, to coverage, etc. Right? There's what we like to refer to as growing pains. Will happen for every team. When there's a meta change, every single team is going to go through some growing pains. The hope is that those pains end while you're still in scrims and before you get into the actual season. But as we say on all regions, on all broadcasts, scrims are a poor substitute for the real thing. You need to get actual game day reps. So for both of these teams that made some serious roster moves, and as you pointed out, E1 lost their IGL. They've got more than anything quite the work to do to get back up to speed. There will be some small stumbles, and it just seemed like some oversight. The smoke went out. The toxic canister did not land correctly at the beginning. It ended up killing Basetto, but it was too little too late at that point. So just some minor things that Vivo Keyed Stars can work on in the future.
As we get into round number 5, notice the positioning of Stemp. You saw that he was upstairs in and around Geisha. Last time they defended this bomb site, he was downstairs in Kitchen. He got hunted and taken down immediately by the Dokkaebi Deimos combo. They're entering in the same position. They're looking for that same Valkyrie spot, but instead of playing on the Valkyrie, it's Stemp on the mute, and he is up on the top floor. So it'll be curious to see if that does allow him to survive a little bit longer. He's got some teammates near him as well, so if he does die, there might be an easier trade to come out. Of course, credit to Lenda, got those trades regardless, but it took some work to make it happen, and already a little bit of damage going down. You see these two players trying to work with each other on this T-room extension, at least slow down E1, if not get a couple of kills.
Yeah, this first kill here has been so impactful. Somehow Stemp manages to get away from that one with his life intact, which is genuinely quite a surprise. But not a great start for Vivo Keatstars. They took some damage early on in the previous round after Miracle had thrown some fire out, but now look, Lenda taking about a third of his HP off. Stemp now down to just 13 HP out of 125. These are dire positions to be in. That's 3 bullets to kill Lenda. Stemp, it's a gust of wind to kill him. And STK is looking to do some more damage now towards the bar over on this office side. Back over. Oh!
What? No. They thought they fell off. They thought the roamers all left, but Stemp never left. He was in T-room the whole time, and he does get traded, but now he's killed STK. That's a huge pick. He's finally on the kill feed for 1 and 3. So that's a massive one and a disruption that E1 didn't expect to have. Now they have control over the Dragon side of the map. Now they can use that as a pushing position, but it's still not going to be easy. They're going to be coming in through Terrace. They're going to be outside of the main office breach, but these are tough angles still.
Basetto's just hunting for picks. Now it's Miracle in this spot. He'll lose the comfort of the wall and cannot get out safely. Press takes him down. E1 looking like they'll pick up 3 attacking victories on Skyscraper. That might show you why Vivo Keatstars called the timeout the previous round. They understand there's trouble in the water here. It's all up to Lenda and Daffodil. A 2v4, but they are unfortunately in a really rough spot. Lenda does have a secret weapon and a nitro cell from below. No impacts instead, but they miss the timer. Unfortunately, Daffodil makes the correct play, but is about a second too late to make it work. Now it's up to Lenda to do cleanup crew up top as E1 have lost 1 player. Diffuser going down yet again for them, but the time is not favoring Vivo Keatstars at all. They are boxed out of their own bomb site, but Lenda, 2 great shots in a row. It's allowed Daffodil to creep up and get the kill on the live. No way they lose this, right? Surely no way they lose this. Flash 3 on 1. Can he get there in time? Daffodil is off. He did not hold. And Flash 3 clutches the round. And an exhilarating finish that could have gone either way.
Watch out for Flastry. This guy has been absolutely ridiculous across 2 playdays of the Brazilian Rainbow Six League. Yesterday, he posted a 1.9 kill-death ratio running just Hard Breach and Castle in nearly every single round. Now he's putting up similar ridiculous numbers. I believe he's 8 and 2 at this point. He has been absolutely dominant, and a lot of that comes during the executes, during the pushes. It seems like Flastry is so aware of where he needs to be looking at. His entries go in, they call player positions, and then even if his entries die, Flashtree gets the cleanup kills. Flashtree comes on in and has that execute. Now to clutch a 1v2. E1 felt like they were dominating the majority of that round. There were some slip-ups. They missed on the guy inside of T-Room. They did lose a couple of bodies they didn't really want to in the post-play. There were some nice shots coming out from Vivo Keatstars there. Definitely credit to Daffodil and Lenda for bringing that as close as they did. But Flashtree never shook. This is a player that, frankly, was not on my radar before this stage, but man, he is absolutely proving me wrong for that. He has been so good both yesterday and today.
8-2 on today on attack. Widely considered to be the harder side of this map. We discussed it as well. So having him be able to not just get into the building utility-wise, but he's been doing a lot of the late round damage for E1. And yeah, not all 8 of those kills have been the most impactful, but they are certainly proving their value. And especially when you look at the rest of the team, STK, Live, and Basetto have a combined 4 kills. 4 kills. That is not great for 3 of your players, especially when you look at the actual operator lineup of E1, and most of them could entry just based on their kits. So you're going to need a little bit more out of Basetto in particular, who wants to play these operators that are usually involved in the cut and thrust of an execute.
Similar story to yesterday. Perez and Flashtree were the top 2 fraggers for E1 yesterday, and they continue to be so today. We'll see if that trend does continue. It's Barbecue Kitchen, so we've seen all 4 bomb sites now on Skyscraper, and it's a 3-man roam to the top floor. Neskin's actually fallen off already, so we're just left with 2. Lenda and Stemp trying to hold this down from above. More Dokkaebi's calls coming out. We're going to see that all across this map as we have been. That'll force the drop out of Lenda, leaving just Stemp alone on the top floor. He's on the main stairs, though. You can see he's not really hard committing to it. After 90 seconds, it feels like Vivo Keepstars don't want to take a gunfight, shoot some drones, and fall off, unless Stemp wants to do something crazy.
Dokkaebi has been around now for 4 of the 6 rounds. Deimos has been in 5 of those. The only lineup that he was absent from was all the way back in round number 1, where we saw a Lion in his place. So E1 favoring these intel ops quite a lot on attack. Dokkaebi almost every time. Deimos almost every time. Lion there as well when required. You got to bring your hard breachers. So, you know, go with what you know. No Deimos this time around, though. Flores being brought will provide some explosive work. Is now Stemp, excuse me? How? All right.
Okay.
How did nobody die for the first 5 seconds of that altercation, Jesse?
You see the power of the Dokkaebi. They wouldn't have known if he was there, but they popped the logic bomb that forced Stemp to panic. He made a bit of a move. He finally landed a shotgun shell, but not enough for the finish off. And then eventually it's messy, but the trade comes out. Now it's a 5v4 with 30 seconds on the clock. We see full top floor control from E1, but this time is going to be a big, big problem. And Neskin in a very famous position where he could absolutely deal some damage if a plant does start to go down.
So that's the Grixer special, I believe we call that. Lenda punishing Flashtree, your standout player, as Basetto now gets Diffuser at the halfway point. Nobody from Vivo Keatstar seems to know this. They thought there was 6 seconds left in the round, but now the timer will be a little bit longer. Daffodil in on the hunt and could go for a vault out with Neskin not too far removed, but you have to hope that there's no Claymore. There is! It takes 1 down. Prestige to Lenda. Lenda's been putting in some serious work these later rounds. Only 2 attackers remain to watch over this case. Down goes Neskin, Basetto circling around. Now you've lost the Tubarão of Basetto doing all the work. Basetto with a 3-piece to seal the deal in E1. Sensational in that first half, Jesse.
Okay, Basetto, this is a nice execute. I saw the idea from Vivo Keatstars, right? They wanted to rotate up, retake the top floor, and then either deny that post plant from above or dominate in the post plant. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit too late to deny the plant, and then in the post plant, they had lost too many bodies. If they were in a big man advantage, maybe that could have worked out for them. They could have jumped out to do something about the kitchen window, but that is a tough post plant to win. So I think it's just a timing problem for them. Obviously, that didn't help jumping into the Claymore. He was looking for it. He just looked the wrong way, and that's a 50-50 coin flip that sometimes you just aren't able to come away with. So, good attempt, but bad results. You got 2 defensive wins on Skyscraper. That cannot be good enough. Now you move to attack on a very, very tough game. I really got to credit E1 for how good these executes have been looking in particular. Basetto at that round getting far more kills than he ever did in Playday number 1. He's now up to 5-4, positive for the first time this stage. It's looking really good for E1 now. More powerful bomb site, really good executes. I'm feeling good about this team to maybe make another run for the major. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, things are clicking, at least against Vivo Keatstars, but the thing that we always say is you have to temper expectations when you get this early into a stage. We're just a single play day in. You know, you can look at a team beating the worst team from the previous stage and say, wow, you know, that's pretty much what they should be doing. But then you can also turn around and say, wow, what a dominant performance. Doesn't matter who they're playing up against. Still a good start for Vivo Keatstars, right? Well, Vivo Keatstars obviously have their hands full in their second match here. And E1 showing, honestly, what we saw from them a few times back in Stage 1. However, as was noted multiple times throughout Stage 1, and was also talked about a ton at the actual Manchester Major, is that the victories that E1 tends to rack up are against the other bottom feeders. So if they can win against Vivo Keedstars while Vivo Keedstars maintains like a top 5 spot, that's E1 actually doing better than our own expectations and better than the previous stage.
Well, looking to equalize this game, bring it back to a 4-3 if nothing else. Vivo Keedstars, they're undefeated on attack this stage. They only played 3 rounds on attack yesterday, but they won all of them. So a good record. They don't get the opening, though, with Stem falling to STK. The shield outside of Dragon in Shrine can be so difficult to deal with. I think they were trying to take it out with the Zofia explosive, but now that that's gone, what do you have? You could throw an ace charge at this maybe, but even Daffodil, who's on the recruit, doesn't have any explosives to deal with this shield. So what do you do about this now? I feel like you have to pivot or just hope for a miracle.
Yeah, or you just flood in and ideally win your 1v1, but there's no real way to guarantee that victory. You're correct. The only explosives were brought by that Zofia. Usually when you see a striker, it's because there's some explosives being brought, but instead it's pocket EMPs and flashbangs brought by that recruit operator. So final minute to go now, and Vivo Keedstars have found themselves in quite a bit of a pickle. E1 riding this better side of Skyscraper after already racking up rounds on the first half on attack, and they found quite a good spot for them to be in at this current point in time. That Goyo canister will be popped, Jesse, and that will deny entry from that back stairs, and there goes the toxic canisters as well. E1's really got everything working for them at the moment.
So much utility, bottom floor control, 5v4 advantage. I mean, Vivo Keedstars, they gotta make something happen. But what can they do? They've got a player down below who could maybe kill the Frost. Frost rotates back on up. They're coming main stairs as well. There's not falling into Frost map, which is nice. And they get a pick here. They get 2. Daffodil main stairs may have cracked this push wide open.
Yeah, I'm genuinely confused as to what Daffodil is pulling off. Now walking into Geisha, looking the wrong way, not clearing appropriate corners. STK punishes him for that. And now it's Basetto with the shotgun in a perfect position. Maybe aggresses a bit too much, but the timer will give E1 the victory either way, as there's only a single player on E1 remaining. But Vivo Keedstars, whether they got the kills or not, were also a victim of clock management in that particular round. And mind you, VKS called their timeout 4 rounds ago. They do not have any ability, technically 3 rounds ago, they do not have any ability to stop this bleeding whatsoever. E1 can continue to punish them, and if another timeout needs to be called at some point, it's E1's to be called. So honestly, the blue team on the right side of your screen, very funny that they're actually being represented in orange in the game UI, is the team right now in better shape. As you see at the bottom of your screen, we've got W7M and Furia coming up. MIBR versus Nip, Liquid versus Black Dragons. Then we close out the show with the battles of the Fs, FaZe Clan versus Fluxo, to see if Fluxo's result yesterday was business as usual or if there's any potential life in that body as they go up against one of the best teams in the world in FaZe Clan.
You may think that last game of the day will be a bit of a quick one just based on how things went yesterday, but the last 3 maps that FaZe and Fluxo played against each other all went to overtime, and Fluxo won one of those maps. That was 3 maps in a BO3 during the EWC quals. So that could be a good game to end the day. Results can be deceiving, especially when teams match up well against certain other teams. And FaZe, they looked mortal yesterday. Their pushes certainly leaving some to be desired. But that's a ways to go. We have E1 Vivo Keedstars 5-2. And we need to see some strong pushes. We need to see those strong executes that Vivo Keedstars had yesterday coming out on Skyscraper. I actually liked their push on that last round. It's just the first 2 minutes of the round didn't go their way. That's a cheeky C4 to try to punish the Zofia. It deals a lot of damage, but there's no follow-up. Neskin will survive, and I believe denied that bandit trick, so the single wall should be nice and open.
A number of ACOGs now on defense, and it seems like E1's been favoring them. Both of these teams bringing at least one ACOG more often than not. I mean, if the attackers are going to try to attack you from long-range viewpoints, which this bomb site has a lot of, like those long-range vistas, especially when that office panel gets opened up, you need to be able to return fire, and why not bring a Tuberau who can do that, or why not on previous rounds, why not bring in a Rooney who can potentially do that, or one of the ACOGs that has access to it as well. We saw Malusi wreaking havoc previously, and, well, you've always got the 2 GIGN boys if absolutely required, though their pick rate has been non-existent. Halfway mark of the round, and right now, Nobody's really gotten in the building, though the Zofia of Neskin has taken quite a bit of damage.
So it's going to be a direct hit, and I almost do prefer this just because Vivo Keedstars, it was the early round, it was the roam clear, it was the clock that really punished them. When you're going for a direct hit, that's not really a factor. You're going to have every player alive for this execute if all goes well. You've got the office breach open, you've got exhibition window. It is Stemp lurking in the back, and meanwhile, his whole team is dying to the bomb site. Flash finds 2 in the site. I said they should have all 5 players alive for this execute, Parker, but one bad swing, and that goes down to 3.
Well, if the suspicion was to use that ACOG from long range, I guess it can do a bit more damage when you're closer up, as Flastry is just waiting for somebody to walk through that opening. He gets siege timing for a second, and, well, it doesn't really matter. Lenda preventing a flawless round for E1, but they are about to march their way towards match point unless Lenda can pull off an ace clutch. SDK does not allow it to happen. A single kill for Vivo Keedstars, and boy, oh boy, they are in free fall. E1 overpowering the purple team. 6-2 the scoreline right now.
It is tough to know how you get back into a game like this now. I mean, your first push stalled out. You really struggled in the early round. Then this push, you felt like you had an answer to that, but then you couldn't stop the swings. I think that's the confidence coming through. You can tell the E1 know they're in a dominating position. They're going for a lot of these swings. They're willing to take these gunfights, and Vivo Keedstars are just letting them. Even the C4 that you saw earlier in that round, it's another bit of aggression coming out from E1. It's curveballs being thrown towards the attackers. When Keedstars are failing to even do the basics on a lot of these pushes, what we end up seeing is that when extra stuff gets thrown on top of that, when there's more problems that they weren't expecting to have to deal with come out, they just have no answers at all. So 6-2 defense on Skyscraper. Vivo Keedstars, of course, out of their attack timeout, as we've discussed. They'll get a bit of a break. We go Barbecue Kitchen. This bomb site is not great. A lot of teams struggle to defend this bomb site because you've got so many good plant spots. The post plant's really powerful. If you can take that top floor control, there's a lot the attackers can work with. But just based on this momentum, Parker, I am definitely worried for Vivo Keedstars.
It's, you can't teach that level of analysis. They have no timeout. They're on the worst side, and they are down 6-2. And you say, yeah, I'm a bit worried for them. Oh,
I'm a little concerned.
Just a small bit. There goes the logic bomb. Very early, 30 seconds into the round, and E1 will be caught for but a moment. Depending on where you're playing, you'll let that continue to ring out. There's no mute jammers to stop the sounds from going. As we come to expect on this bomb site, this kitchen barbecue bomb site, got players on defense spread all around the map, and Vivo Keedstars will need to ensure they drone correctly. They've actually still got an impressive amount of drones for 2 minutes left in the round. They've only lost 3 so far, and of course there's no denial other than a Solus for E1, so you should be able to gain a lot of information if you're Vivo Keedstars.
Yeah, 3 drones still in pocket, plenty to work with. A logic bomb there, as you say. Grim gets you intel, so this has been a slow round to start. The danger here is the same thing as round 1, stalling out, right? You've got a lot of map to clear when you're pushing onto Barbecue Kitchen. This top floor is going to be the first objective. It'll be live up here. It'll be Perez top floor. Baseto and SDK also still technically on the top floor. They'll give them some small opportunities, but the name of the game is just stall from E1. You don't want to let any players take space for free. Slow them down. Get some kills if you can, but mostly stay alive.
It's Perez waiting for somebody over by Drum as he looks towards Terrace. That door is still closed. Drones aplenty going in this area, and Perez actually just moves away. Ian Neskin on a collision course. Baseto starts things off. Miracle could be the first domino to fall. Logic bombs will give Perez's position away. The Ash of Neskin can follow up on this. Miracle, not really the match that he wanted. 4 and 8. That could be it. And just, unfortunately for Neskin, he looks the wrong way. Multi-kills across the board. E1 comes out ahead in terms of that pugilism. Stemp and Daffodil. That's all that remains for Vivo Keedstars, and could be the last 2 chances that their team has to prolong this match. But quiet right now, Jesse. Just a lot of quiet.
They don't seem to know where these players are at on the defense. There's a guy main stairs. That's going to be Stemp. Stemp in a cheeky position if he walks on down. 20 seconds, Daffodil's gonna rotate to the kitchen window. It'll be Stemp playing vertical, could come down the stairs or could just try to get picks from up above. That's a perfect Toxic Fade though. He's gonna have to go through it to get this plant down.
He takes a little bit of damage, but honestly not that much. Stemp eliminating Basetto does give them a fighting chance. Pulls out the goo mine and rushing in the kitchen to try to stop this, but they don't see that there's a player above. Diffuser grab, but that's all she wrote. E1 made them think they had a chance, but ultimately no chance whatsoever. Vivo Keystars win 2 of the first rounds, rounds 1 and 3. Other than that, it's E1 all the way down. A definitely disappointing performance from Vivo Keystars, but when their only match so far this stage was against Fluxo, you know for a fact that they've got tougher opponents ahead of them. Big win by E1, who are now to start this stage 2-0, Jesse.
That they do, and they end out that game with a beautiful top floor retake. That's exactly what Vivo Keystars wanted to do in round 6. Showcase from E1 how that is supposed to be done. I really think they got their confidence in the first half. They had some fantastic executes coming on out, and then once we got into that second half, the attacks just were not lining up at all. So still promising signs, as you mentioned. E1 up 2-0. This is the team that made the major in stage 1. They were in Manchester. I don't talk too much about how they did in Manchester, but they made it. And so if they want to replicate that, this is exactly the start that they wanted to see.
Well, both these teams still have a long road ahead of them in this stage, but their immediate next match is not going to be much easier. Vivo Keystars plays Furia, and it's E1 playing Team Liquid. I don't really like either of those matchups for these teams, but if E1 wants to be a team that can, make sure they go to Montreal and earn all the praise that they've been given and show that Manchester wasn't a fluke, a victory over Team Liquid is what's needed. That would be a 3-0 start to E1. But if this curse continues that E1 has, that means their victory against Black Dragons and now their victory against Vivo Keystars means that these two teams will end up in the bottom 5 just simply based on what happened in stage 1. I don't make the rules, Jesse, but in this case our producer does, and we've got a break ready. So we'll come back as there's still 4 more matches of BR6. We'll be right back.
Sabia a posição, ainda assim teve eliminação. O Totes do Shaiko consegue e X devolve rapidamente. A briga continua em cima do EX, gás tóxico. Teve que pressionar e foi pra trás, Getalha. Sobrou apenas o Dots. Junto com o Rari de montanha. Dots corre. Não tem muito o que fazer. Ele vai atrás da eliminação. Dots fecha mais um round pra W7M. Vamos que vamos.
are dangerous times. At least that's what I hear. The Empire? They're everywhere. But the world here belongs to the syndicates. If I want to survive, I have to play their game. Looks like I'm all in.
She's in here somewhere.
On second thought, I'm out.
There she is.
I've been held back my whole life. And now, I just need a chance to finally be free. Wherever that takes me.
I'm here to offer you a way out, okay?
Get off my ship, Jalen.
Give me a chance. You're gonna have to trust me. It'll be dangerous, risky. But if you pull this off, you'll never look over your shoulder again.
The underworld shows no mercy. But it's a big galaxy out there, and I'm gonna risk it all.
Star Wars Outlaws, coming 2024.
Brazil Stage 2. We just had E1 after a victorious win over Vivo Keystar. A 7-2. FaZe, that was probably the most dominant game we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect any of the games to get any easier, and that was a masterclass attack skyscraper from E1. I was really impressed.
Yeah, we also have Perez ready for the interview, so let's just bring him in and hear for the man himself, because I think for E1 particularly, you guys coming into the stage, we had a couple of questions in regards of how the roster is going to be playing out. We were wondering whether yesterday that consistency is something that you can continuously bring. So how are you feeling right now after such a dominant performance today?
To be honest, this game was one of the easiest game that I have ever played. I think it's not fault of the other team, because I think we are too good right now. And the other team had 1 week to practice, so I think we were way more prepared than them. Everything.
Well, that's true. I mean, you guys are really good right now. I mean, going up 4-2 on attack skyscraper is no easy thing to do. And just when you guys go and get 4 rounds on the least favorable side, because skyscraper is obviously defender sided, does it feel like you guys won the game then and there when you go onto defense? Because defense just looked like a cakewalk for you guys.
I don't think, because if we did 4 rounds on attack, I think the other team can do. So we don't think that we won the match or everything. We just won the match when we have like 7 rounds or 8. So we stay really focused.
Well, that focus came through today, and you guys had a successful first weekend here back on Stage 2. Next weekend, however, you're going to be starting it off with Liquid as your opponent. When it comes to the mentality heading into that matchup and just some of these more difficult teams that are continuously making these international stages, does it change your approach to preparation, or does it remain the same?
I think every team we have a different approach, a different way to practice on your week, on some tactics, some counter tactics. So it's kind of different, but the mentality is the same for everyone.
Well, thank you so much for sticking around and doing the interview. Congratulations on a very successful weekend here at Stage 2, and we will see you around. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
I think as well, the main takeaway here from this interview is that they still seem very humble and very much like, okay, yeah, we did that. It was a really easy game. They potentially weren't as prepared as we were, but we're going to stay in this confident mindset. We're going to try our best, and we're just going to prepare for every single team as they come along.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this game being the battle of which team will find consistency, and that's what E1's trying to do. Last stage, obviously, they made the major, and they got grouped 0-3, unfortunately. So obviously the humbleness is nice to see. They're not letting a nice fast week get ahead of them. Obviously the teams that they played are not as difficult as the teams that they're going to be playing in the future. So it's nice to see them just stay locked in. And I mean, like he said, they are playing very well, very phenomenal. I mean, that attacking half was just some of the best attacks that I've seen in a long time.
I think as well, maybe if you can chime in on this from like a player perspective, when you're starting your season 2-0, it potentially impacts your confidence very positively, which then allows you to approach the other weeks in the better spirit, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, having a great first week takes a lot of pressure off your shoulders, but if you know anything about me as a player on OXG, you know, we had 4-0 starts and somehow we still didn't make the major. So sometimes it could obviously do the opposite and give you a false confidence, give you a bunch of wins and you think, I'm the best, and you go into the next games just unexpecting what the other team's going to bring to you because you're so full of yourself and you lose. But that's not what E1 was doing at all. And the way that they were playing, the way that they were able to capitalize on the entries, it goes to show that their confidence is not coming from a lack of an inflated head. It's coming from the practice and the preparation that they're putting in behind the scenes. And then obviously just the way that they play off of each other just allows everybody to be very explosive in the way that they attack on the way that they entry on attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's also very apparent in the match stats particularly, because something to highlight here is that this wasn't just like a 7-5 or a close game. Like this was a 7-2 from the side of E1 Sports. And I think having such blowout games, yesterday we saw that from Vivo Keystars themselves against Fluxo, it is a great testament to the skill differential just showing up on the day.
Yeah, and I specifically want to talk about Flashry. His game was amazing. He was entering, getting in the map, finding those kills, bringing rounds back, and he was doing that more often than not on the Thermite, which is something that is so difficult to get done, especially on Skyscraper. If your entries aren't able to find anything, just him being able to stay elusive and find those opening kills was very nice. And every round that E1 went slow, they isolated their 1v1s, isolated the positions step by step. You could watch as the chess pieces unfolded, every single position that they wanted to take. They always had 2 to 3 members taking it. Once it was gotten, all right, what's the next step? What's the next step? And start to finish, their executes were beautiful.
Yeah, I think as well, when we're looking at the side of E1, it feels more of a couple of members being the spearheads of this execution, particularly Flashry, as you already touched upon. He's had a phenomenal performance, so he deservedly gets the MVP as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, how could you not? Just being able to get kills on the support role, let alone get impactful kills, is very difficult on a map like Skyscraper because you're usually locked outside of the map. You have to get the walls, you have to get the geisha wall, you have to get the top red wall, office wall. There's so many walls that you have to get that you have to stay alive for a majority of the round. And those confined spaces, once you get the walls, especially outside geisha, it doesn't allow much room and flexibility to find these opening kills. So him being able to stay on his feet, find those opening kills, and bring rounds back, even when they were in a deficit, it was just really well played from him. He deserved the MVP.
Yeah, and as well, the way that this game played out, with it being 7-2, with these individuals stepping up to the plate, is also the fact that E1 is now the first team that gets full 6 points, because none of their games have gone to overtime. Yesterday against Black Dragon, it was 7-5. Today against Vivo Keystars, it's a 7-2. So they're sitting very comfortably at the top. However, teams are going to start joining them because we're going to have more games played out today, with the second game of today going to be W7M going up against Furia. So we're going to see these two teams also moving up or down in the rankings depending on how the day finishes. I'm really excited and looking forward to this matchup, and I think we've already touched upon the history or the rivalry, so to say, between these two rosters, just because of former W7M, now in Furia, but then you're looking at W7M and I feel like the depth of gameplay that we've seen from them yesterday was actually really impressive.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, W7M has been getting better and better, especially since their stint on Los, where they had an amazing Atlanta major run, then going into W7M, obviously, different players getting shifted everywhere. A specific player that I'm really happy to have seen step up is Loban. He was such a pivotal force on that Los roster back in Atlanta. We saw him get quiet a little bit, but now being on this W7M roster, it feels like he's really coming into his own as a leader, as the main roamer, lurker on the team. He's been so impactful on this team, and I'm really happy to see how W7M has been gelling. They are one of my dark horses in the race for Brazil as being one of the teams to just overtake some of the more consistent teams like Furia and the others.
I mean, I would be surprised if they don't make it to the top 6 and head into playoffs. I think I definitely have them there at least. If anything, I think W7M definitely has as well what it takes to be going to Montreal at the next major, but I guess that's something that remains to be discussed and seen over the next couple of play days. This is going to be a real test for them because this is Furia, so when we're looking at Loban, that's a player that you wanted to highlight, but putting him up against a player like JV92 in these head-to-heads further kind of highlights that it's not that big of a gap.
It's not that big of a gap, and it's very unfair to put him up against JV92, who is arguably the current best player, best professional player in the game right now. Obviously, he's found so much success on Furia, and he's not doing it on roles that are common to be the person that's stepping up and winning your team games. He's doing it on the flex position. So obviously putting them head to head is always going to be unfair. Putting anybody up against JV92 is unfair, but like you said, it isn't that far off. And that's Loban slowly creeping up into the standings of the top Brazilian players. He's obviously a lot younger compared to the rest of the guys that have been here. I would like to say he has a little bit less experience compared to a lot of the top 4 Brazilian teams that have been around. But he's slowly but surely finding his footing and being that leader position. And obviously he is in those roles to get those kills. He's in the position, unlike JV92. He has to be the one to step up. So that's a lot of pressure that he's also overcoming. And it's really nice to see a younger player, quote unquote, younger player do that.
I mean, to be fair, at the end of the day, it's kind of like unfair to put anyone up against some of the, if not every single one of the Furia members. We had a head-to-head yesterday as well with Hertz, and it was like, okay, that's just not the best look. But I think particularly from players like Loban or from the W7M roster, I feel like they're continuously taking us by surprise in a positive way. Yesterday, we had a lot of questions of what day one's going to look like, especially after that EWC final that they had against BDS. But I feel like they genuinely bounced back and they used the time that they had off to prep and come in with some new strats. So I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also really looking forward to the map that we're going to be heading on to. I feel like I can't really tell in regards to what either one of these teams wants to do or what they prefer. But it's the VivoKey logo. I just want to point it out. It is W7M. It is W7M Furia, not VivoKey Stars. And we're going to be going to labs.
Yeah, that's nice. It's also funny that Furia banned Chalet because that was the map that they played against W7M last stage, where W7M actually beat them, and 2 big key holds for that was Loban and Volps. Obviously, on a map like Nighthaven, I'm very excited to watch this map because Loban is a player that takes control of space on big maps that are given to him, and absolutely Nighthaven is something that can do that. But Nighthaven is also a map where it's so big on attack that you have to take control of the time. You have to be active on it when you're entering so that you don't let time play against you. So individual players is very big on that. Obviously, individual players you can see in the worst performing category is Furia because it is a map that requires an immense amount of coordination. It's not something that you can just rely on individual slaying power. So Furia leaving this map up, obviously it leans for me, most likely W7M playing like better on the map. Furia has to be able to, obviously they're coming into this way more prepared because there's no way they would leave this up if it's their worst map statistically.
Yeah, exactly. Then that's something to keep in mind. Like this is a team that both of these this is a map that both of the teams are looking at as a middle ground in regards to, you know, we're both comfortable on this map, we're going to be able to take it on, and as you mentioned, W7M has obviously played this map before. I think also then in that regards you have the tapes available, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing the same W7M as we saw the last time and then International or in Stage 1. I feel like they've grown a lot since then. So I am really looking forward towards how this is going to be played out. But I also think that we could ask our casters whether or not they have certain predictions for this map particularly. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but maybe Intero wants to.
I mean, I'm going to always go with Furia because they are the team to go with. I mean, they're the best team in Rainbow Six over the last 2 years. They've looked indomitable. They've only lost to a couple teams in the span of like 48 months. So, you know, W7M, their old organization, has a great roster and they've certainly surprised us, but there's no reason for me to think that W7M is going to have the edge here.
I see like Jesse nodding in agreement. Is that because he's your caster duo, or is that because you actually agree? Like blink twice if he's making you say that.
No. Listen, I think he's yapping fine. I think he's making decent points, but I'd actually disagree. I think that W7M, they looked really good yesterday. Furia have been known to be a little bit quiet at the start of these Brazilian regular seasons. They've known to lose some maps. And these two teams, the last time they played Nighthaven Labs, it was Stage 1. It was 8-6. Favoring W7M. That was in the Stage 1 playoffs. So there's some history that says maybe W7M can walk away with it. I think it's going to be a great game regardless. Whoever wins, it's going to be a very tough game.
You know what? I absolutely agree. I think this is going to be the best or the closest game matchup-wise that we're going to be having a look at today, which probably by default makes it the most exciting. So I'm going to let you guys take this one away and walk us through it.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that introduction. And honestly, it's always nice when you have a team fighting up against its previous organization. Obviously, people thought that when W7M left for Furia, that the new W7M would be in the shadow of giants. And I mean, there's no way to argue it. They certainly are. But this W7M team has certainly been no slouch. They just missed out on qualifying for Manchester just a couple months prior. And Furia, as you pointed out, it's kind of struggled domestically, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, Furia are a team that can beat any team in the world. They are reigning world champions. They are maybe the greatest roster that Rainbow Six has ever seen. But I do think that they're mortal, especially in these lower stakes games. They didn't have the greatest Stage 1. I mean, still top 8 in the world is pretty good. But for their standards, that is a step down from what they're used to, aka winning everything. So this is a winnable game for W7M. W7M, I think, are probably a top 8 team in the world, just like Furia are. I think both these teams are the top of what Rainbow Six Siege has to offer. So especially going here on Nighthaven Labs, probably my favorite map in the entire map pool. I'm so excited.
I was gonna ask how overjoyed you were to see a Nighthaven Labs come out. It was Chalet, obviously, that they played last time. It was talked about. W7M won 7-4. We've already said all of these things. We have an identical matchup in terms of schedule this week as we did last week. In fact, a lot of this stage is exactly the same. The fact that we've already had one surprising result, which was Vivo Keatstars won 7-4 over E1 last stage. This time around, E1 dominated them 7-2, a far different scoreline, and frankly, it ties that Vivo Keatstars Fluxo matchup as the most dominant result so far. Admittedly, we're only one day through, but Furia last stage finished 4th overall. They had 4 losses through the last stage, 4 losses. Now, the one thing I will say about Furia is I don't have any actual factual numbers to back this up, but I'm gonna use the eye test, Jesse. Furia loses the games that don't matter, and they win the games that do matter. Now, obviously, Furia loses important games too because they haven't won every single thing, but by and large, the losses that Furia accumulate, whatever, they shrug them off and they go about their day. Because while Furia finished 4th overall, they still made it to Manchester. So this is a team that, even if they're losing domestically, even if they're losing to worse opponents, they still end up beating the better teams when the time comes. Now, for today, you think we're going to have a reverse from Stage 1? Do you think Furia is going to actually prevail on Nighthaven? This is a good map for them.
It's a solid map for Furia, absolutely. I mean, it's the map that they became world champions on with probably the greatest comeback in Rainbow Six history. But I do think that, you know, you talk about the last game, E1 versus Vivo Keatstars, being a very different result from Stage 1. The rosters were very different from Stage 1 too. In this case, neither W7M nor Furia have made any roster moves since the start of the year. So what we're seeing is definitely that this should be a similarly close matchup, because every time they've played in the past, we've seen very close score lines. They've gone back and forth. They've traded a lot of maps. It's really tough to say who's going to walk away with the win. Nighthaven Labs is a map that both these teams are strong at. I wouldn't call either of them the strongest team on Nighthaven. In Brazil, that title has to go to FaZe. But regardless, both these teams are very comfortable here. They've played it against each other before, again in the playoffs. That game was close. So I'm looking forward to it. I think just due to previous results, I have to make a prediction. I will go W7M, but this in my mind is a 50-50 game. And I think you're kind of onto something when you talk about Furia struggling maybe in the matches that don't matter. Even if you look back to the 6 Invitational playoffs when they were under the W7M banner, they lost their very first upper bracket game, and then they won every single lower bracket game to make it to the grand finals. So a lot of factors going into this one. Both teams should be putting up a great show, and I just can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, we're only just a couple minutes out from the actual matchup getting underway, and with the earlier result, by the way, of Vivo Keydstars losing to E1, it's actually pushed Furia up into second place based on round differential as the tiebreaker. So Furia, one of the top 2 teams, even though they haven't actually done anything today yet. Rosters being displayed on your screen. Jesse, you mentioned it for those that weren't particularly paying attention because they were caught staring into those beautiful eyes of yours. They have not made any roster moves. W7M, same 5 players that they had in the previous stage. Furia, of course, Furia is not going to make any roster moves. They are only 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, somewhere in that window, removed from a world championship, and they are still widely considered to be, at this present moment, the best team in Rainbow Six. I know some NA fans might take umbrage with that, given that it was Beast Coast at the time, now known as Cloud9 Beast Coast, that won the Manchester Major over BDS. BDS also won some other event that we're not going to talk about during the summer. So maybe BDS can give them a run for the money. But the thing is that Montreal has always been kind of a stumbling block for this team. If they qualify for the Montreal Major, can they right the wrongs that they as a roster have committed in the past and actually win on French-Canadian soil? Well, they think that the roster they have is good enough to do it. I would agree. I still think the sky is the limit, but they have to get through their fellow region mates first. 7-5 over MIBR is a really close result, Jesse, but against W7M, hard to argue that W7M is a better team than MIBR. It's inarguable. They are. MIBR worse than W7M. I'm calling it here right now. So the fact that Furia just eked out a victory over MIBR might pose a worrying sign for their matchup today.
Wow, bold takes coming out from Intero on the cast. My God. No, you're not wrong, though. I mean, dropping 5 rounds to MIBR, yes, it's a regulation win, but in Stage 1, MIBR were not a good team in Brazil. They really, really could not put rounds together. They lost, I think, the vast majority of their games, finishing 9th or 10th in the standings. So that's a bit of a worrying game, despite the fact they got the regulation win. This one should be the real test, though. Now that they're against some real opponents, some players they should be extremely familiar with on a map like Nighthaven Lab, they should be so excited to jump on in.
Yeah, and I mean, we're moments away. So why don't we get prepped and ready for this matchup and come back when we're in the lobby.
Contra a Fúria é guerra. Ali não tem. Sempre vai ser guerra. Tem muita conversa. Na última vez, a gente já tava brincando, se farpando ali desde os corredores do pré-jogo. É um time a ser batido sempre, peças fantásticas.
Eles ganharam uma partida da gente, que foi uma MD1 lá no BR6. De resto ali, os jogos valendo alguma coisa, só tomaram. Zero medo, bem tranquilo.
Pra ficar de olho é todos, mano. Depende de quem esteja no dia, mano. Eu vou falar do Hertz porque eu acho ele muito bom. 9-2, as duas pontas, vai.
Tem que ficar de olho lá no Eudinho, manager. O cara manja muito aí do Siege, sempre opinando ali no pré-jogo. Porque os players ali, na hora que vê a gente do outro lado do lobby, choca tudo.
Na minha opinião, não é a mesma Super Fúria. Hoje são incríveis, mas não não imbatíveis.
A W7M, sei que vocês têm saudade aí de um time que não pipoca, chega na final e ganha. Mas paciência, né? Agora é isso.
And a rematch of the ages. W7M lost their roster to Furia just a couple months ago, right on the heels of winning a world championship under the Bulls banner. They went over towards the Panthers instead of Furia, and it was W7M who actually had the last laugh in the very first matchup in stage number 1, beating the old team and actually handing them Furia's first loss in a number of months, because of course they had just won the 6th Invitational. Furia was then dropped by FaZe Clan in the upper bracket semifinals, putting the chances of them going to Manchester in jeopardy. But then it was Furia who would have their revenge against W7M, defeating them 2-1 and propelling themselves to the Manchester Major. But funny enough, this was the map that W7M beat Furia on in that best of 3. It was an 8-6 result for W7M all the way back on April 14th. Bank and Border were then won by Furia, which qualified them for Manchester, dropping W7M out of the brackets. What will we see here? That's 1-for-1 if you go back against this roster. The tiebreaker will now happen as operator bans are locked in, and a Deimos ban will be certainly very interesting.
Yeah, Deimos, super powerful on Nighthaven Labs, so not surprising in that respect. I will say for W7M, it's not an operator that Furia brought very much at all yesterday. I believe JV92 brought it once, and that was the only time they saw the Deimos. So clearly that's just a map-specific ban, and maybe some historical results that they're seeing from the Deimos on Furia. It wasn't really a factor for them yesterday. The Monty ban is super common. Furia ban Monty on Nighthaven basically every time they play it. And then Mira Azami coming out. Azami was guaranteed to be banned by one of these two teams. They both love banning Azami on this map. Obviously incredibly powerful, especially on this top floor to hold down rafters. Mira's kind of the most interesting ban in my mind. It's not an operator that gets banned too often these days, just because there's so many other good bans that come on out. But when you ban it, it has a huge impact. Obviously, very good on that bottom floor to hold down assembly. Really strong on this top floor as well to hold into connector or even to hold into rafters. So Mira gets a ton of play. Not super surprising that that one did end up getting banned out, but as we load on into this top floor bomb site, it will be Furia starting on the defense. And they've gone for a very wall denial heavy strategy. They've got bandit batteries, they've got Kaid, no mute here, but broadly they are really looking to keep these walls closed as long as possible. W7M have a lot of answers. They've got a Maverick on the board, currently opening IT. They've got a Thatcher on the board from Volps as well. Maving in 2024 can be very deadly. You're very exposed to C4s at times. It can be a really risky maneuver, but that will be the task given to Dots to start this round, and I don't think there's anything really aggressive coming from Furia to stop it.
Rare Fenrir showing up, an operator who also received some nerfs. We talked about the operators that had some changes all the way back in map 1. We can focus a little bit on Fenrir. Azami banned out yet again. She saw some nerfs 2 seasons ago now, technically, at this point.
Yeah.
And still quite strong, but Solus has fallen off of a cliff. Fenrir's pick rate has also dropped, so keep an eye out to our favorite Swedish operator and see if his pick rate continues to be high. Herds is always a player, though, who likes operators that don't exactly have the highest pick rate, so it wouldn't surprise me. Just kind of like how Dan used to do it on Virtus Pro. They both would play off-meta picks, and, well, if there's anybody who can make it work, it's Herds.
C4 being prepped now by Nade. This will be the attempt, and they don't quite get it through the wall. No damage really being done out. If it's a little bit earlier, maybe he gets something on that, but we'll have to wait and see. A bold angle that Dash loses on top of the box. He should be able to get picked up. Yeah, you can peek that from like the long desk hall, but the attackers firmly have control of that. But it'll still slow them down, and it's going to brunt this push. They've already used the majority of their Grim Bees as well, so they're in a bit of a spot where they're a little bit low on utility. These Candelas will mark the start of the actual execute, though. They have IT wall open. They have connector fully opened. I don't know if they're going to be pushing Aqua as well. The positioning almost suggests that they will. Probably not. It's going to most likely be Raptors, IT, and connector as the brunt of this push. But I do worry for Furia in this execute because they've given up a lot of ground. There's still 5 strong attackers to come on in. Time is pretty low to open this wall. They're going to get an angle at the very least, but then they're probably going to be stuffed through just IT and connector to actually enter and get a plant down.
There go the Candelas, and this round has just flown by. And here's Dodez looking for something. Trading back and forth. My goodness, no team can hold this together. Furia is up to JV92 with the diffuser needing to go down, but he has to hide. Dot's getting the job done. Volps on 2 kills. Looking for revenge against his old team. JV92, try as he might, cannot deal with these 2 remaining players from W7M, and Volps will get the job done. It came down to a scramble in the final 20 seconds, but W7M squeeze out a round victory.
Nicely played by Volps, a little 3K there. Fox on the desk said it's unfair to compare anybody to JV92, but I would argue Volps maybe has the best opportunity to go up in a head-to-head, taking down JV92 in the 2v1 at the end there. He's the youngest player in the lobby, and he had more kills in Stage 1 than any other player in Brazil. Volps averaged 0.9 kills per round. So he was really consistent, really good for W7M. I think he's been a little bit inconsistent internationally. Volps has had some games on bigger stages where he's not really been all there. He's not been super strong. Obviously coming over from Team Liquid at the start of the year, they decided they no longer wanted to play with him, and people were kind of confused as to why he was dropped off that roster. Everybody thought it was going to be a great pickup for W7M, and I certainly think it has been. So if we continue to see him performing in these regulation games, if he can continue putting up great games in the regular season Brazil League, then I think that's a good sign for him. When we get to those bigger national events, that's when I get a little bit concerned. But great start from Volps. Certainly nothing bad to take away from there.
A very slow round from W7M, but I mean, slow is not always necessarily bad. A lot of times we'll use it derisively when we talk about teams being slow, teams being, a little bit too delayed. Oftentimes this language was used with Vitality way back in the day, and when they were good, it didn't matter if they were slow. They'd drone you out and they'd execute with 20 seconds left. Then we went through the whole 20-second meta where every single team was slow. Popularized largely afterwards of SSG's Reign of Terror. And then what do we get to? We get Dark Zero as one of the slowest teams in the world. And well, they didn't exactly win a major championship off of that speed. They won the Charlotte Major and then slowed down considerably. And well, they might have a new identity now, but it remains to be seen if they will adopt a faster pace. W7M can be slow. As long as they get the job done, that's really all that matters, because slow is not bad if you're doing your due diligence, if you're droning, if you know exactly where to execute and you have the location of these 5 remaining players, the defenders, then slow's fine. In that round, it worked, but it was a scramble. Slow may be not the best thing for W7M because that honestly seemed like a coin flip round.
I'm not sure if this round will be slow, though, at all, Parker. The bomb site is the basement. Not a single player. Nade will rotate down now. Started this round on the bottom floor, though. We get the first engagement. It's actually Nade in the basement. Did he beat Dash on a Mav angle from outside the building? I wish we get a replay of that one. That must have been an insane shot. Now the logic bombs come out. The question is, do Furia fall back with the man advantage and just try to play this 5v4? Or are they feeling like they could make a move and even make this player advantage even wider?
It's a very winnable engagement vibe. I was wrong. JV92 makes me eat my words, and they do not taste very good whatsoever. But this is the second round in a row, by the way. The killing continues from Furia, who are on a full court press on defense right now in a 4v2, absolutely bodying W7M. This is the second time in a row that Furia has taken direct engagements to counter Maverick. They tried return fire through those Mav holes early on in round number 1. They did the same now in round number 2. And I mean, you pointed it out, Mav is at times very vulnerable. So you have to be careful about how you go about opening things. Because of the way that that IT wall functions, a Mav is not a requirement, but makes your job a lot easier if he lives. And that's the thing. So for W7M on that particular round, you lose him. Almost lost him back in round number 1, 2. It seems like before 6 pick is locked in and these attackers can swap up all of their roster, a Mav will be brought yet again. Furia wins that round. It's pretty much over at the 1-minute marks. There really wasn't much to talk about as the remaining 2 players from W7M were picked off as they tried to get close to the bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of teams in a 5v4 would choose to fall back to the bomb site. They would choose to give up on the roam game. You've got a strong advantage. Let's just play off of that. Furia are not a lot of teams, though. Furia have, for years now, if they've enjoyed playing aggressively. They don't have to play aggressive. They don't play aggressive when it's not smart to do so. But if they think it's advantageous, they will happily keep swinging you, keep making aggro plays, keep trying to get into gunfights, despite what the advantage might say is like proper to do in Siege, right? Even if they're in like a 5v2, they're saying, screw it. If we feel confident about our swings, we're going to keep doing that. I think a big reason why they want to do that is because they love getting in their opponent's heads. They love making every single thing difficult. Don't let anybody have an opportunity to open the door and come out against you to start a comeback. So that's something that Fury have been very good at. We'll go back to the top floor now, though. This is a bomb site that was very close. JV92 was in a super winnable 1v2 with Plant going down last time. It was a late round 5v5 execute. If W7M want to go back towards connector, back towards the IT wall, which it looks like they do, that's a misdrone of a clash? No, they'll see him now. We'll likely see a similar round to round one. Yeah.
Here goes the Mav again. Dots to run the operator. And what do you think the expiration date is for Maverick in this round, Jesse?
I think he'll survive until at least 60 seconds, because usually how you take him out is like a C4 early, and there are a lot of C4s on the side of Furia, admittedly, but I don't see anybody in IT looking to go for that immediately. And look how scared they're playing with this Maverick. He gets the IT wall open, he accomplishes his goal. Now he moves over to connector. We could see a C4 coming out, we could see some cheeky angles, but I will hope that at the very least he can survive until at least that execute can start up.
Maverick's been played all 3 rounds so far. Dots running the operator in rounds 1 and 3. And why not? I mean, this is the same bomb site that was played back in round number 1 that W7M won after that fist fight that emerged. Slapfest, if you want to call it that. This round has been far slower than what we saw back in round 1. We're just past the halfway mark. No real damage has been done here. This is quite the project that Dodez is undertaking with his bailiff, but eventually it'll get done. I'm certain of that.
And they're moving their Ying over towards Aqua. If they go for an execute here, there'll likely be some utility from the Ella posted up around this position. That's usually where you see the Ella being played, top floor. It's nice with those Grismots, and of course the deployable shield is super useful. So we'll see how it goes. The EMPs fly out. That's 1 Candela, that's 2. The goal here, take Aqua.
All the Candelas now used by Loban to try and gain access, and has done so. Has the mute looking the wrong way. Goodbye to KZ. Herds was dropped, finished off as well. It's Felipox as the last man standing. Again, another brawl. Felipox is even the numbers. Don't let that 2v2 confuse you, though. JV92 is on the ground. Felipox almost getting swung. JV92 is in a position where he can gain some information. Diffuser going down from Dodez. Nitrocell goes out wrong direction. Loban wins the round yet again. 0 for 2 at defending command center servers for Furia. The bomb site will remain open, but I assume they will not be keen to go back there. Instead, where, oh, where will they go? As they've won the basement, they need to choose which of those main floor sites they go to.
It's probably going to be its main floor side. They did linger on the top floor for a moment, but I think thinking better of it. I like that Ying play to come out from Loban a lot. He is so far perfect on his attacking opening engagements through stage 2. He's looking really, really good with that. Just uses the Candelas to get actually into the doorway, baits out the C4, and then once the C4 comes out, he realizes in his mind, you know what? That's probably going to be a mute trying to play a close angle on a shotgun. I can get in, sneak around him, hit him in the back. That's a free pick for me, and then everything just followed from W7M. This is something that is very common from them. They're so well coordinated on these executes. It's a big reason why I think they're one of the best teams in the world right now. They've already gotten one really big win throughout this stage so far. Of course, they are 1 and 2 through the season, taking down FaZe Clan yesterday. If they beat both FaZe and Furia in back-to-back days, that's a huge statement that this team could be pushing to be the best in Brazil.
W7M's always had that potential, and I think a lot of people were a little miffed with E1's inclusion to the Manchester Major, because even before E1 had played a single game in Manchester, a lot of the commentary online and in private, other teams would admit this as well, that W7M would probably give Brazil a better shot internationally of all 4 of their teams making a deep run. And sure enough, Liquid, FaZe, as well as Furia had great success at Manchester. E1, one of the first teams to go home. And with the roster that W7M has, I think it's pretty safe to say that they would have been a contender on the last day of group stages to actually make the main stage. So W7M are on a bit of a revenge tour themselves, not against Furia in particular, though Furia is an obstacle on the way, but more so to actually make Montreal. And I think it's definitely possible with the players they have. A great start for them so far on Nighthaven, picking up 2 attacking round victories on what is considered the 50-50 map. This is neither defender nor attacker sided, at least not as of the last stage played. Could obviously change, but right now W7M not really having much of a hassle getting into the building.
Yeah, so we're here on storage, and the reason why this bomb site is not super favored for the defense as KZ almost gets lit up and Pulps does go down, is because you can really plant in the storage window very easily once you get IC control. You saw W7M working to get that control. They now have it. There are still some roamers up above. Herds is up there, and he will find the frag onto Loben, so that's 2-man advantage already, and he's being aggressive. I'm telling you, this is what Furia love to do against their former org. Now, they swing everything that they can, and they've just put Dash into a 1v5.
This is the team that popularized an aggressive defense at a time when the meta had swung, and they were all relatively newcomers, and yet they were winning something like 75% of all of their defensives, irrespective of the map, which is quite the statistic. Obviously, they've come back down to earth a little bit as teams have figured them out and other teams have caught up, but it is still always a beautiful thing when Furia, whether they're playing under W7M, as you mentioned, or under this new/old organization, that they can do what made them so famous and so notable, which is be incredibly aggressive on defense. A very successful round for Furia. They win flawlessly, and just like that, they're going to go back downstairs as Tank and Assembly has opened back up. They won it in round number 2. It wasn't a particularly tough win for them. Certainly a little bit harder than what we just saw on that storage control room victory.
The nice thing about this bomb site is it enables Furia to be aggressive. They can roam around that top floor. I want to see that roam clear operator coming out from W7M. The Dokubi's being hovered by Volps. It should get confirmed. They've kind of shot themselves in the foot here by banning the Demos. That would be a great operator to try to clear out these top floor roamers. You're surely not swapping off the Dokubi for a Blackbeard. No, it'll be the Twitch. Dokubi instead held by Dash. Fair enough. They also have the Blitz, which we've seen a lot of teams use Blitz for roam clearing, specifically on Clubhouse at this stage. It's been a really big thing in both North America and Brazil. Here it might be doing the same thing, trying to roam clear to that top floor as quickly as you can. Combining a Blitz roam clear with a Dokubi can be incredibly effective. You can try for a rush, but just given that they don't have like a glass, I guess they have a lot of smokes. I don't think that's going to be what we see here, although they are poised to maybe rush inside of kitchen. You could go through cafeteria and then rush down the vending stairs if they are going for a more direct play. We'll have to find out.
Logic bombs go off. There's Felipox eliminating Loben. Buck trying to work off of that information that was given. Dot's a very clever play, but maybe gets a bit too eager. Loses the fight to Dodez. Dots is secured by that Nitrocella Felipox, but you know, you probably could have secured that if you didn't get a bit too brazen. But KZ loses his life for that. Furia still in the driver's seat, especially given that Dodez is at 2 HP.
Herd's looking to make a move here. He does not have a safe way back to site, and he's got pings on players. That's a great shot onto Volps, and no trade can come out as he pops the Toxic Babe. The barbed wire slows the Ash, and he gets right down the cargo stairs. Massive play from Herds. Even when they were retreating, they're able to find picks and keep stacking that man advantage.
Dash gets his very first kill. It comes in the 5th round onto Herds. With Felipox low HP, this is winnable. But again, it cuts both ways as Dodez is still alive with just 2 HP on that Ash. If there's a goo mine still left up, that will kill Dodez. So you have to be very careful. Dash will gain access to the cams. Seems to think that there's a Valkyrie camera positioned somewhere by and manually looks for it without noticing that, you know, you could just, you hack the cams. Just go in the cams and look yourself. Goodbye to Dodez. He's finished off. It's all up to Dash in a 1v3. JV92 will drop, sees the target, has intel. There's not much that Dash can do. Final 45 seconds. This is just prolonging the inevitable, wouldn't you say, Jesse? Because it's a formality that Furia will win this round.
Maybe if he had some logic bombs left over, but I just don't see him clutching up this one. Again, the ego will come out. JV92 wants to take this fight. You let him get down the stairs, get more into a pinching position. He knows he doesn't have to be aggressive here, even though he may want to. 25 seconds now to go. Nade and Fleepox, of course, still holding down the bomb site, holding really strong angles. As he walks on into them, will he take the fights? He will, but he'll lose them. A nice little clear coming through from Furia in that late round out on the roam. Sometimes you've got an idea and it just doesn't work. W7M, they said, we're going to take Blitz, we're going to jump inside of Kitchen, we're going to rush down the vending stairs. And then Fleepox said, absolutely not. Fleepox came in, he got that opening pick. Then we saw more kills coming out from Herds. They got so many kills around that vending stairs. The response time from Furia is really what impressed me. The moment they recognized what that push was trying to do, the moment they realized that W7M wanted to get in through Kitchen and make that exosuit finish happen, they responded. All of their players moved to that side of the map. Even JV92, who's up on the top floor, where did he go? He went into electrical, so he could get vertical angles onto the vending stairs, onto that area of the map. Really well positioned from Furia. That is the type of thing that pushes teams to be world champions. And for W7M, you're now starting to struggle a little bit on these attacks. You've called a tactical timeout to try to work something out. You could probably predict about where this bomb site's going to go. So I'm really taking a look at these next couple of rounds, or at least the final attacking round that W7M have, and I want to see what the strategy is. Can they go for a full person roam clear? Can they make that happen without the demos? I suppose it's top floor, so that might not be a factor. What can they do to finally start turning around these attacks?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Furia called a timeout after their own victory is quite surprising to me. That was the first thing that I was going to comment on was, oh, okay, they won the round and still called a timeout. And I think that would be done because Igor likely sees that there are deficiencies even when they're winning. We've talked to teams after the fact, and they have said to us, yeah, you know, like we're still ahead, but there's things that we can work on. A timeout called in round number 6 means that you're going to be focused on winning this round immediately. Maybe not. Maybe you think you've got a great plan. Maybe your focus is what comes next and just settling down the team. Because it's also worth mentioning that we can't hear what the players are saying. We can't hear any frustration in their voice. We can't hear if their comms are off. The coaches can. And if the coaches hear that and think there's a worrying sign, they can call that timeout just as a mental timeout and not necessarily a strategic one. Either way, this is a 50-50 map, so a 3-3 first half wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, and with the way these teams have played, it also wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Because of the bomb site rotation being what it is, Jesse, this is going to be the third attempt on the Command Center server's bomb site, and Furia is 0-2 on it. So yeah, they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, my apologies for misreading who is calling the attack timeout. This makes way more sense for Furia to call it because they have yet to win this bomb site, and the other bomb sites are locked up. Certainly they could have gone Kitchen, but that bomb site, it's pretty bad. So they're trying top floor again. They're trying to play maybe a little bit more with some stall utility. They've got Goo Mines, they've got Malusi, they've got Frost Mats. There's a lot that if you walk in without checking your angles, if you try to rush in with maybe a Ying or maybe a Blitz, you're going to get caught off guard by that. The strat's changed a bit for W7M as well, though. Look at this. No Maverick on the board. There might be focused a little bit more towards Rafters and Aqua. Similar-ish to how they pushed in round 3. They're not really focused on Connector. They don't have that Maverick. The focus of this push has shifted a little bit. They still have this Ying. Watch out for the Frostmat top Aqua. There seems to be aware of him now, though, so they should have the intel to make this push work as they now take Raptors control.
Loban just racking up the points there by killing the Frostmat, killing the bulletproof camera. My mind just might not be getting a lot of value on the scoreboard, but at least you're getting the utility. Nice read by Dash, who's still going to play this angle and gets 2 onto JV and Herds. The first pick was Furious, but they've lost the lead right after that. Explosions galore next to KZ to fend off these intruders. Out goes one of those air jabs, knocked on over. W7M destroying Furia, and it looks like 0-3 on this bomb site for Furia. Their Achilles heel, as it's dots to seal the deal, and all 3 attacking round victories for W7M coming on the exact same site.
Well, at least next time you play Night Haven Labs, you know what you need to work on the side of Furia. There's clearly one bomb site that they really could not hold down, and it's odd that it's typically thought of as the strongest bomb site that they couldn't hold. I think the Azami ban is massive because Azami is so good. Azami and Mira are both really good on that top floor. So I'm sure that didn't do them any favors. But as you said, 3-3 going into the second half. I know a lot of teams don't love attacking on this map. It is so big. There's so many rat spots for roamers to hide in and to stay away from. At the same time, the bomb sites can be really strong to hold and play specific angles for. Yes, sometimes the statistics may lean 50-50, but I do think W7M are in the stronger position moving on to this defensive half. Despite the fact that they could only attack one bomb site, Furia gave it to them 3 times. So we come into round number 7. Instead of starting top floor like Furia did, W7M will say, we believe our strongest site that we want to put our first foot forward will be the basement. And I think they're going to do something very similar to what Furia did. They're going to roam. They're going to play this very aggro. They're hopefully going to deny any rushes at the same time, but they want to be running around that top floor. With Deimos banned out, this is probably the optimal strategy to play this bomb site. And so, of course, we're going to see that coming out. Dodes, Loban top floor, Dash and Volps on the mid floor. It'll be Dots alone in the basement.
What? Volps giving Herds a taste of his own medicine. As Volps was originally on that roster, if you recall, that was super aggressive on defense. So Volps knows those tricks quite well. And honestly, Herds 5 and 6, holding his own, but the numbers for Furia not particularly great. Nade, JV92, and Fellapox have all died 3 times. KZ 4, Herds 6. That means Herds has died in all but 1 round, whereas the rest of his teammates have died half of that. That stands to reason, because that's how Herds plays. If he's going to be your main roamer, if he's going to be your main entry, he's probably going to die a lot. KZ with 1 pick, he gets immediately downed in response. Dash could have a follow-up here, but doesn't know if the coast is clear. Just narrowly avoids another player from Furia on that door frame before Dash is blinded. And now Fellapox is there for the revive. For those that don't have sound on or don't play this game as intimately as we do, a revive makes a very distinct noise, and you can always hear when they're being revived, and you can use that to your advantage. Furia does not have any real pressure. W7M back away, but still hold angles. Nice pick by Dots. We're at the halfway mark, and the killing will continue, Jesse.
That's the fuse kit on the ground, and there was nobody with Dash to, or sorry, not with Dash, but with Nade to recover that kit. They're gonna have to move Phillypox over now. He drops the Animus Hatch, but Dots a second kill from inside the site. Finally punished, but the work he's done, will it be enough? He's on a bulletproof if he tries to plant here. Yes, he will punch it. Yes, he'll deny that intel, but still, they're gonna be having great opportunities to deny this plant. While it's going down, it'll be a 2v1.
There's plenty of time left still. A lot of quiet. Dota's with 1. Cannot do more than that. Loban is still upstairs overlooking this bomb site. JV92 does not have the diffuser, and that's what you have to keep eyes on. He'll retrieve it. There are kill holes set up by W7M to play off of this, but it looks like a blind spot might have been found. Loban will drop. JV92 almost finished. Timer will now run, and W7M in a bad position, made worse by the start, and JV92 wins the round somehow. That looked like it was W7M's all the way down, and yet Furia ends up coming out ahead.
I don't know how JV92 keeps doing it in these late rounds, man. That felt like it should have been a super solid round for Furia. Yeah, the number count was even, but the positioning was so good, and it felt like they had site control on the side of W7M. and yet still the kills come on out. Excellently played by JV92 to choose that plant spot where he was not going to get denied from above, managed to finish it just in time, then took the gunfight. Ridiculously well played in those late scrappy rounds from him. Really nice to see JV continuing to perform. Again, he got 14 kills yesterday. He was the MVP for Furia. He is quickly chasing that same stat line. We're about halfway through this game, and he's already put up 8. So he's going to be looking very good for Furia, finding a lot of these late-round impactful kills that are securing the rounds for Furia. For W7M, I liked that round. I felt like they were doing a lot of things right. When they lost the defuse kit early, that could have been, when Furia lost the defuse kit early, I was a little bit concerned there. And it looked like it was going to go the way of W7M, but it just did not fall their way at the very last second.
I'd like to let you know, by the way, that I got positive feedback for my comment about Numberwang on
Did you?
Twitter. I did. I got one person who was very, very excited that I mentioned it. So that's really, look.
Shout out to them.
Look. I'm 34 years old. The average person who's playing this game right now, I looked up the ages of the W7M and Furia guys. They're all like under the age of 24. Like, yep. I feel like a grandparent. So it's like, I understand that most of the people watching are probably quite young as well, which means that when I say certain things, I expect to not be understood by the youngsters. That's it. So when an old head hears something I say and goes, oh, great reference, totally worth it. That's all.
Herds just turned 24 a couple of weeks ago, and his teammate JV92 will be going down now to Dash with the C4 coming out. We talk all the time about how tough life is as a Maverick player in this meta. The C4s are so good, and another one from Lobin down below the site catches KZ on the vert angle. Now it's just going to be 3 players on Furia left to try to make this push work. They don't have bottom floor control. Notably, that's the IQ down as well. I bet you it was a Valkyrie cam that enabled Lobin to get that pick. And KZ on the IQ, you got to think that's kind of his responsibility to clean those up, dodge those C4s. Your whole gadget is designed to counter that. So this puts Furia into a really awkward spot. It's going to be Connector most likely as they sneak on in. If Herds can find a pick, that'll be something for sure. But even still, this is a very difficult round for the world champions.
Yeah, how do you bail yourself out of this position? W7M are not relinquishing this roam, which I think is a smart idea. A lot of times you'll see teams get a pick or two and then retreat to the bomb site, but Night Haven Labs is a big map. Oh my. Velopox was not expecting Dots to be that far up on Fish. He was expecting him on stairs and was aiming head level, but instead shot out the knees of Warden, who, as you can see, took 35 damage. All the while this is happening, Nate is in alone and is in a 1v5 with Diffuser down, and the Swarm will come. Firing away onto the Wamai. There's one kill. Warden will trickle in, and they just absolutely dogpile him, because that's what you can do. At some point, he's going to need to reload. The round goes in favor of W7M.
+1 to the plant stats, if nothing else, for Nade. So he'll feel good about that. Always a player chasing the title of most plants in the league, so he'll continue on with those stat paddings. But yes, really, that was one of those rounds that I think for Furia, you write off. You died to 2 C4s at the very start of the game, then you tried to hold angles for swings. If that was W7M holding angles for Furia swings, Furia would have swung into them. But W7M and Furia are very different teams. So when they're in the 3v5, Furia hold their angles. Those swings are never given to them. As the time ticks down, they're forced to make moves. And it's a tough round. It's a tough round. So they'll have another attempt at that bomb site later on in this game when we get likely in towards round number 10. But ultimately, Furia, I still like the way that they're attacking on this map. Yes, they failed to attack the top floor, but the way that it went, I don't think it should be cause for concern. We're back on the basement. W7M, I think they had a decent hold on this bottom floor, especially when they rolled down the defuse kit. I assume they're going to be roaming once again, although their operator lineup may suggest that they want to play at anchor instead. So the question for me is going to be, how do Furia handle these roamers? If it is a heavy extension roam, if Lobin's trying to do something aggressive, are they able to get that pick? They don't have a Dokkaebi. They don't have any of these roam clear operators. So my suspicion is it's going to be a tough task if we see some aggressive moves out of W7M.
Janiro said this would probably be the most entertaining and closest of all the matches that we watched today, and so far she is bang on the money. Admittedly, the only other option was a 7-2. So, I mean...
Well...
you could hire somebody off the street and say, do you think this is going to be a close game? And they look at 4-4 and with a mouthful of food go, probably. And that would be like, that'd be it, you know? Like, you'd be like, wow. I just wish I was making fun of you, Jesse, instead of Janiro, because Janiro, unlike you, is genuinely nice. So.
What? That's a load of crap.
You can't say, you can't say that on broadcast. You're not allowed to say that on broadcast. You can't swear.
I apologize.
Thank
I
you.
apologize.
See? You think Janiro would say that? Nope.
What?
That's right. 1 minute
really
in action.
A full roam.
Did you want to say something? By the way, W7M is now 4-0 on this command center servers bomb site, and are now going on to tank assembly, a site that they have yet to win on. Furia was significantly better on this site defending it than they were on defending the other options. Volps is dead and Nade is dead. So both teams lose one as we hit the 90-second mark. There's still quite a roam presence right now from W7M. Has Furia found them out or not, or could Loban potentially strike and do some serious damage here?
Holding cargo so important. There's Loban for the swing. We'll take down Herds. 5 and 8 now on the Capital. That's your main execute operator. That's a lot of execute utility that you've just lost before you can get to that execute side of the map. They're trying to work soft breach in, but they still don't have cargo control. And if they don't get this control of the map, they're not going to be able to work a pick in. Here come the nades, both dodged by Dash. He's still holding this with an SMG-11 and a shotgun. What answers do they have to him? A Capital bolt would have been great, but you don't have that anymore. If their goal is to push Animus and Cargo, man, that is a very tough prospect now.
No, especially with Furia down to just 2. Their failure to remove Dash from this position will cost them. Finally, they get it done, but they lost KZ. They lost an awful lot of time. Good news, though. Fellapox and JV92 are still at full HP. I mean, Fellapox is taking 10 damage, but I mean, who's counting, really? That doesn't really matter. And there's still utility there from the Ram, who gets caught by Loban as they now circle around, and the Ram somehow wins that. A puzzling engagement for W7M. They had the upper hand. They had the information. JV92 gets spotted, but for a second as we hit the final 15 seconds. W7M holding on for dear life. The round looked so good for them. And it's still very winnable, but it's going to come down to a 1v1 that Dotas wins. Goodness gracious, heart palpitations for fans of W7M and those Bulls as they take the lead.
I will tell you, these basement bomb sites have been incredibly fun to watch, if nothing else. Always coming down to the wire, always come down to the 1v1s, and W7M close it out this time. Nice to see coming through. I mean, I do think that was really coming down to the stall they were able to have on those cargo stairs from the smoke player. What you saw is, instead of extending to the top floor, instead of roaming across the entirety of the map, W7M said, what if we just do a light roam? We're going to hold the mid floor. We're definitely going to hold vending stairs. We're definitely going to hold the cargo stairs. We're going to do what we can to apply pressure and hold these areas of the map, but we're not actively roaming. We're not going for flanks. We're not trying to stall out the early game. We just want to have strong holds on these choke points of the staircases. And they pulled it off perfectly. I think Furia understood what was going on. I think they realized that, hey, this is what's happening. There's strong holds on both of the staircases, but they didn't do a great job of actually addressing it. They were still working on soft breach in and around kind of the mid floor of the map before they ever got control of those cargo stairs. And it's so important to do that because that's the main position that can deny an Animus plant. So it was a little bit scrappy for them. They did get those trades, but with the time being as low as it was, I still think even in the 1v1, that was favorable for W7M. So some close rounds in the basement. I think W7M get what they were looking for in round number 7. They get it in 9 instead. And now, as you said, they take the first lead of this second half that they've had. So looking good, looking like they can continue to roll these in. But we continue to see Nighthaven going back and forth, attack, defense. It doesn't seem to matter. These two teams are neck and neck.
We have a tech pause right now. This is not a tactical timeout. For those that might just be tuning in for the first time, a tac pause is when a team calls their timeout. A tech pause is when something breaks somewhere. Could be a keyboard, could be a mouse, could be the server, could be the state of the world. Who knows? In this case, no real idea what the pause was for there, but we are back in the action after a brief break. The other key difference is that teams are not allowed to talk to each other during technical pauses. So if you're sitting there for 20 plus minutes waiting for things to get back underway, you're ideally, and if the admins are doing their job, sitting there in silence.
Round 10 going to be held on Kitchen, and this is a bomb site that Furia were so afraid to try to defend that they played top floor 3 times and lost it every single time. W7M are saying, yeah, we don't mind. We'll play it. We'll maybe even prefer it over storage as the bomb site instead. So here we see our first Kitchen of the game. Will it be successful for W7M? The reason why this is not favorable as a bomb site for most teams is because there's a very exposed open window that can jump into Kitchen. Cafeteria can be pushed very easily from this front door reception area. And the vertical play, which in theory should be good for the defense, can be denied super easily thanks to those outside windows on long desks. So there's a lot of good positioning the attackers can take. They've got a lot of different angles they can take into this bomb site, and it's difficult for defenders to try to contest that. Now, they will be holding down connector as long as they can. You see they're using some Kaid claws to keep this closed. There's no C4 this time, so JV92 shouldn't be in too much danger opening this up unless there's something crazy from below, but no, there's not even a C4 being brought. It'll only be Loban to held down top floor. He is going to die in his position. The question is, does he get one with him?
No, it does not appear so.
For now.
Okay, well, how long do you want to answer that question, Jesse?
Until he dies. I assume he's not leaving this top floor of the map. Maybe he will, but they've got good cuts.
W7M not giving the same energy to those Maverick cuts as we saw from Furia. Furia was very eager to try to cut the Maverick down, or anybody else on the other side. A slow round so far. This clash being the main impediment. We flick across all the players in various parts of the map. There goes the Fenrir of Dodez. Herds, a successful entry. Herds giveth, Herds taketh away. Fury's going to need more of that this round.
Yeah, I mean, slow so far. Really struggling with this Loban. You'd expect Loban maybe to go for some swings. He is an aggressive player, and now he's trying that and finally punished. The answer to my question was no. Parker, he does not get a single kill with him before he goes down. He does play his life up there on long desk. Yes, you still have the clash here at reception. This could be an important moment. There's Melusi Banshees around here as well to slow the attackers as they try to push, but they have full top floor control with a ram up there. Volps could go for a flank, but it's risky because if that flank doesn't go his way, his team is all of a sudden in a 2v5. He decides to come back to the main floor. He goes over to Lounge, and I don't know what W7M can do here, but they've got to make some swings off of this intel if they don't want to have a storm of attackers coming in towards Cafeteria.
The storm is going to be needed here. 30 seconds left. Furia getting all the kills. Now it's Dots under fire. Dash, last one left. And yet another flawless round from Furia. Cafeteria and Kitchen. The one bomb site we were waiting to see get played, and Furia has that one handled with ease. Barely any blood spilt from the players on Furia, and we will go all 12 rounds, no matter who wins. Overtime might be required. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but still 5-5. Bomb sites all over the place. No team really ever seizing off of a lead. It's been mostly back and forth, with 2 exceptions. Rounds 4 and 5 won back-to-back by Furia. 8 and 9 won back-to-back by W7M. Assuming that this is a pattern that does not repeat often, this should be a W7M round. They would then go on to match point. 3 points if you win in regulation. If you go to overtime, both teams get 1 point. The winner gets an additional point to add up to 2. Given how close Brazil often is, you're going to be scrapping for all 3 of those points, especially these 2 teams. Furia's domestic struggles have been noted on earlier parts of the show. W7M trying to prove that they can make it to a LAN event with a different roster. They came oh so close to making Manchester. They fell short. They're eager to go to Montreal with these 4 new players and Volps. As for Furia, you want to prove that the success you've had over the last couple of years is not behind you and that you still are a hot team that can win against anybody. You just got to get over that old organization that you left earlier in the year.
So we have a very interesting wall game going on here. There's no Maverick. Instead, it's going to be the Thatcher and the Thermite to go up against the Tubarão and Kaid. If they can get some tricks off with the help of that Tubarão, they're going to be in a really good position. There's the Ace as well to help with the hard breach. So with just as many tools as they have, you expect Furia will get some of these walls open, if nothing else. The questions are, will they be actual walkable angles that you can rotate through, or will they just be little picks? And with this intel, this guy's surely dead.
I don't know. I wouldn't write off Herds here, Jesse.
All right.
As he's frozen out. Surely he's dead. Neither of them died, Jesse. How do you explain that?
I was talking about the guy Raptors.
How do you explain that?
They had intel.
How do you explain that?
Hold on. Just like Logan. Hold on.
Okay.
He's got a minute 50 still to die.
You want to just be completely silent and watch and see what happens? Would you like to sacrifice the quality of the broadcast just to prove your point?
The point that I was making earlier in this round is it's going to be difficult to get walls open. And with a 2-round Kaid, we are seeing that. A minute 30 gone. IT wall hasn't even been touched, hasn't even been tickled by the attackers. Trying to open it now with the EMPs and the exothermic charge. It's this player that was top Raptors that they had on a drone that was giving them a bit of hesitation. Now they start to come on in, but there's a Zoto canister coming over from Dodes as well. It is his final, so this should eventually open on up as soon as that freeze comes off. But man, this is taking them a ton of time.
Yeah, I don't know why Herds wanted to overstay on that angle. JV92 finishes off Dodes, so that's a trade. It just comes about 5 seconds too late. This is the bomb site that W7M is perfect on so far in this matchup. They won it 3 times on attack. They've won it only 1 time that they've defended it. And now we will see if they can go 5-4-5. Having no Maverick on this bomb site is usually odd, but W7M were able to pull off their 3rd successful attack without the American Hard Breacher. How will Furia fare now not having that operator on the board? Well, it's coming to blows again. Both sides losing one after another. Down to an advantage that W7M has in a 3v2. KZ very hurt, but Furia has to get to them. KZ cannot gamble on this HP. He gets 1 kill, traded off swiftly. Nade in a 1v2. W7M 5 for 5 on this bomb site. They moved to match point. This is just an issue that Furia cannot solve. 0-5 on command center and servers. The good news is this bomb site can't hurt them anymore, at least not in regulation.
Yeah, overtime lingers though, and Furia will need to face it in overtime if they want to win this game. It'll be a tactical timeout from W7M right before the final round of regulation, despite the fact that they are up 6-5. They're going to be able to take this tac timeout to create a strategy to bring out a bomb site, maybe that they haven't seen before. If they want to go storage, they could go basement as well. They've got options, and Furia will now need to cook up an attack. I do think that this is a position where we will see the overtime get pushed. It feels like history is being repeated. We saw the 8-6 in stage 1 on this map going to W7M. It'll either be a 7-5 for them here, or it will be a similar overtime result. Of course, that could go either way. So the pressure is rising with these two teams. You knew it was going to be a close one. Not only is the scoreline close, but it feels like every single round could go either way. And as we ride on in, it will be the basement bomb site that W7M choose to defend. And again, they are cooking with the wall denial. It's going to be a Kaid. It's going to be a Tubarao. We'll see what the answer is from Furia.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Furia, you're holding on for dear hope at this point. The Bulls running right over you. And take a look at that. The top of your screen, the tactical pause has been added to the UI. I do quite like that, to know if they've taken a timeout. That's great information to have. Big fan. Big fan. Operator swaps still coming in. Furia has 10 seconds left to find their ideal 5 operator lineup. We saw Recruit all the way back in round number 9, played by Nade. That will be all she wrote for regulation for the 2 newest operators, because we have a new Greek operator arriving in, well, just a short bit of time. Not available just yet. So these teams are currently playing on the current patch. It means the upcoming season has yet to be released, which will bring with it a couple changes that will surely impact these teams. It'll be fascinating to see how they grapple with that and whether the new defender does show up or not. Have you heard anything from Scrim Reports, by the way, as to whether or not on the PTR, if teams are trying out the new operator?
I have not. My suspicion is the new operator will have some interesting strats, but won't be always be getting played like we've seen from a lot of the recent defenders that have been added to the game, which is kind of nice. It seems like it will be balanced, but we really have no idea until things get played. People speculate on this stuff all the time, and very often they are wrong. So we'll have to wait and see. But again, from W7M, to try to win this game, they are going for a full mid-floor roam. They did not touch the top floor. With one logic bomb in pocket, this is a risky gunfight for JV92, but he sees Lobin. No shots are actually hit until just now. Great shot into JV92. The same time, his teammate picks up one as well.
Not ideal for Furia, Jesse. Worrying signs for the world champions. Can they overcome?
It's just been so good.
I mean,
twice now.
We saw, we saw a change in the E1 VKS result, but things look to be pretty standard for W7M. They have Furia's number. Furia had quite a bit of sweat yesterday against MIBR. And as we talked about, MIBR is a weaker team. So a victory is a victory, but Furia might not be able to get any points from this matchup. Surely overtime would at least be bare minimum. But at the current moment, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to make it. It's all up to Nate and KZ.
Uh-oh. You don't got to be an expert to figure out how this one's going to end. Volp's completely undroned. They don't know. They don't have the players to drone him. And it'll be a freebie on to Nade, leaving KZ in a 1v4 to save this game to force overtime. He doesn't have the fuse kit. He doesn't have time. He doesn't have intel. This seems nearly unwinnable for one of the best players in the world. The positions are going to be really tough. He's got to fight Volps first. There's nobody on the stairs to get the trade. Volps with the close range, super short. He will lose it. Now with 20 seconds, KZ, is there any chance he can do it?
Hold on! There's no way he pulls this off. All he has to do is find dash. It's going to be shotgun versus shotgun if he keeps that skeleton key out, but he gets caught! No, a heartbreaking result for Furia and for KZ. He couldn't make his way through the wall, and because of that, W7M collect the final kill on what would have been an almost ace clutch. Heartbreak for Furia, but elation for W7M as they end up taking it. All 3 points, Jesse.
They will remain victorious on Night Haven Lab, but what a game that was. I will say inarguably, in my opinion at least, the best game that we've had of the Brazilian Rainbow Six League so far. Obviously going all the way to 12 rounds, 7-5 coming out, and every round felt so back and forth. It felt so close. Watch out for W7M. That is back-to-back days taking out FaZe Clan and Furia. Not so long ago, people would have said those are the 2 best teams in the entire world. Well, W7M has beaten both of them. This is a very scary team that are just gunning for Montreal.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that they are still two of the best teams in the world. They're, yes, as you point out, very specifically, they were number 1 and 2 on most people's power rankings for ages. I'd still say they're both top 4, top 5 teams, but the way that Furia handled Manchester, the way that Furia has had some very pronounced struggles domestically that a team like FaZe Clan has not battled, I don't know if you can really call them comparables right now. Furia needs to start winning a bit more if we want to talk about them being the best team in the world, because you've got BDS there, you've got C9 Beast Coast, who are on the ascendancy as a roster, obviously not maybe being as dominant in NAL right now, but still a team that just won a major. So competition is really tough. And as we saw from the qualifiers and the playoffs last stage for Manchester, this world champion team came a map away from not making it to Manchester. Talk about the end of a dynasty. But I mean, great result for W7M. They're the team that really needs to be talked about because they are, as of right now, the real deal. A huge day for W7M, a frustrating result from Furia, but we still got more to come. And these matches might be just as good. Sit tight.
These are dangerous times. At least that's what I hear. The Empire? They're everywhere. But the world here belongs to the syndicates. If I want to survive, I have to play their game. Looks like I'm all in.
She's in here somewhere.
On second thought, I'm out.
There she is.
I've been held back my whole life. And now, I just need a chance to finally be free. Wherever that takes me.
I'm here to offer you a way out, okay?
Get off my ship, Jalen.
Give me a chance. You're gonna have to trust me. It'll be dangerous, risky. But if you pull this off, you'll never look over your shoulder again.
The underworld shows no mercy. But it's a big galaxy out there, and I'm gonna risk it all.
Star Wars Outlaws, coming 2024.
Por cima do Hash tem ele. Caiu agora um jogador. Stamp cai e Mitrix também. Hash vai tentando surpreender pelas costas. Raps tem a proteção do escudo, são 3 jogadores na frente dele. Olha o perigo. Hash ainda na frente. Surpreende o Lenda. São 2 agora. Vai puxar shotgun. Puxar shotgun para tentar pegar de surpresa. Pega o primeiro. Vai pro segundo. Belíssimo trabalho do Red.
Welcome back to Blast R6 Brazil. Second day of Stage 2. W7M just had a phenomenal win up against a longtime rival, if I do say so myself, Furia. a 7-5, and that puts W7M into driver's seat with 2 wins for this weekend. And again, some of the titans that we have here in Brazil, FaZe. I mean, I am impressed by what the roster has showed over the last 2 days.
Oh yeah, that was a beautiful week, first week for W7M. Obviously, they have been playing outstanding. Specifically, individually, every player is doing well, but their strategy is coming into play. All of their attacks on labs, such a difficult map to attack on, their attacks were so coordinated. And even though every round went back and forth, you really didn't know who was going to come out on top. It really came down to the supports from W7M that held down the sights on their defenses, and they just locked it down. It was really nice to see W7M come out on top.
Yeah, and we also have Loban for the interview to hear from the team themselves. First of all, congratulations on another win. Yesterday was FaZe, today it was Furia. How are you feeling after this weekend?
Pretty happy to get to beat the 2 teams that most people in the world are gonna say that is the best 2 teams in Brazil right now. It's an amazing feeling and just shows the amount of work we are putting, and we're trying to show like this split and throughout the year that EWC wasn't just a thing it's going to happen one tournament, it's going to happen over and over again.
Well, I'm glad you brought up that those are 2 teams that everyone would say are some of the top teams in the world. Now that you guys are finally getting comfortable and it's your second stage this year, where would you rank yourself amongst the Titans of Brazil? Do you feel like you're a top 4 team guaranteed? Not necessarily guaranteed, but you're looking really good to making main stages constantly, or where would you put yourself?
Yeah, I would put ourselves like in a top 3. I would say the best teams in Brazil right now would be Furia, FaZe, and us. Of course, you have Liquid, but I think Liquid is a little bit far from us, but not so much. You can beat us, of course, it's Brazil. But still, I see, as a team, I think the team, they're always going to qualify, go to the main stage. Even if we don't qualify, we're going to be in all the matches that is for qualifying. So that's how I see it. I see we are a top team in the region and in the world, too.
You're being very humble. You're like, we're in the top 3 with Furia and FaZe, but you've already beaten those 2, so technically, as of now, you are standing ahead of them in that regard. You're talking about the aspiration of continuously being on main stages, but I want to dial it back and talk about this weekend particularly, and what was going through your mind when you were looking at the fact that you're playing FaZe and you're playing Furia back-to-back. That preparation that went into it must have been a lot, because we've seen that in the depth of gameplay that we saw in the last 2 days. Is this something that we will continuously see? Is this a preparation that will continue to happen for every single team? Or do you think you can take a little bit of a breather now that you have kind of like slayed the Titans?
No, we're going to probably do the same, because that's the way we worked since the qualifier for AWC going further. And we're going to keep doing that because it's the way that we feel more comfortable going to matches. And especially here in Brazil, you can't underestimate anybody. We lost our spot to the major to E1 that nobody thought was going to beat us. And right now, I think those teams like E1, Vivo Kid, BD, all those teams, I think they are better in the second stage, as we are too. But I think everybody is growing to be better. So if you make any mistake these guys are not so good, you're going to get punished. It's a best of 1. So you never know.
That's a really good mentality to be heading into it for the next of the stage. Thank you so much for the time of the interview. Yeah. Enjoy your very successful weekend, and we'll see you again next week. Bye.
Bye.
This is actually quite an interesting point that he brought up, where it's like, it's Brazil, you can't underestimate anyone because you will be punished if you do so. And that was a little bit of a topic of conversation that we had earlier today, FaZe, when it came to Viva Keys and going up against E1, and E1 actually being able to secure that spot. Because now, if we're being completely honest here, the fact that they were able to take down FaZe as well as Furia, W7M is in such a good spot to potentially even be #1 heading into playoffs on those standings.
Yeah, of course. I mean, best of ones they're not really forgiving. If you lose a best of 1 here and there, that's fine. But eventually they catch up to you. Every point matters, and you never want to find yourself at the bottom of that leaderboard going into playoffs and not even having a chance to play in playoffs. So obviously beating 2 of the teams that are going to go ahead and get more wins under their belt just makes you accumulate way more points faster, and it puts you in a really good spot. And so I'm happy that he said that they're not going to really worry about that too much. They're still going to go into next week prepared and putting in as much effort as possible because it makes them play better. And I absolutely agree. Not only when you know what you're going to do, but what everybody else on the team is going to do. It makes you a lot more comfortable because you know all of the variables that could happen, where you got to go if something goes wrong. And obviously we saw that W7M, there was a lot of rounds that went wrong and it went close together, but they were always able to find their footing and bring rounds back, and close the map out.
I think as well the fact that this was such a back and forth up until it wasn't. For the side of Furia, to me, it brings the question of what necessarily might have gone wrong here. Because, I mean, we're talking about Furia, and this is a roster that heading into this game, they were very confident about it. And as we said, a lot of teams have put a target on their back because of those back-to-back international successes. But if you're looking at Furia and how they approach this game, what do you think was missing there?
Well, I think it really came down to more specifically the attacks, because when we saw W7M attack, it looked like they would set up and then they would 3-2-1 go. And in that setup, Furia would get some picks. They would get an advantage for their defenses, but their defenses got overwhelmed. But on Furia's attacks, it didn't look like it was as coordinated as W7M. They were obviously entering the map, playing slow. And what are they relying on always? I mean, they were the #1 stat for it. They're relying on the kills and finding those frags. And when it comes to a map like Labs, that's not always going to win you the round. And a lot of those crucial rounds, especially later in the game, came down onto the shoulders of Dots, where he's just posted up in the site. There's 30 seconds left. And what are you going to do when you're Furia? You have to just run into the site. And Dots was there every single round in the second half of that map. He was just always there in the site, just farming up those kills. And so I think it really came down to the attacks. If you're Furia, you have to just make sure that you're not always going to be able to shoot your way through problems. Got to lock down those attacks.
Yeah, I want to talk about the stats as well coming out of this game. You're already touching upon Dots, particularly being one of the players that had a really, really good game. But it feels like from the side of W7M, very much a team effort coming into this. It didn't feel like there was a singular player who wasn't necessarily pulling their weight.
Yeah, of course. Everybody on the team was doing really well. Their roams, even if Lobin wasn't able to find some kills, I mean, we saw that one round where he was in Garage where he shot somebody in the back and ended up dying. And even if they weren't able to find kills on these lurks, they were still being very persistent and pestering Furia. And they were always keeping them on their toes, keeping them split up. The way that they were able to hold down every single staircase, like cargo stairs and garage stairs, it was very difficult for Furia to ever have a situation where they could 2 or 3-on-1 one person. W7M was always there with a backup player for a trade, and as soon as the pinpoint position was lost, W7M would just run back to site. We did our job, we stalled our time, let's hold the site. And that's where a lot of those rounds fell down to, was just the site players in site. They have everything they need. 30 seconds, 2v2, more often than not, they're going to win it, and more often than not, they did today.
Now let's talk about the MVP as well. I mean, while we were watching this game, you were saying Dots was going to be getting that MVP, and you called it right with the way that he's been playing today and just the numbers in general that he's put up. He should be proud.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing that secondary support role, so he's not necessarily the hard support. We see the Mav and the Warden, so he's usually going to be that flex position where he's in the site, but if his roamers need help, he goes to help them. If his site player needs help, he falls back down the site. And then on attack, he's usually using his utility to open up walls, open up crucial angles. But then once it's open, he can turn into that headhunter going for those kills, or he can play slower and play for the plant, for the cover. So he's doing a little bit of everything. And today he was set up perfectly. Like we said, it was a team effort, and they were setting him up perfectly in those positions that he needed. And every single time he came through, I don't think there was a round that was on his shoulders that he did not carry.
Yeah, and that also impacts the standings because W7M is another team that has now won 2 games in a row alongside E1. And this does push Furia a little bit further down because they only get the 3 points that they had from yesterday. Weren't able to push this one all the way to OT, but W7M sitting nice. They have 5 points in total, and if anything, if I was them, I would not be as worried for the rest of the stage, just considering the teams that they have already gone up against and what they've shown us so far.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to make sure that you're securing that top 6 finish. And yes, they have gotten really close to making sure that they won't fall below that. But obviously, we heard it from Lobin specifically. It doesn't matter what position they place in. They want to win. It doesn't matter what team they go up against. They're not going to underestimate them. So when a push comes to shove, they're obviously going for that first to second seed spot. And that comes with a whole nother bag of issues. Even though you are one step closer to making that major, it doesn't mean you're guaranteed, and you could still lose out and not even qualify for the major. So they're keeping a very level head, which is nice to see, especially from a team that considers themselves within the top 4 making majors. One thing that Logan said that I really loved was, even if we don't make the major, we're always going to be in the matches contesting for those major spots. And that was some really nice humility to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was them done and dusted for this weekend, but we still have 3 more games to go. The next one coming up is going to be MIBR, and they're going up against NIP. Looking at MIBR and NIP, I feel like NIP yesterday against Liquid, they had a really good performance. They were really trying their best to clutch some of these points out, but weren't necessarily able to do so. However, then you're looking at MIBR, and if anything, it felt like we didn't see as much as we were potentially expecting from them in yesterday's game.
No, I mean, both teams took a loss yesterday, but looking at MIBR, you're right, it wasn't as nice as NIP. If you're NIP, they have gone through their trials and tribulations and have been at the top with the organization and now have fallen into a spot where they're very stale. And so seeing them yesterday was very refreshing, and it's nice that they've been able to get a player like Fantasy, who actually was on MIBR at the start of the year and then left right after the Invitational. He'd left MIBR in a really bad spot, and obviously MIBR's standings in stage 1 showed for it. It was pretty low. I believe they ended up finishing 7th. NIP didn't have Fantasy at that time, and NIP ended up finishing at 9th. So both teams are really trying to find some footing going forward, and they're both in way better positions than they were in stage 1.
Yeah, let's look at the head-to-head as well in terms of the players that we want to look forward to and build up going into this game. We're going to be looking at Rare and how he matches up going up against Cons. And I think looking at this from a perspective of stats purely, Rare is in the lead here.
Yeah, Rare is in the lead. I mean, if you would ask me what player that I think is more impactful when it comes down to being on the moment, I really do think Cons is a player that does a little bit of everything. Rare statistically has been playing better. Obviously, MIBR has performed a little better than NIP, but NIP has just went through a full restructuring since picking up Fantasy. And so there's a lot of new, a lot of fresh when it comes to NIP. And so Cons is a really good support player. There's not much that he has to change. He's always doing his job. Whereas Rare, I feel like he's coming in now to MIBR. This is his recent that he's joining. And so he is outperforming expectations, whereas Cons is the expectations that NIP is trying to improve as well.
Looking as well at the maps, particularly for both of these two teams and what they're comfortable with, is there a particular middle ground you think that they would be settling on today, or you're expecting them to settle on at least?
When it comes to NIP and MIBR's maps, I feel like they're a little bit different. I really think that NIP wants to go for very big, very roam-heavy maps, obviously with picking up Hates as well. Like, he's able to kind of be that middleman in the position. So the new players that NIP has brought on is livening up the team and making them a lot faster pace, whereas MIBR is always going to be at a consistent. They're very fast, always going forward and just trying to keep it. They're trying to improve going forward. A map that I'd expect them to go through is, maybe like a labs, maybe like a clubhouse, potentially just keeping it towards the bigger maps.
Let's have a look at the map veto and see whether or not, your prediction or expectations are going to be met this time around. I think as well, looking at both of these teams, I think Clubhouse, as you mentioned it, I would not be surprised. We've seen that multiple times already throughout Brazil, but it's already banned, so it's going to be Consulate. If I remember this correctly, this is the first Consulate that we're seeing here in Brazil so far this stage. I could be wrong, but I'm like 95% sure.
Yeah, you might be correct.
It is. I'm right. Let's go.
Nice. I mean, this is a perfect map for them to go to. I feel like from the North American games, Consulate's a really big brawl fest, just slugs being thrown back and forth. There's not particularly one side that favors the other. I'm really interested to see MIBR's newest pickup, Machina, play against Fantasy. I really feel like both players are in similar roles, and they're both coming in very fresh to the team. And this is a map that's really going to put it on display how well they can play against each other, which roam game will be able to catch the other teams off better. I think it'll be a really good level playing field for both teams.
I think as well it would be great to look at the map stats, particularly just because we haven't really seen Consulate so far. But we haven't actually seen them so far, so we're gonna go past that. But either way, you've already touched upon kind of how you're expecting individual players to be matching up against each other. I want to dig deeper into the play style of both of these teams, and when we're going to a map like Consulate, what are the biggest pitfalls that teams can fall into, especially when they have new additions onto their rosters?
Yeah, well, it's a very good defender-sided map, and every single site is playable. And so a lot of teams really no team has really picked out which site is best. Every team has their own mess of, top floor CEO, the basement garage. I mean, there's a little bit of back and forth and leeway when it comes to this map, and it's really untested. So a team like NIP and MIBR on their defensive sides will be the stronger side. And the roam game is that's going to come into question. When you're attacking the basement, are you going to be worried about the vertical play from Piano? When you're attacking CEO, you have to be worried about the vertical play from Piano. So there's many moments where the vertical play and the flanks and the retakes will come into question, and it'll be based off of which team is faster to address.
Let's bring in our casters as well, Parker and Jesse, because both of them had a little bit of a disagreement last time around when it came to which teams they think will be coming out on top on the previous matchup. Jesse, this time around, are we expecting a very happy, agreed relationship here, or do you think you're going to be going opposite with Intero?
I think this one, there's a bit more of a favorite going into it, so I expect that we shall agree, but Parker, always a contrarian, we'll find out. I think NIP should be favored in this matchup. I do think MIBR struggled a lot last season. They had some okay summer results, but I think broadly, NIP, I'm really excited about their new pickups. I think they're looking like a better team overall compared to MIBR.
Parker, speak your truth, because that was like, someone should screenshot that and use that as an emote for their Twitch channel.
Okay, so here's what I will say. Picking up Fantasy and Hates, incredible upgrades for this team. I think that Ninjas in Pajamas' ceiling is much higher, but this was also a basement-dwelling team last stage. I always worry about the fragility of their mental, because the core of this team is still the same. And MIBR might not be world beaters, but they are a consistent team. And as we saw, they gave Furia a run for their money on the last play day. NIP obviously lost to Liquid, but it was a close game. I don't necessarily agree that NIP is the favorite. I will agree with Jesse that NIP on paper probably should win, but I do not think it is quite that lopsided, and I expect a relatively competitive game.
All right, Foxy, I want to have your opinion here, because I feel like Jesse is leaning one way, Intero is leaning the other. Do you want to be Switzerland in the middle, or I feel like you're actually gonna have to come out here with an opinion?
I think the analysts gotta. I mean, there's a reason why Jesse was an analyst before this. Obviously, you're gonna look at the rebuild of NIP and you're going to put more stock in that investment just because of how good they look. MIBR is consistently in the middle. So NIP is trying to surpass that, and with these new players, that'll affect how fast they'll be. I think I'd give it to NIP.
All right, I guess we have our votes in, at least for the predictions. Let us know in chat as well. What was that? I'm going to pretend like I didn't see it. Either way, I'm going to let you take things away, Jesse and Intero, and enjoy this game.
Well, thank you very much. I am looking forward to this matchup because it is the one that I probably have the most questions about out of every single game that we have today, right? MIBR made some roster moves. NIP made some pretty big roster moves, picking up both Hates and Fantasy. These are two players that are really quite terrific and should be able to take over games. Pino is still Pino. Psycho is inconsistent and unfortunately isn't exactly the player he used to be, say, 3 years ago, but he's still a rock and he can still help guide this team. And then you've got Cons just doing Con stuff. So when I look at this Ninjas in Pajamas team on paper, yeah, they absolutely should win. I agree with you 100%. But when you've got a team that can swing from being top 3 to bottom 3 over and over and over again, and as Foxy said, MIBR is consistently in the middle. In terms of odds, I'll take the team that usually is always about 5th than the team that can finish 9th or can finish 2nd.
Maybe I'm just a big believer in these pickups. I really think that Fantasy and Hates coming in is going to breathe new life into NIP. I think NIP will be contesting for a major spot. I don't think I can say the same thing about MIBR. So that's where I'm looking at for this matchup. NIP are looking very, very good. I like their pickup, even though they lost yesterday. So I'm really excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. And like I said, I think obviously for Fantasy, who's playing against his old team now, admittedly, he hasn't been on the roster for a while. He was on the W7M Academy for a little bit here. But if you look at this old MIBR roster, Fantasy was almost always the bright spot. So losing him is going to hurt. MIBR's picked up 2 new players. Yex, who you just saw, is going to come onto this team. You've also got, sorry, let me just go back to pronounce the name. Makina, I believe is how you pronounce it, who also is coming onto this roster. So you've got some interesting changes to MIBR, a team that is at one point was actually a top 4 team in the world when Fantasy was on it. This was a team that made a very deep run at SI just a couple years ago, surprised a lot of people, but that was also amidst where every single Brazilian team was just dominating across the globe. I think Fantasy and Hates are incredibly good players. You know, you saw how good Hates was on Vivo Keystars last stage. You've seen how good Fantasy's been throughout his entire career. When you need fragging power, these are 2 excellent additions to your roster, and I think they will improve Ninjas in Pajamas. The only thing I will say is that this team, again, has that mental problem. I don't know if it's gone. I don't know if the new players will change that, but it's just, you know, old habits die hard. Anyway, we're just a couple seconds away from the match. We'll be back in a second.
Bom, o confronto contra a NiP vai ser difícil, tá vindo forte agora com a nova contratação, com o novo time. A gente teve um bom último jogo contra eles, então acho que a gente ganha.
O MIBR é um time que tá com um estilo de jogo meio peculiar, né, pelo que a gente já treinou com eles, então, mas como a gente já tá esperando esse jeito deles jogarem aí, eu acho que com certeza nós somos favoritos para esse confronto.
Tem que ficar de olho no Hates, o cara é muito bom, tá jogando muito bem desde a Vivo Cage, então tem que ficar de olho nele.
Cara, a gente tem que ficar de olho no Harry, né? Harry ele tem um monte de jogadas mais imprevisíveis, né? Então ele gosta dessas surpreendidas. Ele é perigoso,
Pô, Fantinha, fiquei sabendo que você joga meio mal contra o Harry, hein, mano? Vamos ver se é verdade essa teoria.
Harry, eu não sei que você gosta dessas improvisadas de maluco, mas se der certo, tu vai terminar esse jogo no bolso.
We are at the midway point of our day. 2 matches already in the books, and neither of them were as I anticipated the results would go. I'm not saying the teams I thought would win lost. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that the ultimate way they played in the server differed from my expectations. Given that you've got the new look of MIBR and NIP, especially NIP, significantly upgraded with Fantasy and Hates, I think this is safe to say it's going to be another wild matchup, Jesse.
It should be, and as the operator bans come rolling in, we see 2 of our most commonly banned out friends, Ying and Monty, taken out first.
Bye-bye.
The Ying I expected from NIP. They've played this map a bit, so we have some data. MIBR have never this year played the map against Tier 1 opponents, so lots to uncover, and they're saying we don't want any shields. Monty gone, Clash gone, some respect being shown to the shields players of NIP. Those will both be going out. We could see a smoke here, was what I kind of predicted from NIP, but they have a few different good options. Azami, I was maybe hopeful that we'd see something a little spicier, as we sometimes do on Consulate, but it will be the most commonly banned operator on defense instead. Azami gone, taken off of the board for NIP. So nothing crazy really coming out here. The Clash, probably the craziest ban that we have seen. Clash can be really good on the top floor of Consulate to help deny a CEO execute. One of the biggest problems that defenders have is you can't really make that cross to deny the plant, while a Clash absolutely can. So there's a lot of good ways to utilize Clash on this map. MIBR will take it out, though, so it won't be a problem. And despite the Clash ban, NIP will decide they want to start up on the top floor. This is, by a lot of people, I would say it's the most common bomb site. I don't know the stats on that, but I feel like it's the most common bomb site to see on this map. As FaZe said, there are 4 viable bomb sites on Consulate. They're all very, very good. This is, some people have called this the most defender-sided map in the game. I think I would agree. It can be very, very difficult to attack. It's probably this or Skyscraper in most people's rankings. So we're going to be off to a rough start. Not only are, in my mind at least, NIP the favorites, but they're on the stronger side coming into a map that MIBR have never played in Tier 1 this year.
Yesterday's matchups, by the way, for people who were not watching, which is okay. We don't expect you to watch every single broadcast. That's just a joke we do. You should watch every single one. NIP had their hands full against Team Liquid, who just managed to edge out a victory by a score of 8-6, giving Liquid 2 points to Ninjas in Pajamas 1. And even though it was a victory, even making it to overtime keeps the point differential between them quite close. MIBR lost to Furia on a scoreline of 5-7. Neither of these teams, of course, played Consulate. It was Clubhouse and Bank as the two maps to play. Ninjas in Pajamas have maybe a bit of a reprieve in their next matchup as they go up against Fluxo, but let's see how Fluxo does against FaZe Clan today before we write their obituary. As for MIBR, they start off our show next week going up against W7M, who have looked quite spectacular. So, with all that said, a minute into action, nothing particularly strange about either of these lineups. We see Sentry being brought by the defenders. That's a Nitro Cell and a deployable shield as the secondary gadgets. I suspect they feel they don't need much more beyond that. They've already got quite a bit of utility clear that will need to be done by the attackers. Mute jammers, castle barricades, those things will be major obstacles. Good news, though, you've got a Flores, so those Rotero drones will find incredible value, but will, in most cases, just cancel out one operator, which will be the castle.
I gotta say, I'm a little surprised there's no can openers or anything, but they're going in, I guess. Here comes the plant from Gomez. He immediately pulls off of it. There are some toxic babes, but Rare hits the backside of the site. Nobody expected the Amaru to come in from the admin side. Still, his teammates will bleed out. Pino gets the C4 kill onto Gomez. They have man advantage now. The goo mine slow Rare's attempt, and the castle barricade mute jammer combo will slow bullets. Throughout all of that, they tried for the rush in, but they could not get the angles. It just felt like they made one attempt at the rush, and then they weren't able to find anything off of it. Often on that bomb site, you'll see teams go in and out, bait out the utility. That didn't happen at all from MIBR. They gave it one strong push, and I liked the idea with the Amaru. You know, coming in from that admin side, great opportunity to cause some disruptions, and they did just that. But elsewhere around that top floor, the explosives came out, the stall came out from NIP, and they were expertly able to shut down that rush.
Yeah, it was a very linear execute, but honestly, that's what we find on that bomb site, right? You said they'll go in, they'll go out. Maybe they'll Amaru in, maybe they'll have a buck down below, maybe they'll have somebody watching on another floor, etc. But MIBR just said, you know, we got a couple windows here. We can go through projector, we can go into the actual CEO bomb site, and then you lose your duels, and you've only opened up a portion of yellow stairs. Again, you mentioned it. No can openers. They did not have a hard breacher at all. So what do, right? It's basically, we've got one shot, one opportunity. This is our moment. And then unfortunately they missed. So it was an attempt. And what it does is it will lock console office and meeting room upstairs for at least 2 more rounds, meaning that when NIP goes back to this bomb site, because they will, let's not kid ourselves, MIBR will have an opportunity to maybe change things up and go for something that's a bit more conventional instead of as straightforward as what they did that first time.
Well, here we go, piano bomb site. I like that mirror window going forward. Again, a lot of teams attacking this site choose not to clear the top floor. MIBR have good tools if they want to. They've got the Dokkaebi, they've got the Lion, but they're entering the basement. I don't think that's what we're going to see. They're going to try to hit this from the horizontal angle. They're going to try to get in through lounge, in through lobby, and try to get a plant down while crushing these anchors. A lot of plant spots on this bomb site can be denied from up above, but it's harder than you think, especially if you've got some flashbangs being thrown at these top floor players, especially if the top floor players just aren't looking the right way, as Machina sneaks up the Visa stairs and is able to find the opening pick.
Surprising kill. Fantasy not really having much impact so far. This much touted, highly sought after player who had spent stage 1 not playing on a tier 1 team, and now there goes Hates as well. So both of the new pickups from Ninjas in Pajamas are no more. Oh my.
Slows down after 2 players fall. They've got to get aggressive now. They've got to make some kind of a play to regain man advantage. That's what Pino's trying to do, but he's on a drone. So it's very, very difficult. Instead, Psycho will try to make a move, perhaps. They're not giving up this ground. I like that, but again, it's not necessarily part of the map that MIBR need to clear. They are throwing flashes in. I expect they will be trying to clear through it. There might be a player top yellow as well. That's what they're watching out for. Yes, there is. And the trade comes out. They equalize man count and take the advantage only for a moment. As there's a 2v2. Can Psycho get back to site? He doesn't need to. Hits a beautiful 3K headshot. And now he's in a tough spot, but this 1v1 could be just good enough, except he jumps out. A smart rotation will get him back to the bomb site.
And Bullet can watch as he gets back in. He'll be spotted this entire time, but how does Cons win that one? Goodness gracious, what a play by Psycho. I said he might not be as consistent as he was, but he started off, what is that, 5-0? Quite an impressive beginning for him. And that round started off so well for MIBR, getting that first opening pick onto Fantasy, opening up part of the map. But what MIBR did in that particular round, which was very similar to what we saw in the first round, was they got a little bit too excited. And again, it wasn't that it was a linear execute, but it just didn't really have everybody else in that supporting cast assisting your main push. You stagger in, you don't have information. Ninjas in pajamas know where you are. And the one thing you cannot say about this NIP team is because there are criticisms at play here. But one thing you can't say is that they lack good aimers. Psycho has dominated the best teams in the world at the biggest events and was just a couple rounds away from being a world championship at that SI when NIP was starting their ascendancy. You saw how well they did at the SI that followed that in Paris, becoming world champions. Like this is an excellent team, and they've got tons of experience and they've got great aim. If Fantasy wakes up, if Hates is able to dominate the way that we saw Hates did on Vivo Keatstars, then you're going to have your hands full even more than you already are. Because where is MIBR in terms of gunplay at the moment? It is non-existent through 2 rounds, and it's still early, but if that becomes a trend line, MIBR are going to be exiting this match with a bad result very quickly.
We see a basement bomb site now. They're going to quickly open up the garage, but it's not a rush. Don't get too caught off guard. They're not trying to breach on in and go for an immediate plant. They just want to prioritize this wall, right? I'm a little worried about a Kaid trick. Nah, nothing like that going on. Sometimes with the 2-bra, you can pull that off. It was very close. You see electricity reforming on that wall now. But with the main wall open, now they can try to take a second angle of attack. That could be the top floor. That could be piano. That could also be server. Right now, we see this player lurking up the yellow stairs. If Machina gets a pick on the mid floor, they could be setting up for a really good execute with top control and the garage breach.
Calm before a proverbial storm. As there's the first bullet tracer, just missing Yekt's head. He's worried about a number of different engagements over towards those Visa stairs, over towards Spiral stairs. You got a job to do as Ram. Yekt's cannot get caught. Yekt's has to start opening up that piano floor. Fantasy harassed by the Deimos as there goes first floor control. And oh my! Cons maybe looking for a run out on main door, gets met with an early demise by Bullet. MIBR, the advantage with half the round to go.
That's exactly what you want, but there's one more problem you have to solve. It's Hates on the roam. He could be a really dangerous player. I don't know if they know that he's escaped their roam clear. I think they've got full top control. There are some flashes being utilized on the main floor, and they will have these air jabs for the cutoffs, but Hates, I think, is completely unknown up on this top floor. He could be in a really scary spot. Yeah, look at them. They're going for the track onto the Kaid, which is indicative that they don't necessarily know this player position, and the vert angle comes out. There was a drone just around the corner, but Hates wasn't spotted, so that's going to be an equalization. That means the hatch is likely to stay closed as you have no more hard breach. All of a sudden, this push has been thrown off the rails, and they've got to make something work.
Machina with a shotgun kill on the Fantasy. Fantasy starting 0-3. MIBR now losing the plot as Hates and Psycho get 2 kills back to back. Yext had survived an early nitro cell, so only 6 HP is all that's left. I think, actually, to your point, the drone would have spotted him. The problem was nobody was watching it. Hates taking out Gomez, and now it's just Yext. Again on 6 HP. Ninjas in Pajamas looking like a 3-0 start. A perfect rotation on their 3 defender bomb sites. And Ninjas are back.
We talked about Hates being the most important player for Vivo Keystars throughout Stage 1, and you saw earlier today how far Vivo Keystars have fallen with Hates off of that roster. Now he's moved up in the world, joining NIP, and he's having that impact. Just a devastatingly good player on that aggressive roam game. Usually he likes to play with Fantasy. NIP brought in 2 players that can really speed up their rounds, that can play aggressive, that can be bold and make for aggressive swings. And I truly think that Hates has been one of their best moves. He was negative yesterday. He only put up 9 and 10, not bad stats, but he didn't really have the same impact that Fantasy did. Yesterday it was him really taking the spotlight, getting 16 kills through their first map. Today, it's a bit of a role swap. Fantasy starting a little bit slower, Fantasy starting a little bit quieter, and it is the other new pickup of Hates who has started to take control of this game with an excellent roam up on that top floor, completely catching off guard the MIBR squad.
Yeah, I believe that was Rare talking to the coach Duds. I will have to wait for our handy dandy UI to update above, but we saw the actual in-person conversation. But yeah, my suspicions are correct. That was not a tech pause. That was a tactical pause. And clearly MIBR not enjoying the fact that they have started so dismally. It's not just that you've lost those 3 rounds. It's how you've lost those rounds. Those last 2 in particular could have and probably should have been favoring MIBR, yet small mistakes cost them. You mentioned that drone upstairs in the lobby looking towards CEO. Guess what ended up happening? Nobody was watching it. And that's how you lose your Thermite. That's how you lose Rare. That's how you ultimately lose the round. And it's because nobody was on cams. Now, granted, all 5 players were still alive. It's not like somebody was dead and was on cam duty. But that's a pretty big issue that needs to be addressed. So hopefully MIBR will be able to settle themselves down, get their head in the game, because right now it is the NIP show. And if this continues, we will probably have our fastest match of the day.
Well, NIP, they've won 3 bomb sites on this map. Why not a 4th? They're going for the World Tour to win all 4 bomb sites on Consulate. Now you see there's a very heavy roam game. And again, it looks like there's a missed drone. The logic bomb will come out, so they should hear this Lesion, but it doesn't matter. Fantasy still picks up Machina. The intel lacking up on this roam clear, and he gets a second one too. Bullet on the window falls to Fantasy, and he is having a great old time up here in admin.
And those are 2 huge kills as well. So his first 2 kills, breaking that goose egg, showing exactly why he is a player that has been so highly coveted by teams. Psycho playing that kill angle from down below. And this round for MIBR, Jesse, may be worse than all 3 of the rounds that has preceded it. What do you do in this case? Gomez and Yax combined for 3 kills. The rest of the team has 4. That's 7 kills through 4 rounds of action across the entire team. Structurally, it hasn't been the best, but there have been close rounds that they could have won. If you're dropping the same amount of kills as just Psycho is, who also hasn't died, things are not going well for you. You don't got to be a world-class analyst or color caster to know that MIBR are in trouble.
Yep, this has been a tough game for them, and in the 2v5 with no logic bombs, they have some EMPs, but it's probably not going to do them much good. They're going to bait a little bit. They're going to flash into the top floor bomb site and then walk down Spiral, but that gets caught out immediately by a goo mine. Fantasy's not missing shots today, Parker. That's one thing you can be absolutely sure of. Yex in the 1v5, basically 0 hope in this round. He's likely just going to be wasting some time, although the aggressive players on NIP do appear to be hunting him. It'll be Hates. I told you about this roam duo. It's Hates and Fantasy up on the top floors. That is the reason they were added to NIP, and they are finding those results.
Yeah. You were maybe kind of right. All right. 4-0 to start off this map. And, oh my. Yeah, This is a NIP that I don't even know if we've even seen before. The NIP that existed in 2020. That gave SSG a run for its money at SI. The NIP that then went on to defeat Team Liquid the next year. That Ninjas in Pajamas team wasn't fearsome like this one seems to be. They were a team that played objectives so well. And rightly or wrongly, a lot of the conversation about Brazilian teams leading up to their very first World Championship was that they were all aim, maybe not as much utility-based as they could be. In this instance, this is an all-aim NiP team that we haven't seen before. The 2020 iteration that made it to the World Championship Finals in Montreal controlled the pace of their matches excellently. They used the double TCSG strat of both Goyo and Kaid effortlessly before teams had caught on to how strong they were. This was a team that was on like the cusp of a breakthrough. And honestly, if it weren't for the pandemic, it would have been great to see SSG and NiP battle back and forth. But when you looked at that team, they were almost like meta setters. I can't say that this current iteration of NiP is like that, but this iteration of NiP so far through 2 playdays is significantly scarier. And Liquid don't look like a bad team either, so the result yesterday might be a bit misleading. So far today, MIBR just don't seem to have it in them to match NiP's aggression, and it is costing them.
2 more opportunities to make up at least a couple of rounds on attack before they will swap to the more favored side. This looks like it's going to be an admin side take just based on the operators. We have an interesting engagement kind of in the basement between Gomez and Hates, with those 2 players maybe engaging with one another. Gomez was down on the bottom floor and obviously has great utility to counter the pulse. So that could be something to watch out for, but most of these players are going to be focused on taking admin control. And NiP seem to be aware of this. They're holding their shields. They're playing very strong angles. The biggest problem with admin control is it's very difficult to get past the hallway. Yeah, maybe you can get into admin, maybe you can get into break room, but the crossfire in the hallway can be so good. They're going to pick on a Haste down in the basement somewhere, but the hardest thing for MIBR to do in this game has not yet been done. Watch out for the hallway because the clear is going to be difficult.
Yeah, limiting Hates is excellent. We're 5 rounds in and Psycho has yet to die. Not just MIBR failing to get a full sweep of all 5 players, but Psycho living even when he's playing these forefront, these aggressive roles. And right now it looked like he was side by side with Fantasy. You hear Gumine still getting set up as Fantasy is watching, gets droned out, is expecting a push from Visa, and he's correct. Making easy work of Gomez, and if there's another there, a quick reload. That's a bit of an issue for MIBR, but Machina kills Pino. Bullet dies as well. MIBR with the advantage, but there's Psycho. His 8th kill, no deaths. Finally falling to Rare. Cons will have to clutch, but Machina says, no, that's quite enough. MIBR get on the board finally, and guess what? It's yet another frag fest.
Okay, Rare. Honestly, I like that. Pushing forward, we saw some pretty aggressive players from NIP in the hallway, and they did very well. I mean, they found those picks. You saw Fantasy pushing down the Visa stairs. I do think the vending shield player maybe was a little over aggro, going for a bit of a confident swing there on the side of NIP. But Rare pushes forward, and he's the one that punishes them. Rare, the 22-year-old, has never really been a big standout player for MIBR. Yesterday, he went 4-9. But today, I mean, if he can find his footing, that's his first 2 kills of the game, maybe that can be the spark that gets MIBR back into this game. We talk about how difficult it is to attack on Consulate. They finally have one on their board. One on their tally. I'm looking forward to see if they can replicate that. Credit where it's due to Rare, but they're going to need to be keeping that up, and it's not going to be easy against the Gunners of NIP.
NIP must be very happy with this, not just the scoreline, because at worst you walk away from the first half 4-2 on what you rightly called one of the most defender-sided maps in the entire game. So winning 4 rounds on defense is right where NiP should be, and they did it so early on that it not just broke some of MIBR's mental, I'm certain of it, but it also cost them their tactical pause. The fact that you burned MIBR's timeout this early on is excellent, because that means that if NiP goes on to win 1 round on attack, MIBR will be put in that same miserable state that they were in before, and there's nothing they can do about it. Their coach will sit on the sidelines helplessly while the players have to problem solve on their own. And if you don't have the utmost trust in your IGL and the rest of your team, well, that can ultimately lead to a doom spiral. We'll see, but NiP is in excellent position either way, and there really hasn't been a lot, even in that 1 round of loss, that I would... Oh. Okay, I was going to say there really hasn't been a lot that I don't like about NiP, but Hates being in that awkward spot's not great.
Yeah, Yeah, but I mean, I think they caught him on a drone. They lion scans. They cleared him. This is the roam clear that we needed to see from MIBR 3 rounds ago. Now they're bringing it back. In round 2, this bomb site was brought. The roam game completely destroyed MIBR. Even if they got off to a good start, they all traded out, and the MIBR players ended up in a big disadvantage. We're going to see them attempt to clear the top floor again. It's an admin side push. This is very reminiscent of even just the last round. The flashbangs come out. The logic bombs come out as well. Do they have an answer to the shields? They may not need one. It comes out now. We'll see the movement off from Fantasy. These are the gunfights that will set the stage for this round, and it is Gomez lurking in the main floor that gets the man advantage up to a 5-3.
Really not looking good for Nip, and if MIBR was to mount a comeback, a heck of a good time to do it before you swap to the stronger side. Makina watching Psycho as he attempted what appeared to be a fadeaway impact grenade. It's all up to Fantasy and Pino. 8 kills between the two of them. Makina's woken up. 6 kills for him. That's what MIBR needs. They needed to be able to match this gun skill. They've been doing so quite well. Not a single point of damage has been done to these MIBR players, Jesse. I'd like to repeat that. They have 3 kills and not a point of damage. Now, obviously, that trend line will break as Pino and Fantasy get 2 quick kills. Pino another from above. As his top floor has not been surrendered yet. Both of them are up there, and hold on a second. Pino is just putting on a clinic. It was a 2v5 for Nip. Now it's a 2v1 for Nip. All up to Bullet 1, the one in his name. The same number of kills that he has, he will have to triple his kill count in order to win. But how about a 4K from Pino? Up above, 5-1 the first half. Nip in excellent position to close this out on the second half.
What a fantastic 2v5 from Pino and Fantasy. You saw how both of them weren't concerned about the bomb site. They said, we'll take top floor control, we'll continue to hold up here. They dealt with the rest of the roamers, that were the roam clearers, I should say, that were straggling around that top floor, and then they just played vertical. They had every angle they could have possibly needed, and I really do wish that MIBR had maybe slowed things down a little bit, taken their time before they started jumping into the bomb site. If they had rotated over to the front door, they could have found an entry point that wasn't being watched. MIBR or NIP, they didn't have many angles to actually watch from. You're in a 2v5, you can't watch everything. There should have been an opening to the site, but MIBR could not find it. Huge credit to Pino to find so many picks through the vertical angles, to find those players, to be aware of where they were trying to push in. May have had some great intel and sight to help him out with that as well from his fallen teammates. Just a tremendous 2v5, not only to put Nip up to a 5-1 scoreline, but likely break the spirits of MIBR.
I don't know if I have lost Jesse, but Jesse became a robot and then disappeared. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm dying. I'm not sure.
I hear... Okay, I think we're both okay, Parker.
You are still a robot.
You are a robot to me as well.
We are both robots. Oh, won't be able to bandit trick that away. Maybe no. A quick fall off from Bullet 1 as he doesn't seem very keen to try to keep that wall intact.
And a continued admin clear going on from NIP. Again, lots of pressure coming forward from Nip. We don't see anybody quite in the building just yet. Here we see Psycho enter. Fantasy's in for admin as well. Bit of an interesting push being set up as well. Usually you see the Grim, you think, okay, maybe we're going for a CEO execute, but they've got a lot of players inside of admin instead. I think that's going to be where this execute finishes off. It's where Psycho's brought the defuse kit now. So they're going to be trying to deal with this hallway position just like MIBR were trying to deal with as well. These crossfires, the ability for multiple people to swing from multiple directions, whether that's reception, whether that's vending, whether that's the site, is very, very scary. So we'll see how it ends up going for this execute. All in all from NIP. Still a 5v5 as Gomez takes a ton of damage. And that's going to be him finished off now. Bullet trades Oak 1 onto Cons. Minute 15 remaining. They have not cleared out that much space, but Makina just gives him a pick. Psycho finds the headshot. And that's going to be brutal as we set ourselves up to these final 60 seconds of the round.
Still got all of those Shamika grenades and the fires that will come from the Tachanka. Never mind, Yex just died. And Pino and Fantasy are going buck wild. Rare. Just rare. And look at this. Target acquired. Goodbye. Fantasy securing 1 point for his team, but 2 more well within reach. As Ninjas in Pajamas are clobbering MIBR, the scoreline is 6-1 for the Ninjas.
Really feels like the spirit has been somewhat broken on MIBR. That last round, it felt like they weren't in bad positions, but then some ill-advised swings come out. They wanted to maintain control of the vending hallway. They weren't able to do so as the angles being held by Nip were too strong. So they were able to work a massive man advantage and finish off that execute. NIP have been dominating this game from start to finish, and I think there have been some bright spots from MIBR. You know, it's not been a complete disaster. I've been really liking Machina. He's their youngest new pickup. He's just come up from Tier 2. This is his first time. It's his second game ever playing in Tier 1 Professional Siege. It's good to see him putting up some good frags, absolutely. But all in all, this is the NIP show. And when we're looking at the long-term standings, when we're looking at who's going to make Montreal at the end of the year, I maintain the position that I really think NIP will be in that conversation. They'll be fighting tooth and nail to get a top 4 spot out of Brazil. And MIBR, unless they see some massive improvements, which can happen. We saw it from Beast Coast in Stage 1 in North America. We can see those improvements. Unless we see something like that coming forward out of MIBR, I just don't know if they're going to be in that same combo.
Schedule is up for the rest of the day, as we've got some very exciting matches to follow. Liquid and Black Dragons will be up next. Team Liquid obviously defeated this Ninjas in Pajamas team. As for Black Dragons, they started off with a loss, unfortunately, to E1, who themselves got quite an impressive victory earlier today against Vivo Keydstars. But what's next for these teams? MIBR plays up against W7M to start off next week's broadcast. Ninjas in Pajamas are in the immediate game after that, playing up against Fluxo. Fluxo on social media and in the Brazilian region has been kind of the punching bag for a lot of these teams because of how they have played, but they insist that their roster will pay off. I'm very eager to see how they do up against FaZe later today. An equalization, but now an advantage that goes back to MIBR, as we've only gone in about a minute, and right now, the defense of MIBR is situated so well, but hold on a second here, Hates to the rescue, and he's worked his way into the bomb site, Jesse.
Yeah, could be a bit of a positioning here. There's, again, lots of top floor control being held by MIBR. You can deny plants from above, and Collins with a defuse kit isn't actually in the site at all. It'll be Psycho top floor trying to distract as Hates maybe hunts for Bullet, who is still active on this mid floor, not on the site, obviously. They seem to know where he's at. Opening an angle, Bullet will pay it no mind, just staring at the doorway in front of him and the window to his right. He is under a lot of pressure, and despite, okay, they hit the shots eventually. Bullet for 2 and his teammate for 1. In a flurry of kills, they will close out that round, and you know what, Parker? They're still alive.
They got quite the road to walk back here. But again, they don't have their timeout still. That's the other point that I made early on. It's just, you're toiling, right? You have to hope that you can win a couple rounds, get that mental motivation back, and then use that alongside skill to start winning rounds. Because you can have the best mental in the world, but if you are outclassed in terms of strategy and you are outgunned, no mental is really going to be able to solve that problem. There's too many factors that go into you winning a round. But when teams seem to give up, even the most talented teams in the world, it is very challenging to come back when your own mental is saying, yeah, it's over. So MIBR looking somewhat elated, mostly relieved more than anything, is an okay sign. But Ninjas in Pajamas, round by round, consistently showing that they, right now, are the better team in this matchup. Look at the kills. Pino at 10 kills. Psycho at 9 kills. Cons is in the rear at 3 and 6. Every single member except for Cons of NIP is currently positive. As for MIBR, no player has a positive KD. So a lot of work to be done, but as we've seen in other regions, and as we've seen even here in Brazil, a lot can change in the span of a round or two.
Collins on the hard support roles, he often finds himself with not the greatest of statistics, but doesn't mean he's not contributing in many other ways. NIP, I would say every single person performing through this game so far. They've got to attack on the basement in round number 9 if they want to end this game here and now. It's not really a heavy roam from MIBR. They've got 3 players on the main floor, Bullet, Machina, and Rare, and one of them could be about to be receiving the bad end of a Deimos push coming up from the yellow stairs. He's hunting for him inside of Piano. Will he find anybody out here, though? I don't know if he has any intel. It seems like there's nobody actually holding this part of the map, so maybe no immediate engagements, but as the scans come out, both Deimos and Jackal, these defenders will start to fall on off. They don't want to get into any early gunfights because they know they've got a strong sight hold if this comes down to a 5v5.
Yeah, really just quite an obnoxious pairing of operators to have to deal with, and I don't envy MIBR whatsoever, as Rare was the first one, it looked like, to get spotted by Jackal's Inox. You still got all 3 of those death marks from Deimos. And teams will wisely hold off, use the very final death mark in the post plant. You got to get there first. It is a bit of a gamble. Right now, Ninjas in Pajamas know 3 of those defenders' identities, which means that you can easily mark one of them. Yex reveals himself at Spiral Stairs and will go down and seek salvation and security just past the halfway mark.
Yeah, so this is going to be a complicated execute. You're going to have wall denial going on with the Kaid and the 2 Brow, perhaps on the hatch as well. There's C4s, which are fishing for kills. That's one. There's going to be 2 more in the pockets of Yex and Gomez. And then it's going to be a smoke-planted attempt by Cons. He's likely going to come in the main breach, try to smoke, try to plant. You've got a lot of worries, though. I mentioned the C4s. There's also the Warden that can see through the smokes. There's going to be a bulletproof Insight that can see through the smokes, and those Toxic Babes. It is going to be utility hell as this 5v5 execute comes out. The nades will start to break things open. The soft breach will continue to work. They'll get the hatch. They'll get the doors to yellow. And do they even still have the wall open? It's going to be low on time, too. I don't know if Nip can pull this off.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. It will really just come down to kills. A little bit of fire gets Machina into a bad spot. It's actually the toxic canister that does most of the damage. That's not even a kill that Nip needs, but Psycho's in on the action. Bullet will now attempt to hold the back of the site as Gomez has a more forward approach. That's the first death mark used by Deimos. Khan's attempting the plan, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to stop it. Fantasy eliminates Bullet, Rare dies, and a flawless end to this matchup as you said it. It looked like Nip were in bad shape, and then what happens? They get every kill, and MIBR gets nothing at all. Ninjas in Pajamas, 3 huge points, and challenging E1 and Vivo Keydstars for our fastest match of the day, and challenging Vivo Keydstars and Fluxo for overall fastest match. The new look of Ninjas in Pajamas so far is pretty good.
Multiple rounds there. We're seeing this team of MIBR struggle to stay alive before the actual execute can come out. Little swings, little bits of aggression that they're trying to pull off to maybe give themselves a small advantage before the push comes out. They have strong site setup. They have strong utility. They're not willing to rely on that. They go for swings instead. NIP expertly punishing those style of plays. Really loved what we saw coming out of Nip in that round and throughout the game as a whole. Again, I think this speaks wonders for NIP's chances. Maybe I'm overhyping a win over MIBR a little bit, but I do still think that they're going to be in a strong position through the rest of the stage to contest for a major. MIBR, not the showing that they wanted. I'm glad that Machina showed up. I'm glad that Machina got to show a little bit of what he's made of. He is their brand new pickup. It's his first time in Tier 1. I like seeing that out of him, but not a lot of ways to cut that match, Parker. That was a landslide for NIP.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, NIP came out firing on all full cylinders through those 3 rounds. Again, MIBR had a chance in rounds 2 and 3. It was small, but the chance was definitely there. And I think once they had to call their timeout, it was too late at that point to really slam the brakes. The thing for Ninjas in Pajamas is that their schedule is very interesting moving forward. They play Fluxo next week, and then their final matchup of the weekend is against E1. We'll see if E1 is the real deal, because if not, if E1 is just still that kind of flash in the pan, you've got MIBR, Fluxo, and E1 to start the season. Yeah, you obviously had to deal with Ninjas in Pajamas, but these could be 3 teams that end up in the bottom of the standings. Nip was there last season. Nip last stage was at the bottom of the standings too. So if Nip is able to secure 3 relatively easy victories over teams they should win, that will definitely put Nip in an excellent spot to close out the stage against much harder competition, because after that, They've got FaZe Clan, they've got W7M, they've got Furia in 3 of their final 5 games where things could be kind of tough. And that's ultimately what will determine whether NIP makes it into the top 6 and fights for a spot at the Montreal Major. So we'll see. Good luck for them. But for MIBR, what do you even do there? That's the real question, Jesse.
You know, I think you've got to go back to the drawing board for MIBR. I think you got to look at how you were playing some of those defenses. Again, consulate attack can be hard. It should have been a 4-2 split, right? You said they could have won rounds 2 and 3. They should have won round 6. They had a 5v2. They had everything in their power to close things out, but it just felt like they weren't able to hold on to advantages. I think locking down rounds where you should win when you're in the strong position and not just throwing your bodies away, not getting a little ahead of yourselves. Maybe the communication needs to be better. It's tough to say what's going on internally, but that's clearly been their weak point on MIBR. I think their early rounds were okay. That's a building block that you can grow from. Sometimes they were putting themselves in good positions, but then the last 30 seconds of every round, it just felt like it was falling apart. So I want to see them address that in weeks going forward. It's a long stage. Yeah, week 1 didn't really go the way they wanted. I believe they got 0 points. They lost 7-5 yesterday. So maybe not where they wanted to be after 1 round, but we've seen teams bounce back before. Beast Coast did it. MIBR aren't really Beast Coast, but it has happened. So, you know, it's a long season, and if they can make those adjustments, it's still winnable for MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, not all hope is lost, but we're now past the halfway point. Only 2 matches remain today, Jesse, and they both should be maybe unpredictable. Liquid, Black Dragons, up next. See you in a second.
Passou um drone. Dá fodil no air jab para evitar a rotação. 45 segundinhos, Getalha.
Será a zica do OT, meu amigo?
Não sei. Será que a VKS acordou agora? Vem pra cima. A gente vai vendo granadinha de impacto. Tava desconfiado provavelmente ali de um drone. O Lenda sofre dano, trocou de novo, caiu. O Raps consegue uma bela eliminação. Do outro lado pelo air jab, acaba caindo, surpreendido, foi na armadilha. Ainda assim, olha o Fluxo acordando pro jogo mais uma vez, Getalha. No 2x1 agora. Vamos ver quem leva. Fluxo conseguiu manter a vantagem numérica. Tá difícil, esse ponto cego pode ser ruim. Vem pela sua esquerda também mais um jogador para tentar enganar. Direita, agora trocou. Luke vem para uma triple kill. O Fluxo consegue levar finalmente um mapa, um jogo.
Watch out.
These are dangerous times. At least that's what I hear. The Empire? They're everywhere. But the world here belongs to the syndicates. If I want to survive, I have to play their game. Looks like I'm all in.
She's in here somewhere.
On second thought, I'm out.
There she is.
I've been held back my whole life. And now, I just need a chance to finally be free. Wherever that takes me.
I'm here to offer you a way out, okay?
Get off my ship, Jalen.
Give me a chance. You're gonna have to trust me. It'll be dangerous, risky. But if you pull this off, you'll never look over your shoulder again.
The underworld shows no mercy. But it's a big galaxy out there, and I'm gonna risk it all.
Star Wars Outlaws, coming 2024.
Welcome back to day 2 of Blast R6 Brazil Stage 2. We're halfway through the day and we have another win on the board. This time around from the side of NIP going up against MIBR. We initially thought this was going to be a close game, but it wasn't. NIP coming out on top after yesterday. Chubs, thank you so much for joining for the interview and congratulations on the win. What is the morale like right now? Because you've managed to get quite a few points on the board this weekend.
Hello, everyone. Honestly, we thought that they wouldn't pick Consulate because we played a lot of Consulate in the Brazilian Super Cup and we just won them all. And I think we haven't lost a Consulate in practice for a long time. And it was a really surprise for us because of that. So, like, we didn't thought when the Consulate showed up that it would be a tough game. So, and from yesterday, the morale was pretty damn good for us because we played well. We had a lot of technical issues. So, and that just like cost a few rounds in the game, basically. So, like for today, we were like just fine. Say, okay, we are playing very good. We are playing very well. So we are a pretty good team right now. We are in a good spot. So, like, just chill, focus on the next match, do our jobs, and secure the win.
That sounds great. And obviously, you guys had a really good performance today on Consulate, and the map really fits into your guys' fast and sporadic play style. Are we looking to see maybe you guys play like slower pace maps? Have you guys been practicing just one play style, or you guys have like a different tempo switch to where you guys can, you know, show slowness and turtles, or is it just going to be fast paced for the rest of your games this stage?
I think it depends, like this new roster with this new formation, especially with Fantasy, we can switch up, we can change the pace, whatever we want. So, like if you see us from like 1.5 years ago, we were a more slow-paced team, a more turtle team, and if we just stick to that, the teams already know, and it's not just effective as we can like now we can like play really fast with especially with Fantasy. We can play like a mid-paced round. For example, I think we did in the piano round. and we can play. We still were very good playing turtle. So like when we have this mixed up, it's easier for me and for the players, especially during your pause, to organize how we want to play. You know, and it will be more difficult for them to read us.
It sounds like you guys have a game plan, maybe a little different than what we're used to from the side of NIP going into this stage 2. When I talk about the 2 new pickups that you've had as well, when you're looking at Hades, when you're looking at Fantasy, how has it been getting them accustomed to the rest of NIP?
Oh, it was really easy. Like I personally, Psycho, Pino, were already friends with Fantasy for a long time. Like we just played a lot of international tournaments with Fantasy back when he was in Furia, so we know for so long time. And Hades, it's if you check like the past year, the past 2 or maybe 3 seasons, he was like top 3 players in Brazil. So when you have a new guy that is on the top 5 players, you know him, you know, like you chat with him, you try to learn with him. So, and then my analyst, he came from Vivo K, the former team from Hades, so he was already friend with Hades, and introduced him to the group easier. So the bonding was really quick. The 2 of them, both Fantasy and Hades, they talk a lot, they play a lot, they like to mock each other's around a lot. So it made it easier for the rest of us to like bond with them. And they like bring a lot to the table, a lot of different play styles, different paces, different ideas, and this kind of game plans is more what I like to do than what we used to do in the former roster that was more like locked down, you know. So like I'm really happy with this.
It sounds really exciting, and I'm really looking forward to see what you guys are going to be bringing throughout the next of the stage. I mean, we've seen some great gameplay so far, so I hope you guys enjoyed the rest of your week, and we'll see you again next weekend.
Okay, thank you everybody. Next time I will teach you my boys how to speak English so they can come here more often.
Thank you, that would be amazing. Yes, we would really appreciate that, but enjoy your weekend. Bye.
Thank you guys too.
Oh, that is so sweet. Hey, you know what? More English speakers for interviews. That would be great. But still, I think in general, it sounds really exciting what we're going to be seeing from NIP. If anything, like yesterday and today were a couple of glimpses of what we can be expecting from them. But I want to look at the highlights for today as well, for this game particularly. I mean, there wasn't a lot, if I do say so myself, coming through from the side of MIBR. But NIP, I'm impressed.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jesse highlighted it. What we saw from Makina was nice. It was short-lived, and everybody from MIBR didn't have the impact that we think that they wanted to. And of course, Chubbs put it bluntly. I mean, you took them to Consulate. It's a very good map for NIP, and they showed it. They showed exactly why they picked up Fantasy. I mean, the roam game was phenomenal from everybody on the team, not just him. They were like rats all over the place. It was so difficult to have a handle on them. They just constantly kept rotating and constantly kept retaking positioning that MIBR would take. And there was just no real step for MIBR to grab anything and hold on to it. They just kept slipping it and letting it go.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one way to put it. And I think NIP particularly are probably very happy with how this went. I mean, if the conversation that we've just had with our coach is any indication of what we're looking forward to in the future of Brazil, I am very happy and I'm very excited to see these changes take place. And if anything as well, like this is only day 2, so if teams are still adapting, learning a little bit, getting into the groove of things, because yes, they've already played against each other in the Cup of Brazil, but this is a completely different beast, right? Because this is the main stage that qualifies you for that major, so there's a little bit extra pressure on their shoulders, but they're dealing with it really well.
Yeah, for teams to watch this and take away from NIP, it's that they're very elusive on the roam. They're all about retaking, and there was a lot of times where they made very risky and dangerous plays, retaking the 3rd floor, retaking the basement, just constantly wrapping around. But they did it all as a team all over the map to just have calculated chaos. And that's exactly what you can see from their statistics, is everyone was really putting up numbers, specifically Psycho, which with the 2 new pickups, after the 3rd round, he was already 5-0. So to see the oldest player on the team kind of just bounce back like that and start his team off hot, obviously makes a lot. It it adds a whole lot of relief to the new players that, hey, you just got to go around, do your job. I've already gotten us the first couple of rounds, and like if you need to rely on somebody, you can rely on him.
Yeah, that's something as well that we're seeing today from the side of Pino particularly. He's definitely had that incredible performance in the 7-2 matchup, to say the least. Like, NIP looking comfortable, more and more comfortable as these games go on. And of course, he's going to get that MVP because, what can we say? 11-3 KD is pretty impressive here.
Yeah, and it was really good. A lot of their kills, Pino specifically, a lot of his kills really came from just doing their job. They were just able to hold down so much position on Consulate, and whenever they would get that first pick away from MIBR, MIBR's response was to just keep adding more fuel to the fire, keep roaming around individually. There were so many times we saw MIBR just somebody trying to crouch walk through a doorway or crouch walk through a floor and no information, and then there's Pino, there's Psycho, there's Fantasy, just somebody shooting them from an angle that they weren't expected, somebody shooting them from an angle that was unprepared. So NIP played very well. MIBR, it was very lackluster, but there's definitely some positive takeaways for both teams to go home with.
Yeah, absolutely. And for NIP, they also get to take some points home, which impacts the standings once again as we are past that halfway point of today. I think with them as well, winning this in a 7-2, I mean, of course, they're going to get the full 3 points on top of the 1 point that they had yesterday from pushing Liquid all the way to OT. They're sitting on 4. I mean, the standings are shaping up nicely. We still have 2 more games to go for today, at least. But so far, you know what? I'm impressed. I did not think this team was going to be on top.
I mean, they're definitely a dark horse in the race, and I mean, I'm sure NIP's happy seeing themselves so high up there, because last stage, I believe they ended in 9th. So obviously going from 0 to hero, even if it's just for the time being, it's obviously going to be very refreshing to see you not at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, but that is us done and dusted with the MIBR NIP game, which NIP takes for the win. We're going to be heading into the 4th game of today, and that is going to be Liquid against Black Dragons. Now, this is a really interesting matchup here because Black Dragons yesterday put up a fight against E1. Liquid was definitely trialed and tested by NIP yesterday as well, so I'm expecting, or at least hoping, for this one to be a little bit more of a closer affair than what we've just seen from NIP and MIBR.
Yeah, and I mean, Liquid last stage 1, didn't have a hot stage until they went through the lower bracket. They were able to make Manchester, and it looked like a whole new team through the LCQ into Manchester. But during stage 1, Black Dragons actually beat them. Black Dragons actually had a win over them. So I know there's a lot of frustration right now on the side of Liquid to make sure that they start off this stage hot, because they don't want to have to do the same difficult run that they did in stage 1.
Yeah, Liquid as well is a roster that we've touched upon quite a few times. I mean, at this point, they are a bit of a staple when we're looking at Brazil particularly. They are a team that does manage to continuously and consistently make these internationals, but it's really that final hurdle of getting a title under their belt that they will continuously strive to get.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, Liquid's been around for a while, and the last time that Nesk won was all the way back in, I believe it was year 3, season 1 or something like that in Atlantic City. So that is a blast from the past. And Black Dragons, the players here, I mean, Ask was previously on Liquid. So, I mean, there's a lot of just, not negative animosity, but there's a lot of tension in this matchup because Black Dragons beat them last stage. Liquid is obviously trying to start off right. Ask is previously from Liquid. So the tension right now that's going to be in this matchup is very exciting.
Yep, and I think as well the players in this matchup, of course, are going to be very exciting, particularly here for this head-to-head. We're going to be focusing on Palu and how he matches up against Hornet. I think both of these players are phenomenal in their own right, but when we're looking at it from a stats perspective, there is a little bit of a discrepancy.
Yeah, I mean, to have as close stats if you're Hornet, which I think Kino told me his name was Hornet Tau, so I don't necessarily know if the Tau's there or not, but Hornet, I mean, the plants to 0 plants on top of having as close of a KD is just, oh my God, it's insane to be able to put up that level of plants and also perform in the KD department. Whereas, not to take anything away from Paula is a flex player. That's not his job to go get those plants, but it's really highlighting how well Hornet is in this matchup, and just he has to keep his performance going into this next stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's hopefully what we're going to be seeing from both of these teams, because this should potentially be a little bit of a closer matchup. I want to talk about the maps as well, particularly in regards on the map veto, in regards to what we're expecting these teams to be comfortable on these best of ones. I mean, it is only day 2, so we can't really necessarily say which team is which team has their comfort on which map. But I feel like we're kind of going back and forth between similar maps for the last couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid definitely came into their own towards the LCQ into their Manchester run. Obviously, they're very comfortable with any kind of map that's coming in their way. They played a variety of maps in Manchester, and opposed to stage 1. Stage 1, it looked like they struggled on the big open-oriented maps like Bank and Labs, just because they just weren't all on the same page when it came to attacks. But they really nipped that in the bud during their Manchester run, and that's something that I hope that they maintain going into this stage, just because obviously they looked really good and they are a very big fan favorite team. So to see, don't want to see them revert into their old ways.
Yeah, I think as well, looking at a team like MIBR, I am not expecting any, looking at a team like Black Dragons, I'm not expecting anything too crazy to be coming out. I would be surprised if we don't go to a map that is, oh, well, never mind. The map veto is already up, so I'm not even going to finish that sentence. I see it is going to be Bank. Pretty sure we've seen that one yesterday as well.
Yeah, we did. I mean, that's very interesting. I know Black Dragons is a team that I feel like they're good at most, but not great at that much. They're very good. They're a very good default, a very good starting point, middle of the ground team. But Bank is a map that they're very, very good at, as opposed to Liquid. Like I just said, Liquid struggle on big maps, or they did struggle on big maps. They need to make sure that they're maintaining their time. They have very big, explosive individual performers on the team. And when they first picked up Maya, it was all about those explosive kills. And it wasn't so much on the strategy department. They were able to fix that and revert it back. But if there's a map that could definitely shake things up for Liquid, it would be Bank.
I think as well, I mean, just at the stats, particularly the top performance being Black Dragon, that is really something to keep in mind, because they're going to be going up against Liquid, and you'd already touched upon the fact that they're not necessarily the strongest when it comes to these more open maps. Jesse, you used to be an analyst. I'm going to put you in the analyst seat here, and I'm going to ask you, do you agree? Why is Intero already shaking his head? I haven't even asked the question yet. Come on.
He wants me to fail.
Ask it. Ask the question.
I asked Jesse, do you think this is a favorable map for Black Dragons here?
And you want me to answer it. You want me to know. You want to know if Bank is a good map for them. Jesse's the numbers guy. I'm the feels guy. You're asking the wrong person the wrong question here. Because I'm going to say maybe.
She asked me, Parker. You just jump it in.
Parker, are you okay? Do you need a minute? Do we need to breathe, everyone?
Parker feels like jumping in, I guess.
Yeah,
he's the feels guy.
But Jesse, go ahead.
Listen, I think that Black Dragons are a fine Bank team, I'm sure. I was just looking at the stats. They went 4-2 this season so far, so they're not bad at Bank, but I do think Liquid should be favored here. I think they're also an extremely good Bank team who have won it many times at the highest level, especially in Manchester. So this is going to be a tough game, I think, but, you know, it's one where it's the least familiar territory from Black Dragons, so hopefully we see something good out of them.
Awesome. I appreciate the stats and the insight. And Intero, you wanna add on to that a little bit?
No, I mean I don't have the same map stats that Jesse does, because like I said, I'm the vibes caster. Jesse's the numbers guy.
What's the vibe?
But I will say this much. I mean, Black Dragons is a team that is inconsistent, to say the least. I think you could also say the same about Liquid, but at a different level, right? Like, Liquid is inconsistent, but they are typically a top 5 team. It's just whether they look like a #1 team or a 5th overall team. That's kind of their window. Whereas a team like Black Dragons never really looks like a team that can crack the top 5. They always look like their ceiling is like 4th or 5th, and then they're sitting somewhere around like 7th, 8th at the lower end. So you've got two teams that battle consistency issues, but clearly Liquid are a cut above based on both international results and domestic results.
So it feels like we're all in agreement then that Liquid is probably going to be able to take this one home. I think then the question remains, no, Foxe is shaking his head. Okay, give us your 2 cents. You feel free to butt in as well.
Oh, I mean, I was definitely with Parker on the part of Liquid having inconsistency issues, and Jesse's right. They did play a lot at Manchester, but it's something about when they come home and they're in their domestic region, they just don't show up the same that they do when their backs are against the line, and I think Black Dragons is more favorable on this Bank map. I'll keep it short.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to have to figure out whether or not one of you guys is correct. So I'm going to let you take it over, Jesse and Intero, and enjoy the 4th game of today.
Just Jesse, that means you have to start speaking first. You said your name first. That's how it works.
Sorry, I'm new to this casting thing, Parker. I've been on the desk for 4 years. Well, here's what I'll say, okay? Because what we did see, Fox is right. Liquid started off really cold in stage 1. Domestically, they did not have a good time whatsoever. But a big reason why they didn't succeed was because of resets. In week 1 of stage 1, resets put up an astounding 4 kills to 19 deaths. He basically didn't exist. Liquid were 4v5 for the start of stage 1. Yesterday, resets went 13-8. He has tripled his kill count from the first week of stage 1 just in the first day of stage 2. So I don't think Liquid are off to the same rocky start that they had in stage 1. At least I hope they won't be. Obviously, time will tell. If they do lose to Black Dragons, then maybe we do start being concerned about that once again. But, I mean, Liquid are Liquid. They're a top 6 team in the world at bare minimum, arguably punching even higher than that. They've been top 4 at like a bunch of events recently. So I really do expect them to come out and dominate against Black Dragons. It is kind of a fun matchup because we do have Black Dragons being led by Ask, of course, who was played the majority of his professional career on Liquid, right up until 2023 when he was then dropped for Volps, who was then dropped for Maya. So we've seen some history between these two teams before. Ask may have a bit of inside intel, but we're kind of reaching back to the history books for that one. It's probably not really going to be that big of a factor. So Liquid should be looking good for this, but it's always Team Liquid. They are inconsistent. It's possible they do lose this.
So, I mean, Jesse, let me tell you something. You said you're new to casting. I mean, you're a great analyst.
Appreciate it.
You're new to casting. Take all of your expectations about Team Liquid and throw them in the garbage, because expectations are just a way of getting hurt when it comes to Liquid, okay? Because Liquid does whatever Liquid wants. And there are many different types of Liquid, Jesse. And in this case, sometimes Liquid doesn't bother to show up. Liquid is frozen solid. Maybe they are a solid, maybe they are gaseous, maybe they are floating away into the atmosphere. But either way, they're not always as fluid as they could be. So for a team like Team Liquid, while on paper they should be the odds-on favorite, don't discredit Black Dragons, and more importantly, don't discredit Team Liquid from snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Obviously, we've seen these teams participate. Over the summer, they played a BO3 to make it to EWC, and Liquid did win that one, so recent historical results will suggest that they will perform. But you're right, Liquid are Liquid, and if there's any team in our 6 history that is capable of tossing this game, it may be them.
I'm very excited for us to get into the server. It looks like from their computer screens, we're just moments out. So let's take you into the matchup.
Cara, jogo contra a BD é um joguinho bacana. Split passado a gente acabou também perdendo pra eles. Mas é isso, acho que a gente é um time muito mais estruturado, muito mais experiente agora, né? Acho que dessa vez a gente consegue vencer esse embate aí.
How do you feel about me taking the
novamente espero um confronto pegado contra os cavalinhos aí, né, poderosa. Também é um time que não muda nada. Tá na hora de vocês começarem a mudar as paradas aí, porque, sério, tá muito fácil analisar vocês. Eu acho que a gente tem que ficar de olho, acho que no Esk mesmo. Acho que ele é uma pessoa que comunica bastante. Quando ele tá muito bem na partida, assim, individualmente ele pode impactar muito. Então eu tenho que ficar ligeiro com ele ali no meio do game. Então, pra ficar de olho, eu vou dar os méritos aqui pro meu mano Palu, né? Ele tá nessa fase bad boy dele aí. Ficar de olho nele. Eu acredito que a gente aprendeu a jogar um pouco mais contra o estilo de jogo de vocês. Então, enfim, nesse split vai ser diferente. Cara, o momento farpa. Farpa é meu coroa, né? Ô, Nescão, abre o olho, hein? Vou te buscar.
Considered a top 6 team in the world, Team Liquid are looking to keep their place with their new roster. Black Dragons looking for a potential upset and to climb up the standings into the top 6 once again. Let's do battle on bank as we roll through the operator bans.
That we do. The Ying taken out first. I'm expecting to see something like a Ying or a Grim first from Liquid, then maybe Monty, Mira, Valkyrie. We've got a lot of results historically from these two teams, so there's a lot to draw from. It will be the Monty from Black Dragons. These are kind of the operators that can get things going on Bank. Of course, these operators like Ying can really make a single room easy to push. A Monty makes an entire map easy to push. Lagonis, also a fantastic Monty player. So taking that out of his hands will be so important. The next operator, I thought maybe Mira. Liquid ban a lot of different operators here. Sorry, Black Dragons ban a lot of different operators as well. It will be the Valkyrie, so I thought that maybe Liquid would take that one out. Both teams have banned it in the past. For the fourth ban, it could be something like a Kaid or an Azami. It will be the Kaid instead. So nothing too out of the ordinary, but certainly with these two teams, they have such a variety of operators that they like to ban on Bank that it was a bit of a mental game coming into this. There was going to be some uncertainties from both teams as they entered into that ban phase. But ultimately, I think they're going to feel pretty good. I mentioned Lagonis liking his Monty, and he'll take the closest thing to Monty on the defense for our very first round. They're going down into the basement on Bank, and he's grabbing the Clash.
Grim's pick rate has been quite high so far today, and maybe not as high as it used to be, but has been emerging quite a lot. Deimos as well, factoring in and fitting that flex role. But just looking at the operator lineups through Brazil today, it's been actually quite fascinating seeing the variation of what is presented on attack. Twitch has not really seen much play today at all. Same with Sens. Hibana, a little bit. IQ, of course. Grim, also yes. So new tools being brought, but we will get a Deimos instead of a Sens. One of the big issues with an operator like Sens is that their gadget is not controllable. So while you have an idea of where they're going to go, that smoke screen, that mist, whatever you want to call it, that projector field that it creates, can often have a mind of its own. On big bomb sites, it's really not as bad. But on smaller bomb sites, especially this one where you have to wheel it through the door and hope that it hits a favorable angle around that bomb chassis, well, you might want to go with something a bit more reliable. Smokes, regular smoke grenades being brought by the Twitch, I guess, is the suitable alternative. And you bring Deimos as a great roam clear for such a big map as Bank.
Certainly, and as we get into this round one, I'm going to give you a little spoiler. We'll likely see the round tick by for another minute or so before we get any action whatsoever. It's a full anchor from Team Liquid. Nesk was kind of playing around main stairs, and Palu is server stairs, so if they are going to try to push in through server, they will be engaging with him in a bit relatively soon, but there's no aggression. There's no roamers to find. There's nothing catching them off guard. This is a bog standard looking for a 5v5 late round execute, depending on how the server stair goes with Palu at the very least. Now, they've got the tuber out to keep things closed and stall out time. They've got Goyo to stall out time. They've got Toxic Babes to stall out time. And they've got the Clash, which we see sometimes being played inside a server. This is not brand new, but it's not particularly effective. Every time I've seen a Clash play server, I think it was in Brazil yesterday, and it did win, but I think it only won off of a team kill. Like, this operator can be a little bit messy inside of server. It's really hard to stay alive when you're playing there on the Clash, because you just don't often have much help once the server stair guys goes down. You will waste some time, and so we'll see what Lagonis can do on that operator. But when you're looking at this bomb site, when you're looking at this defensive setup in particular, you're waiting out the stall game. So keep a close eye on the clock as we continue to tick on down, as the utility continues to stack up from Team Liquid. Watch out for that clock. If they're not going to go for a flood in through the back, it's going to be very difficult to get a plant down from a traditional server execute.
50 seconds left for Palu to use these toxic canisters on the top of blue, and will do so quite well. Bees will go down and give Lagonis' position away. There goes Hornet to Maya as he dropped, and there's another now as well inside the elevator shaft. Flashes will go out, but there is a bunch of flames keeping them at bay, and Nuxco will die to Maya. Maya with a third, resets with one of his own, and that's the final kill coming in so quickly. I didn't even see whose name it was, but that looked like a flawless round as well. We'll wait to get back into it for full confirmation, but yeah, my.
Maya, pretty ridiculous round to start us off. Sometimes those executes just don't go your way. Again, there's loads of utility inside the bomb site. Black Dragons, they push together. Give them that. Like, Maya getting those multi-kills in a row means that, if nothing else, Black Dragons were in position to get those trades. Problem is they just all fell to Maya. Sometimes a player's on a heater, and unless you're on a similar heater, it's going to be very tough to take them down on that. So well played by Maya, well played by Resets. 2 players on Team Liquid that we talk about a lot. Maya being the newest pickup, coming over from Los at the start of the year, and then Resets, as I mentioned, his very poor start to the stage 1 regular season, but a fantastic start here in stage 2. These were the 2 guys that were top fragging yesterday for Team Liquid, and they will keep it up here in round number 1. Yesterday, it was 14 kills for Maya, 13 for Resets. We'll keep an eye on that and see if they can beat their records from yesterday.
I remember getting clowned on by some people on social media and Reddit when, during the Brazilian SI, we kept referencing how good Reset's stats had been over the last year of play for Team Liquid. And Nick, in particular, often cited how good Resets was on that old team with Volps. And while the numbers said Resets was great, Resets at SI was not very good, right? Well, I'm very glad to see Resets bounce back, because with Maya on the team, not only has Maya turned the fortunes of the whole squad around, but he's also been able to get more out of Resets. It's now Lagonis who's actually the worst statistical performer on this squad, and that's right about where things should be based on their roles and based on what Lagonis is bringing to this team. So having players like Nesk and Palu be able to do what they've done their entire careers, add somebody like Maya, who was widely considered to be one of the best gunners for a large period of time before getting picked up from Liquid, and then allowing Resets to also play Resets game, all of Liquid seems to be firing on full cylinders. And well, that first round is just a great example of how they can do when they're all clicking.
Palu's gameplay intrigues me. He's playing top floor with the Echo. He'll just drop down now. They hunted the Nesk with the Deimos, and they'll immediately take Nesk down. Hornet with a 2K to start off with this top floor roam clear, immediately ripping through these roamers. Ask finds one as well, but it immediately gets traded. All of a sudden, they popped a single Deimos scan, and they turned that into 3 kills and a 4th gunfight, which they couldn't end up winning. Hornet Tower from up above will find a 3rd kill into Lagonis. Parker, the round out of nowhere, has devolved into a 1v4.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what has happened, but now Palu is being harassed multiple ways. Logic bombs, Deimos, death marks, just misery for Palu, and he gets taken down very soon after. Not much of a shock for anybody, but either way, a nice bounce back from Black Dragons in what was quite a hectic round.
Yeah, I think that that shows that they're willing to go for these faster roam clears, which is nice. It means that they maybe not be so afraid of Team Liquid. I really wish we got a better look at the Team Liquid overall top floor setup, because it felt like they were doing some interesting stuff with the mirror windows and the yokai drones. They really wanted to play around that information. But man, oh man, that was a fast push on into the top floor where they found a fury of kills. And that's a good sign, right? Because this early round from Black Dragons, if it can be established as a strong point for the rest of this game, it's something Liquid are going to have to really worry about. In round 1, they full anchored. There was no opportunity for early picks from Black Dragons. There was nothing they could have done to get early kills besides maybe just rush the bomb site. But round 2, when that opportunity arose, when there were roamers to find, they dealt with them expertly. So Team Liquid, that's something they got to watch out for. If they can bring some Deimos counters, I know we see the mute on the board right now. That can obviously do good work against Deimos play. That could be huge, but we're just going to have to watch going forward. There is no Deimos on this first or on this 3rd round, but still the Dokkaebi, still the roam clear could be a problem.
Just trying to keep an eye on all of these changes that we witness between the teams in this constantly evolving shift. Ash making her debut in this match. Gridlock making her debut as well. Zophia's first time being played. Dokkaebi and the Ace. Pretty standard stuff. The one thing about Hornetau is that, who goes by Hornet now, and by the way, have we ever sought clarification on that? Because I hear Hornetau still, and I hear Hornet from time to time.
His Twitter and the graphics say Hornet, so I think it is Hornet now.
All right, well, that works. No, I mean, Jonas also never played under Jonas. He always played under Yunski. So, I mean, who's to really know? It's quite a reflex test right now for Gudo. Instead, those Selmas will go off just fine onto that stock trading wall. Ask will get in underneath the bomb site very, very quickly. Both those ash breaches, ash charges, one will go off and open up some of the floor. This will provide discomfort from those players sitting inside the site. Ask, who was very quick to get in, has now been punished by Maya, who's keeping up the hot play that we see. Nesk takes out Gudo. We are halfway through the round, and already there's been 2 fights, both going in favor of Team Liquid.
So I think the goal was they saw the Surya Gate covering the mirror window from Janitor into the bomb site, and they said, okay, well, we may not be able to pop the mirror window with just an ash charge because of the Surya Gate, but what if we go below? We use 1 ash charge, we get the mirror window anyways. And it's a great idea in theory. In practice, you got shot through the floor. So unfortunate coming through from Ask. That's going to happen sometimes. I like the utility that he's being brought out there. 1 kill will go up each way in the midpoint of this round, but still man advantage, heavily favoring Team Liquid. They don't have great positioning. Flashbangs rang out, but otherwise, Ness gets up 1. Florio has a lot to do at this point.
And there's Lagonis to jump on the very final kill. These rounds so back and forth. Not much that you can do. Just the way she goes sometimes. And when Liquid is firing on all cylinders, they are a very, very tough team to beat. But I will say, all of these rounds so far seemingly decided by a very early opening pick.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not surprising. We see opening pick work in these teams' favors so consistently. Black Dragons actually yesterday had a 100% conversion rate on their attacking opening picks. That means they won every round where they got the opening pick on attack. Team Liquid was not quite at 100, but still had very good stats overall. Both these teams expect to be winning 2/3 to 3/4 of the rounds where they find that entry. So we'll have to wait and see if that stat does continue as we enter into our first tech pause of the game. I believe it's tech. Ultimately, though, I do think the Black Dragons have a good start. I mean, they've gotten a couple of good ideas flowing, I think, in rounds 1 and 3, even if it didn't materialize to anything. And in round 2, their roam clear looks really, really good. Team Liquid now needs to decide, okay, when we get back to open area, how are we going to hold that bomb site differently? Maybe something will go wrong. Maybe they'll want to go to Tellers and Archives because it can be a bomb site that teams favor from time to time, even if it is pretty rare. That's going to be a problem that Team Liquid don't necessarily have answers to. But the same could be said for Black Dragons on the top and bottom floors.
Curious to know what the tech issues are. Usually there's an admin standing nearby dealing with issues. I wonder if it has something to do with Palu, as they are currently assembled around his PC. It's been quite a while, so I actually forget in regards to which it was, but there was one PC in particular that was effectively cursed, and it was always causing issues. I think it was on the right side, and I think it was like the 4th or 5th PC. And I just remember it was somebody on W7M always had issues with it back when they were W7M before Furia, and then I think it was Volps or KZ was having issues with it. I can't quite recall. But seems to be something going on maybe with the camera placement of Palu. While we're here, we do have a little bit of time just to talk about upcoming matchups. The next time that we will see these 2 teams in action next week, Black Dragons has their hands full with FaZe Clan, and Team Liquid will go up against E1. We mentioned this during the E1 Vivo Keydstars matchup earlier in the day, and it's if E1 wants to compete for a top 6 spot and prove that their appearance at the Manchester Major was not a fluke, they need to win that matchup against Team Liquid. E1 then play NIP the very next week. They'd also have to win that one, because if not, they're going to end up being the same team that just it ends up being a bottom feeder. They beat up on all the bottom teams. Black Dragons, though, going up against FaZe will be a tough matchup. FaZe Clan consistently look like the best team in Brazil, one of the best teams in the world. But while teams like Liquid, NIP, Furia, etc. have domestic struggles, FaZe Clan never seems to have that problem.
That's true. I mean, I think FaZe have had some rough recent performances, but those have been on big international stages. I think the way they fell out of the last 2 lands they attended was pretty brutal. They didn't really show up and show the best form that they have. Obviously, the 6th Invitational was a great tournament for them, despite maybe not the finish that they wanted. But you're right, domestically, FaZe Clan are a beast. They were completely undefeated throughout Stage 1 in domestic competition. They did not drop a single map in Stage 1 of Brazil. They've already lost the map in Stage 2. They're currently 0-1. They lost to W7M, but that was a close game, and we know how good W7M are. They're now 2-0, beating FaZe and Furia. So I don't think that's the most worrying loss in the world for FaZe. We still expect them to be top contenders. They should still be a huge challenge for any opponents they go up against throughout the future.
We're all back in action. And a much beloved top-down view that, as an aside, I understand why production and directorial directives are a real thing, but I would love more top-down, just very selfishly. But I also understand that I cast the game. I'm not necessarily the one watching, but either way. This is an extended hold into open area. Bottom floor defense, Locker CCTV. This is where Liquid started off so strong. They are bringing a very different look on this defense.
Yeah, it's still not a heavy roam, but you're right. They're extending into this mid floor. They're playing open area. They're playing cafeteria. A lot of trust is being put in Nesk here because if he goes down, a 5v4 early disadvantage, or if Maya goes down, I didn't even realize he was up there too. Inside of servers will go down. Now that puts Maya into a really awkward spot, or Nesk into an awkward spot. Because do you stick around and try to refrag, get another kill, or do you fall back and play the 4v2? They have good site utility, so falling back is not the worst case scenario. But especially with his teammates starting to fall off now, Lagonis has rotated back to the bottom floor. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Nesk to make a very difficult decision. And if he chooses to stay, which it looks like he is, hit some nasty shots.
Izami manages to get away somehow. Nesk a little bit too speedy for Hornet. And there's a reason why Hornet was picked up by Black Dragons. And that's because of consistently performing well in just about every role and every requirement that was asked or made of him. Having a player be able to just do things on their own is a huge boon. Palu is that sort of player. Nesk has been that player before. Maya has also shown that he can do the same. You've got good leadership as well on Black Dragons from Ask, himself a former alumni of Team Liquid. Hitting the 1 minute mark right now, and all these Liquid players have either been killed or cleared off of the main floor. Next steps for Black Dragons, attack the bomb site directly.
Love that Kiba in the site. It's a common one. You'll see it a lot from the zombie players, but it can make the hatch play really, really difficult. No more Kibas in the pocket of Nesk, though, so that will be disposed. Although, so will Ask. Nesk, the Kibas that are still existing will continue to provide value. He gets that pick, and Paulu's hunting for more, too.
Right in the midst of the smoke, there's Palu. Lagonis, hold on with two. Where were Nuxka and Hornet that the Echo could do such damage? Lagonis only had one kill before. That's reset, spotted out by Gudo, who now gets a two-piece of his own and will hunt for more down through the corridor. Nesk has been pushed off of his position by the bees, but Gudo's been dropped. Florio in a 1v2, and look at that. Paulu's done the old reversal, the old switcheroo. Is Gudo retrievable? That's the question. Florio taking an awful lot of damage. Palu, the stealth drop. Nesk is still up, by the way, but Palu will get both of the kills to end the round. And despite the lengthy tech pause, nothing has slowed down Liquid as they are still in the driver's seat.
Liquid are such an experienced team. They're a team that have been around for so long, and specifically they've played together. The core of this team, especially with Nesk and Palu, have been around for so long that they just have an insanely deep strat book. And you see that, right? The first round on defense, they go full turtle, they go full anchor. It works super well for them. The second round, they do a bit of an extension, and yeah, you know, opening pick goes the way of Black Dragons. Fantastic, great job. But then from there, they continue to perform well. Nesk almost got caught inside of open area. I think if they were a little bit faster and got that pick onto Nesk, they would have been in a good position to convert that round. But Nesk gets out. And then you saw the damage that the Azami did inside of the bottom floor. It doesn't matter the style that Liquid want to play. They can be so, so good with it. And so it makes it very difficult for a team like Black Dragons, who have a lot less experience, who are still a lot younger players. Even if Ask is very experienced, the rest of these players don't really have any international experience at all. for them to be coming up and trying to counter-strat a team like Team Liquid is very, very difficult. And going forward, I bet we're going to continue to see brand new strats be pulled out, and there it is. I asked if we'd see this bomb site because open area went so poorly for Liquid, and they will deliver. Welcome to Archives and Tellers.
I dig it. I dig it very much. Every single bomb site. And I mean, most maps are set up in a way where while some bomb sites are weaker, most bomb sites are playable. So it's not the end of the world when a team goes to something a bit unconventional. We saw that bedroom bathroom bomb site earlier today on Skyscraper. Yeah. It is holdable. We've seen a whole bunch of bar stage suddenly showing up for Clubhouse as well. You know, not every map needs to be like Cafe where you can go to all 4 bomb sites. You know, yeah, maybe Border, you're not going to see custom supply that much. That's fine. But most of these maps are situated in such a way where it's okay. And I mean, I'm old enough to remember where Archives Tellers was the second best bomb site on Bank for the longest time. So old habits might die hard, but I always have a softness and a soft spot and a fondness for this particular part of the map. I am curious to see how Black Dragons goes about attacking.
Nesca will remember those days as well. Been playing the game since year 1, season 1, even before Brazil even had their own pro league. This Team Liquid team has been around for quite a while, and so it's not a surprise that they have a new bomb site they want to pull out in this matchup. I also think it's notable that they bring out this new bomb site right after the attack timeout. It's what NIP did as well in our last match against MIBR. Just throw the attackers off a little bit more. Yes, maybe you've just had a good conversation with your teammates, but here's a curveball. It's a brand new bomb site. Makes it really difficult. Maya in a strong position now. Both castle barricades and Kibas, and he'll be utilizing all of those angles to take down Hornet. Another one from Nesk as well. A beautiful Mira setup inside of Janitor. Parker, they are dropping like flies.
Yeah. So when I said I was interested to see how they'd approach this, I was kind of hoping there'd be some modicum of success. I mean, there really hasn't been right now. A minute 30 remains for Ask. They just used their tactical timeout. So Ask could definitely do another, but I have to ask the question, what are you looking to accomplish here? Right? Because you got to give it the good old college try. He does. He gets Nest, but then dies to resets, and that is the round. It's a formality. It comes to a point where talking only does so much, and you're not able to maybe figure things out without just getting into the next round. Either way, likely a very heartbreaking start for Black Dragons and their fans, but it's business as usual for Team Liquid.
It's difficult as well because we talked in the pregame about how Black Dragons are very experienced. They've played this map 6 times this season across both official and unofficial competition against Tier 1 and Tier 2 opponents. They like Bank. They should have a wide variety of strats themselves. They should be ready for the 4 different bomb sites. They should be ready for the different ways that Team Liquid will be playing on the bottom floor. And yet it just feels like every round they've been presented with a new problem, and they've never been given that opportunity to take a second shot at something. Now, as we come into round number 6, it looks like they may have that opportunity. Team Liquid are setting up the top floor in pretty much the exact same way that they set up the top floor in round number 3. Most notably, this mirror window inside of Janitor, which is protected by an Aruni gate. That's going to be the key focal point that Black Dragons will need to try to work around. Last time they tried it with Ask going in the basement to pop the mirror window, that didn't work at all. Now they've brought in the Osa on Nushka. So we'll see if this one can work a little bit better. Parker, you and I casting Osa has not historically gone so well for the Osa players, but you never know, maybe Black Dragons will be different.
Yeah, I love the operator. I really, really do. And I said this on the NAL broadcast as well, that if you are somebody who enjoys this game at a lower level, see you are maybe a silver player, gold, etc., Osa always causes a huge amount of panic in your opponents because you can play around those Talon shields. They can see you, but they don't know your next move. And unless they have impacts or a nitro cell, it can be very tricky to get you out of the position that you as Osa find yourself in. So just one of the operators that I think at the moment is an excellent solo queue operator. I'm not really sure what Nesk was thinking there. I think he just went to just do a quick peek and hope for the best and gets punished for it immediately. Not the start the Team Liquid wanted.
No, and the utility clear is going to be great. You brought this Flores just to deal with the Kiba barriers mostly. Now that will be dealt with, so there's no more zombie on the board. There's no deployable shields being brought by Team Liquid this game either, so you're feeling really happy about how things are going. I'm anxious to see what Nushka wants to do with this Osa shield, because he could come in top square. That's where we see a lot of teams go with it. He could also come in through the CEO windows. I remember Team Bliss doing an excellent execute with that operator, I believe in Manchester. So there's some good ways to use the Osa on this site. Bank probably the best Osa map in the game. They've got stock control now. They've got full tops. They're dying inside of top square, but they'll still be able to walk the Osa in and get themselves into a plant spot.
And Team Liquid somehow managing to salvage this just a little bit by removing Ask. Nuxka still looking for kill number 1. Florio on a single kill as well. These are quite poor numbers given that we are in round number 6. And my, you gotta run because Lagonis is hunting you from down below. He's all that's left. Both Maya and Resets have been knocked into DBNO. The Lagonis will have his work cut out for him. The Vector betraying him. He gets the drop and will have to secure the kill, as Nuxka might not be able to get any kills, but is still getting some good objective play. And now it'll be a tough shot to make for Lagonis as he marches his way up the stairs. Resets at this point, probably unretrievable. Another down on the Hornet. Maybe not winnable, but at least could salvage it. He'll have to get Resets up. Ignoring him, never mind, not enough time. Into just a genuine 1v2, shrugging off a lot of damage. He's got the drop on Nuxka. It's him and Gudo in a 1v1, but Gudo might be on that window looking for the swing or down below. Lagonis is going to stick it. Off he goes. Gudo swings over. Lagonis needs to play this time so well. Gudo gets it anyway. Lagonis in an almost impossible to win spot. And there's signs of life and there's signs of hope for Black Dragons, even if the Lagotness effect almost came to be. First half in the books, Jesse, 4-2 for Liquid.
You know, you take basically every other player on the planet in place of Lagonis there, and they don't get anywhere near how close he was to clutching that round. Almost every single gunfight, maybe after the first kill that he got inside of lobby, was disadvantaged. He was so panicked, he had no time to work with. A great attempt, and it'll look fantastic on his stats sheets, but the round still does fall to Black Dragons. And I'm glad that we saw Black Dragons succeeding on the first round where they got to actually adapt. That's the first time they played the same strategy twice. That's the first time they've seen the same thing from Liquid. And they were able to make those changes. They were able to completely swap things around, push in from top square, make that Osa plan work with great stock control. Were Liquid overswinging a little bit? Maybe. Was Nesk's opening death a little bit ill-advised? Perhaps. But even still, I really do like how Black Dragons were able to work around once they had better information as to what the defense was going to be trying to do. And now they get to move on to defense themselves, set their own pace. They get to decide if the round is going to be similar to previous rounds or not. They'll start in the basement, just like Liquid did, and they'll bring a very anchor-heavy setup, just like Liquid did. Although, as I say that, Guto is actually starting top floor, and so is Hornet. So, no, they're roaming a bit here.
Teams approach these bomb sites so differently and will approach maps very differently as well. As you can see from Team Liquid, they're going to bring a recruit. There was a recruit that was brought by Black Dragons. Nuxka played the role all the way back in that second round, the only round that Black Dragons had won up until the previous one. I was going to say, if it wasn't for the 4-2 scoreline, I'd say, well, you just bring a recruit and you win the round. That's just how it works. That's the hard-hitting analysis you get from the Vibes caster, which is the role that I now fulfill. Either way, when you bring a recruit, you do so for the secondary utility. The previous matchup of W7M Furia, we saw... Oh, okay, Maya? I am curious as to what the thought process was there. It does not appear that Conference Room was droned out, and just like that, the Capitao is dead for Team Liquid.
Hey, they did drone it. They droned it after Maya died and after the kill had already gotten up. But you saw the counter drone. There's a counter fight coming up as well, trying to get this trade, and they will do so. Guto sticks around a little bit longer than it's advised, and they could have had a 5v4 site hold, if he was able to make it back towards the bomb site, Resets is bottom main, so he might have been in a position where no matter what he did, he was just going to be in a gunfight regardless. But you do take out the Capitao. That's going to be one of the most important operators for this execute. You wanted to likely hash drop, just looking at this operator lineup from Team Liquid. Without the smokes of Capitao, it's going to be very difficult to make that hash drop happen. You still have smokes on Palu, so you could run something with that, but you're in a difficult spot. The utility advantage has swung heavily in favor of Black Dragons.
Nask is still patrolling this part of blue with the shotgun, as we expect a smoke to do. Very similar to what we witnessed out of Palu. The timing for those toxic babes are excellent. 45 seconds left. You figure that most of those gas canisters will last about 15-ish seconds. If thrown and spaced properly, that means that most of this bomb site and way there will be blanketed by Black Dragons. And the longer that this ticks down, the stronger Florio's pulse gets, the stronger Ask's smoke gets. There goes the first toxic babe. 30 seconds left to pull off and execute. Another will go out shortly after, 20 seconds, and that elevator drop will be well met by Hornet as now Ness goes down. Reset's bleeding out. Lagonis and Palu to try to get some kills. It says 3v3. Hold on a second. There's actually a huge advantage. They just got to find Nuxka. Last player alive. Case in the hands of Lagonis. Liquid pull it off. Are you kidding me? That round should have already been over for Black Dragons, but they cannot stick the landing. Liquid makes it work in the end.
It was a brilliant decision when they recognized that the time was low. There were toxic babes. There were C4s from Pulse. Everything you mentioned, Parker, was absolutely correct. The utility was a mountain that Team Liquid could not climb. So what did they do? They went around the other side. They dropped in through gold, they dropped in through elevator, and they hit the back part of the bomb site where there just wasn't as much of that utility that they had to deal with. Now, typically, the reason why you don't want to do that is because it's a lot harder to plant. So you've got to pass through more rooms where you can get to the bomb site. But if they're flooding through with all the kills, they don't need to plant. It got scrappy because it had to get scrappy, but Palu in those late rounds is the guy that you want. Palu gets criticized sometimes for engaging less early on than he should and maybe surviving later into the round and trying to have impact back there, maybe more often than is advantageous. But he is so good at cleaning up the kills that his teammates leave behind. When he's coming in behind another player, he's really good at making sure that he collects on that. And we saw it perfectly there. Palu, a huge round to flood in through the site behind his team and find those 3 kills as they executed. Brilliant IGLing from Team Liquid to make that call. Credit to Lagonis, who likely made that decision and then perfectly executed through the back. Just caught Black Dragons off guard. They were close, but no cigar.
We do spend a lot of time praising the gunplay of Team Liquid, but the one biggest upgrade that I've noticed recently has been on strategy.
Yeah.
This is a team where time and time again, I would be very critical. Nice first pick by Lagonis, by the way, to read Florio. Get him very quickly trying to rotate through the lobby. But I've been very critical of the strategic element of Team Liquid because a lot of times they would make plays that were quite puzzling. In this instance, Liquid are following through with what actually needs to be done. They're working as a unit. Their drone work, this round in particular, we are getting such a huge amount of information regarding the drone work. And it really helps Liquid capitalize when they've got an idea of where everybody is. They've only got 4 more players to find, and then at least 1 point in the standings is theirs. Team Liquid are 2 rounds away from a regulation victory. It escaped them yesterday, but they're looking to make a couple more points go into their column today.
This is an interesting push. They have not contested the top floor. Instead, they're just hitting this horizontally. Maya finds Gutsu around the bomb site. That allows him to enter on in. He does fall, but right behind him is the Deimos past the vertical angle. He's in sight hunting for these players that he's got on the track. Here comes Twitch in through Printer for the trade. Are they able to get that Palu? Resets will get him instead. And all of a sudden, these top floor players, they are not able to make the return to site. They're not able to have that impact. It's going to be Palu again to find the final frag. And Team Liquid snuck into sight so perfectly to put together an execute that Black Dragons just did not see coming.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at the matchups for today and we talked with production before we even went live and said that today could be a potentially long day based on the teams that are playing. but that really isn't what has come to pass. We've had 2 blowouts so far, and a 3rd blowout is currently about to happen. We could be 3 minutes away from it. 2 7-2s so far on the day. There was 1 7-2 yesterday. We could have yet another unless Black Dragons somehow figures out how to defend this map. Team Liquid winning on this bomb site the very first time that they went on to attack. Again, it was a round that probably should have gone to Black Dragons. It did not. Team Liquid wins. Nuxka had poor coverage, sitting at 1-7. Florio at 2-7. These Ask's not much better at 3-8. You cannot have these numbers 9 rounds in. If you want to be a team that finishes top 6, just like you did last stage, you have to simply be able to win your ones when they present themselves. Because a number of times over these 2 rounds, players from Black Dragons are getting droned out. They're not trying to fight back. They're getting caught as they're scrambling out of this position. And I just have to ask, are you scared? Are you worried about Liquid swarming you? At least maybe go down swinging. I don't know. At this point, Black Dragons called their tactical timeout so much early on, and it might not get any better for Hornetow. Who's going to get chased away from the blitz? Lagonis, that's some sloppiness. Nice play from Hornet, but, you know, you've lost control very early. I think losing the blitz, though, for Team Liquid is quite a loss.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a very valuable pick. The blind didn't go through, and so that's going to be a pistol shot to the head onto Lagonis. Beautifully aimed. Now we've seen these last couple of defenders mostly fall back. Actually, Gucho's an elevator, but he should be able to drop. He should have the hatch open for him. If not, one of his anchors should be able to open it as well. They know he's here. They're going to go for the swing, and then the drop comes on out. So I give it about 60 seconds for Liquid to set up this push before they eventually do go for their execute. I want to circle back to the point you were making about Nushka. It's tough to see him putting up only 1-7. He got his first kill in the last round, and it was obviously not an impactful one. He also struggled yesterday, putting up less kills than any other Brazilian player. He went 2-7 yesterday as well. To be underperforming even at that average is really a cause for concern. He's contributing in other ways. He played a lot of Monty yesterday. He played some Osa today. But you really can't have a guy who's struggling in gunfights this much if you want to be contesting for the top of Brazil.
There's flashes now to go down, as this is a very similar spot to where so much damage was done to Liquid before on that hatch inside of Garage. Time to change those dread mines around. And Gudo hopes now that there's information for Black Dragons that they'll be able to obscure the sightlines for Liquid. The Warden somehow takes an awful lot of damage. How does Ask win that fight? He's got a lot of HP as well. Liquid just get a little bit too close to the flame. They get burned. Advantage in terms of numbers goes back to Black Dragons.
Plenty of time to play with on the side of Team Liquid. Yes, these Toxic Babes are stalling out Nesk, but they won't be able to stall him out till the end of the round, even if Nushka does use his final Toxic Babe over here. Resets in Garage, also looking to go in for a pinch. These swings, they don't need to take them on Black Dragons, but they will anyways, and they get rewarded for it. That's both players getting swung on the side of Team Liquid, and it's another round in the books for Black Dragons.
It won't be another 7-2 to follow the trend line that has emerged today. We will have at worst a 7-3. I mean, hey, Black Dragons could even end up winning this matchup. But the point is that it won't be as one-sided as maybe some people had expected. Honestly, not a bad effort from Black Dragons, but if they lose the Warden of Ask on the stairs, the whole round likely changes over. Because being able to knock off 2 players means that you don't have to rotate somebody towards watching the backside of your bomb sites. You don't have to worry about somebody coming lockers. You don't have to worry about the hallway. If the hatches were opened up upstairs, you can drop without much sweat. Really, it just comes down to that single 1v1 being the reason for Liquid struggling from that point onwards. You got a lucky pick onto the Warden. You've got 2 players charging and asserting themselves, charging down and asserting themselves on those white stairs, and then pretty much it comes down to just a series of engagements because neither team seemed to have a ton of utility left with the timer being where it was at. So hats off to Black Dragons for doing what was needed to do, but again, I almost feel like in some ways we're just praising them for doing the bare minimum here. In all reality, Team Liquid has been the superior team so far today and are well situated to close this out with a victory still.
I have to agree, Parker. This is still looking good for Liquid. They'll try the top floor, though, for the first time in this match. Black Dragons will choose to defend up here for their 3rd defense overall as well. They've set up with a castle barricade. It's surprising to not see in a zombie. Often you'll see both operators being brought to defend the top floor, unless a zombie does get banned out, but she's available, just not being picked in this particular round. Same with Mira. You saw how effective those Mira strategies were from Team Liquid. Black Dragons don't want to go with it. Instead, they bring operators like Legion, like Warden, who can maybe take more forward gunfights, who play less around utility, but more focused on just taking their ones. They do have a lot of deployable shields. They have some bulletproofs, so the secondary utility is quite strong, but we're really going to have to see what this utility can provide for Black Dragons, because if you're focused on a gunfight heavy round, if you're trying to take a lot of engagement with Team Liquid, I don't know if I'm going to favor a team like Black Dragons, which just at least today have not really been hitting the same level of shots.
No, and I honestly feel like, though my role is not to analyze, analysis does fall on my shoulders from time to time. It certainly does seem that a lot of this matchup so far has not been a strategic masterclass. It's been just like a cinema of gunfire. And honestly, like, some matches, it really just comes down to people miss drone, people don't use utility correctly, they end up in bad circumstances, they have to fight their way out of it. That one round in particular that comes to mind is that Locker CCTV back in round number 7. That was not a strategic masterclass in any universe. That just came down to sloppy gunfights, and Liquid came out ahead. And sometimes that's really all it takes. This round, though, you've got a ton of utility here from both sides of the equation. You've got Striker being present yet again, both nades already used. You've got a Blitz on Lagonis, who's lasted a lot longer than last time. You've got Goo Mines, Castle Barricades to deal with. You've got Yokai drones from the defenders, too. And all the while, the clock is just continuing to tick down. So this will get, I believe the scientific diagnosis is messy.
Keep your eyes on the Blitz. Likely to come in through the stock window and then either Kokoko top square as well. That's looks like where it's going to be. Nesk finds a pick early. There is a down that gets traded out onto Maya, who's not able to pop that exothermic charge. Watch out for the Blitz, though, again. Could be going deep inside a janitor or down the vending hallway, depending on where he sees the biggest threat.
Smart goggles are in for Warden. They'll be able to see through any of those flashes. Goomine goes off just to try to slow them down, and there's the shield, but you have to worry about being exposed. Down goes Nuxka, joining Hornet. Liquid in great shape. Maya getting the diffuser down. Lagonis has died. Florio and Gudo now putting in serious work. Palu's been dropped too. It was Liquid's round to win, and yet they cannot pull it off. They stole around from Black Dragons earlier in the matchup, and now it's BD doing the exact same thing back to them, and my, the wins, they appear to be turning. Team Liquid in rough shape through those last 2 rounds. Black Dragons starting to mount a comeback.
Yeah, don't call it a comeback yet, but we are starting to see it. The energy, especially from Black Dragons after winning a round like that. Team Liquid take their tack timeout to try to immediately snuff it out. I really like the anchor play coming through from Black Dragons towards the end of that round. They didn't panic when they saw the Blitz. They continued to hold their angles. They continued to find picks around where the Blitz was pushing up. I think they tried to enter in through top square while they were pushing in through janitor, in through long desk. That didn't go their way. Trades were there from Liquid, but they weren't there enough. Now we reset. Now Team Liquid have the difficult job of saying, okay, let's stop throwing. We've maybe thrown some games historically in the past, but we're not going to do it again today. They've got to predict the bomb site that's coming out next for Black Dragons. They've got to be ready for it, whatever it is. If they just slow this down, maybe move a little bit away from the Blitz, which hasn't really gotten them anything the last couple of times they've ran it, they should be able to close this out. But you never know with Team Liquid, do you?
No, and that's what I said. These are both inconsistent teams, but in a different way. Team Liquid is an inconsistent team when it comes to battling top-level teams. Black Dragons are an inconsistent team that tends to end up in the middle of the pack. A tactical timeout, it said tech pause. I do wonder if that is correct, because I currently see Hugzord talking to the team, which would lead me to believe that there are no tech issues, but we will await a potential call from production. Team Liquid needed this, though. Team Liquid need to be able to talk this through and keep themselves in it mentally.
I would guess what happened is they called attack, it didn't work, and so then they had to do a tech, and now they got to do the tech. That would be my guess just based on what I've seen, but I really don't know. Clearly the coach is having the conversation though, so clearly they are actively in attack. Looks like it's just finishing up now. Will be interesting to see what Liquid can do. Hugzord, an extremely experienced coach, has been on Liquid for a while now and has obviously taken them to extreme heights. Never quite to a championship, but has taken them very, very far in some of the biggest tournaments Rainbow Six Siege has to offer. Black Dragons don't quite have that same history behind them, but even still, they are a very experienced roster in terms of their ability, in terms of their length of playing with one another. They picked up a couple new pickups, I believe, this stage, losing Loira to G2 and bringing in Hornet to try to replace him. But the core of this team do have a lot of experience together, and so hopefully they can continue to stitch together these rounds. I'd love to see an overtime between Team Liquid and Black Dragons, simply because nobody really thought that Black Dragons would be capable of taking down Team Liquid on our desk, but they're at least able to get close, put one round on the scoreboard, and they could absolutely be hunting to sneak into that top 6 position and make the major.
I guess this is the point in time where you begin to worry if you are Team Liquid, as, like I said, there are great players on Black Dragons. Gudo and Hornet are having a good day. Nuxka's still well below the numbers, but as we said, things can turn very quickly. Suddenly, Ask is within striking distance of going positive. Same with Florio. All it takes is a couple good rounds. You pick up a 2K, a 3K, those numbers completely change. As for Team Liquid, Resets and Nesk now below 500 in terms of their kills. Nesk in particular has had a very, very quiet second half, which usually would be the death knell for Team Liquid, but is okay when you've got other options at your disposal, and has been talked about quite... Oh, that is a rough throw from Maya. He was hoping for that to clear that small opening and actually go, but doesn't get it done. Those things are tough. All the throwables, by the way, having different weights mean that you can never fully anticipate where it's going to go. Obviously, that's why you have now that projectile, like trajectory line. By the way, it didn't help him there.
No, it didn't. He's got another drone, though, he can try to utilize, and he's getting kills, too, so maybe it doesn't even need the utility. Finds the pickup on the Ass. There's still a guy long dash, though. They have no idea Guto's here. He gets at least one. The question is, does he die after that or get more? Or does he get droned? If he gets droned, he probably doesn't get one.
I mean, if there's an operator who can see the drones coming, it's a Solus. No way. Oh my goodness. Maya runs right in. Lagonis wins the duel. That tactical timeout looking mighty good right now, Jesse.
He was supposed to get one. It was supposed to be guaranteed, but he whiffed. That's tragic.
Really just brutal. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. In this instance,
3v5, bro.
Liquid will settle it down. Again, Black Dragons with lots of utility here at their disposal. They likely still have those yokai drones up. There's no Twitch, no Brava, and no IQ on the board from Liquid, which means that the only way they'd be finding those yokai drones will be with their eyes. They march into the bomb site with 40 seconds left.
Main stairs position from Hornet. The rest of the two players are in the bomb site. They could make some crossfires. You know, they can maybe force these players into bad positions. They don't have an easy entrance. Maybe they can walk in through Printer.
I forgot a word. I was supposed to say they have to march into the bomb site. But they find the pick anyway. Nuxka presents his rear to that Printer window. Hornet and Florio are the last two remaining. Hornet gets killed by resets. Florio needs to clutch out here, or else it's Liquid to pick up 3 points. A nice drop from Florio. Nitro Cell now goes out. Diffuser will continue to tick away. At this point, Maya is not retrievable, but can work as a drone. Multiple players will pop up, all looking to get a piece of the final 8 HP that Black Dragons have in the server. You have to go quickly. Nice pick on the resets. Maya's down. It's against Lagonis and Palu at this point. Florio could potentially win this, but it all comes down to time. Doesn't see where Lagonis is. Sidearm gets the job done. Team Liquid survive that scare. They pick up 3 very important points and now find themselves higher up in the standings. Big win for Team Liquid.
Before the game began, I mentioned that in Stage 1, Resets was cursed by having only 4 kills through the first week. It seems like he has passed that curse on to Nushka, who also only now has 4 kills through the first week of Stage 2. Now, we saw Resets turn it around in Stage 1. I'm hoping to see Nushka turn it around as well for Black Dragons throughout the rest of this stage. But Team Liquid looking red hot. A little bit dangerous as the rounds ticked away, but with one tack timeout, they have completely dashed those fears. I thought they played an excellent bank. Lots of new ideas coming out. Lots of variety and strats coming out from Team Liquid. Most of them executed flawlessly. Loved what we saw there. Yes, some mistakes were made, but end of the day, Team Liquid looking like the much better team.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what you need to see from these top teams. If you want to make it to this major, you have to beat up the teams that are below you in the standings, or at least in your mind, the teams that are below you in terms of ability. And there's no denying that Team Liquid and Black Dragons are usually not on that same level. So for a team like Team Liquid, top 3 in the region, potential top 6 team in the whole world, when you're going up against a team like Black Dragons with very limited international experience and not exactly the results domestically that a lot of other teams in the region have, this is what's considered to be a must-win game for Liquid, and they did that. They got the job done. It wasn't as easy as it looked earlier in the matchup, but a side swap will honestly do that. Either way, Black Dragons take 2 rounds on attack, 2 rounds on defense. For a map like Bank, that's not terrible. Being just as good on attack and defense, fine. But obviously, BD has some stuff that they can work on. Liquid too. None of these teams are perfect. But big 3 points for Team Liquid. That's going to vault them up the standings and comfortably into the top 4 of the region.
Absolutely. And when we talked to Lobin in the interview after the W7M game earlier today, he made the statement that he thought Liquid were not really on the same level as FaZe, Furia, and W7M. So this is a good game to continue to climb the standings, to maybe shut some of those other teams up from Team Liquid, and hopefully we can continue to see that performance throughout the rest of the stage.
It might even put Team Liquid in 2nd overall place, as they're going to sit with 5 points. That's where W7M is. W7M are there with a +4 round differential. My numbers are, I think this should be a +3. They put Team Liquid at a +5 round differential. So they'd have 2nd place, trailing E1 Sports, which is an insane thing to say if you think back a stage or 2 ago, but that's how it goes. Teams have different strengths of schedules. E1 right now riding that out. Looks like a good team. We got one more matchup today, Jesse. FaZe Clan versus Fluxo. And right before we get to it, I just want to hear your thoughts on what you think that matchup is going to be like.
Parker, I'm going to keep it simple for you. I think it's about to be time to Flux.
Keep that energy when we get back to the analyst desk. Engineero and Fox, I ask for your prediction. I want you to lock in Fluxo right away because I am taking FaZe all the way to the moon, my friend. With that said, let's not hold you any longer from our last matchup of the day. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Pérez vem no avanço. Lobin já consegue a primeira pra cima do Imps. Você tá acompanhando aqui a caçada pra cima do Lobin. Ele tá spotado pelo Deimos. Mas quem levou a melhor foi ele. C4 lançada, Pérez espera. Vem pra cima, tentando a busca. Ai, não! No afã de caçar o inimigo, o Pérez comete um crime capital, mas garante a eliminação na sequência.
These are dangerous times. At least that's what I hear. The Empire? They're everywhere. But the world here belongs to the syndicates. If I want to survive, I have to play their game. Looks like I'm all in.
She's in here somewhere.
On second thought, I'm out.
There she is.
I've been held back my whole life. And now, I just need a chance to finally be free. Wherever that takes me.
I'm here to offer you a way out, okay?
Get off my ship, Jalen.
Give me a chance. You're gonna have to trust me. It'll be dangerous, risky. But if you pull this off, you'll never look over your shoulder again.
The underworld shows no mercy. But it's a big galaxy out there, and I'm gonna risk it all.
Star Wars Outlaws, coming 2024.
Welcome back to day 2, stage 2 of Blast R6 Brazil, where we are basically almost done with today. We just finished Liquid going up against Black Dragons, and Liquid are the ones to come out on top. A very successful weekend for the team so far, winning both of their games, and we're joined by the analyst Tisei. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. Congratulations on this successful weekend. We had a little bit of a talk yesterday with one of the players in terms of the preparation from their side when it came to starting stage 2, but as an analyst, what has it looked like for you?
It's been great. Since I joined Team Liquid, I started doing analysis. Basically, me and Ugo, we divide the maps. Then like I get like 3 maps, and then he get like 3 maps. And then we do the analysis and we prepare the team for the weekend. And basically that's it. It's been great.
Obviously, it has been great. I mean, a nice 2-0 start, and that was not how stage 1 went. So walk me through the measurements that you guys as a team have been taking to keep it consistent from your Manchester major results into stage 2.
Well, every day we practice a lot. So like we practice the communication. So that's the first key. I think it's communication. The second key is mostly how you do the game, like how you look at each other in the game. So the mental thing, it's very important. So mostly those two things.
When it comes to this weekend, I mean, you guys had won both games, but it was the game against NIP that was a little bit closer, but it had to go to overtime. What has been the biggest takeaway from this weekend for next week that you're going to be focusing on?
Okay, next weekend we face W7M and E1, so those are like some two teams that are on top of the league. So it's gonna be a different type of games. They have like different type of playstyle. So what we learned from this weekend is basically that we're strong. We know how we know how to play, and well, we just gotta keep it.
You're right. I love the confidence. I'm looking forward to next weekend. Thank you so much for your time for the interview, and we'll see you around.
Thank you. See you.
All right. Confidence is what they're going to keep going for, but I also want to talk about this game particularly. I feel like it was very much one-sided to start things off from the side of Liquid, but still, Black Dragons here and there did manage to stitch some rounds together.
Yeah, they did. I mean, where it got away from them was obviously Liquid starting on defense. They were just constantly able to make the gap as wide as possible after a first pick. Every time they would get the initial first pick, they just kept mounting it more and more on. And there was really nothing that Black Dragons did to stop it. They just kept hemorrhaging kill after kill. And once the side swapped, I feel like the morale and the mental was just so shot going into defense that Black Dragons couldn't really pull themselves out of it.
Yeah, I think Liquid as well this weekend has looked really strong. The game against NIP yesterday, maybe a little bit shaky here and there, but I feel like today they cleaned up some of the issues that we saw yesterday. And all in all, it's like an improvement day by day, so I'm looking forward to next weekend as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're slowly getting better and better and a lot more consistent, and that's obviously what we talked about in the interview. Consistency is the biggest thing that Liquid needs to rely on. Obviously, they have good times, bad times. They just want to make sure that they can keep it as consistent as possible. And the biggest question with consistency is always the attacks, because attacks are so aggressive, so fast, that it's really hard to get a hold of them. But Liquid had a really good understanding of that today, especially with how everyone played in the lineup. Everyone was very confident. And especially somebody that I like to highlight is Lagona, specifically the IGL. Usually being an IGL is so difficult to lead your team on those attacks and get those kills. But time and time again, I mean, he was at the top of that leaderboard. The whole team was playing well, but specifically when your IGL is also slaying out in the frag department, it just makes things that much easier for you to just win the whole game.
Yeah, we're talking about players that have really stood up, and Lagonas, as you said, is towards the top of that leaderboard. But I felt like the team effort from the side of Liquid was much more there in comparison than the side of Black Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, Black Dragons had some great individual plays. I mean, there was some really nice shots, especially from Hornet. There was one nice shot where he 180, tapped the blitz rushing him. And, you know, the individuality was there. They definitely kept it close. And it goes to show that Black Dragons is a really nice wildcard team. At any occasion, you know, a team that's unexpected could definitely come up out on top. But it was nice to see Liquid really shut that down early, especially on their attacks. And they just send in their entries, they get their picks. You see Maya getting, you know, really nice opening kill stats. And once they get those picks, I mean, Paula is always a player that people commend for how he's able to get kills and position himself. And people may look at him and say, well, Paula doesn't necessarily have the snappiest aim as some players, or he's not the fastest, but the best thing that Paula is great at is his positioning, and he's always in the right place at the right time, playing off of his teammates correctly. And that's what we saw here today. Every round on attack, he was usually that man coming in at the end, getting 2, getting 3, getting 4 kills and cleaning up the round. And it was really nice to see him. He was doing that with the Twitch DMR. So, I mean, it was really lights out performance from the whole Liquid roster.
I think as well, looking at the whole Liquid roster, we're still going to have to crown our MVP, and obviously with the way things went, Lagonis is the one that's going to be coming out on top. With an 11-5 KD, he's had a great performance, but as he said it as well, it's not just like one individual stepping up, it's like everyone setting each other up for success.
It is, absolutely, but Lagonis' job as an IGL is to just lead the team, and it's almost like 50% of your brain is set to calling and controlling your players, and the other 50 is set to playing. So when your IGL is doing all of that and still slaying out, he's doing 150% of his job. It's just really amazing to see. Like, you just know, like, the game is going to be in your favor when everybody on the roster is just a threat gun skill wise, and you have your leader just thinking that much ahead in the playmaking department.
Yeah, because of that as well, Liquid is going to be able to get full points for this match particularly, which does push them a little bit higher up in those standings as opposed to yesterday where they only got 3 out of the 4 points because it did go to OT. So they are now sitting on 5th, tied with W7M, but that's a great way for them to start off the season. We heard it as well from the analysts where it's like, yeah, we learned from this weekend that we can do it. We have what it takes. It's just a matter of, you know, reeling it in and not getting too overconfident, too overzealous. But with that as well, it's done and dusted for our 4th game of today, and we are ready to head into the final game of today. That's going to be FaZe Clan going up against Fluxo. And what's really important to note here, particularly from those standings, is that FaZe is only on 1 point and Fluxo has 0.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too surprising from the side of Fluxo. Obviously, they were very low. I believe they were dead last in the standings in stage 1. Very shocking for FaZe to currently have no points, but obviously they lost yesterday to a very close game. So obviously I'm expecting FaZe to still be in full FaZe amount, whereas Fluxo, I mean, they're the ones that it's FaZe's game to lose, if I'm being quite honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Fluxo yesterday going up against Vivo Keystar had a really big struggle, and FaZe get that 1 point because they're able to push that game to OT, but not necessarily able to close it out themselves. So this is really them proving themselves. And of course, when it comes to proving yourself, you have that IGL who is the spearhead of how you're going to be approaching this game. So we're looking at the head-to-head here between Astro as well as Vita King in regards to how these players match up against each other on the server.
Yeah, I mean, the statistics is very close to one another. I mean, Astro has been doing a great job, obviously being like the leader of this team, and it's never easy to be a leader of a team that's finding itself on the bottom of a leaderboard points wise, because obviously there's a whole lot of challenges inside of the server, but also outside of the server mentally that you have to keep people engaged, in check, and it takes a lot more out of you as a leader. As opposed to Vita King, I mean, Vita King doing a great job for FaZe, obviously the main planter for the team, and I really love how FaZe is set up with the way that they have their support players playing support and going for, you know, droning, going for their plants. But Vita King is able to play that support role so aggressively and so uniquely to where he is really going for aggressive plays. And when he is able to succeed in those plays and he has the opportunity to plant, he will plant. So the fact that he has such high plants already goes to show that he is finding success in his entry and his trading abilities as well.
Yeah, something to keep in mind as we're going to be heading into the game. We also need to consider the playstyle of both of these teams, the playstyle of the players individually, and how that's going to be translating onto the maps, because we have the map veto ready. Yesterday when we saw FaZe, I mean, I don't want to say that they looked shaky. They definitely did push the game for as much as they possibly could. But when it comes to the map that we're going to be looking at today in terms of the decider for this game, it is going to be Clubhouse. Back to basics, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, that makes complete sense, because if you're FaZe, you're a very structured team. They have, you know, some of the best players in the world when it comes to being supportive and methodical. A lot of people say that they're the one slow-paced team in Brazil because they are very methodical in their executes. It's all together. And then they have Cyber, who's usually the X factor, the entry, who's just getting crazy. So if you're FaZe and it's your game to lose, you don't want to take it to an unknown variable. You go to Clubhouse. Fluxo is a team, you know, at any moment they could steal a game from a big team. At any moment they can play well. Obviously, you don't have much to expect from them when it comes to any map because they were so low in last stage. So if you're FaZe, you just want to keep it to basics, like you said, keep it simple, and just know that if you're the better team, you're going to come out on top. And that's what FaZe is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what we want FaZe to be doing. That's what we're hoping to be seeing from them, because I think Fluxo being able to take this game would be a huge upset, if anything, and I think that would definitely impact the standings in a very different way of things. Now, when it comes to FaZe, they're not necessarily on the top performance for Clubhouse, so it does bring the question as to, this is probably just that middle ground for both of these teams where they're comfortable to go back to their basics, go back onto those fundamentals. But that's what's worrying me the most here, Fluxo, is that we saw Fluxo on this map yesterday. We saw them trying to play those fundamentals, and they genuinely were not able to do so, to the point where Lax had a call in mid-game to complain about the usage of Tubero.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's got to be a reason that Fluxo goes to this map. Losing it yesterday and still taking it again today. I mean, they had to have gone into it and switch some stuff up immediately in the night, and that's very difficult to do with the time frame from yesterday to today. Obviously, it makes perfect sense why FaZe would want to go to it. They lost it yesterday. They know it's a consistent map. Use a default map, more or less. You just got to do your job. There's not many variables that you can't take control of. And Fluxo obviously trying to throw a curve in their wrench. So if they're going to be just playing this map, I'm expecting to see a lot of unique plays, fast plays, maybe some spawn peaks, something out of this element to catch FaZe off guard.
Now, I think I want to talk about FaZe as well in terms of their roster. I think this is obviously FaZe has been a staple in the Brazil League for a very long time now. And if you ask some people, they should have been the SI winners this year. Some people don't agree. It just really, it's a bit of a discussion here that I don't want to have, but I'd rather want to have a discussion about the individual players and who are we expecting to be showing up to the plate today.
I mean, I think every player on FaZe has their own positives more than they have negatives. Obviously, I talked about it that this team is comprised of a lot of players that have more supportive players, and Cyber is their main spearhead. And so big players that you always look to in every game is Cyber, especially domestically. He is absolutely dominating domestically when it comes to statistics. But a lot of teams internationally, when he goes to big events, have a good understanding of how he's going to attack and how FaZe is going to play. So he usually takes a back seat. So domestically is where he's able to reign his free. And so we'll have to see if he's able to do that in this match.
Do you think Fluxo is going to have an individual player that's going to be able to pop out? I think I'm going to ask Jesse this time around because maybe you have some statistics up your sleeves. Maybe you don't, but either way, I would like to hear your opinion.
Anybody on Fluxo who's gonna perform? I would probably say Hashi if I have to pick one, because I do think that he's the guy that was the best player for them yesterday. But yeah, I think it's gonna be. I mean, it's tough. You're up against FaZe, right?
Yeah, I see Intero nodding in agreement. We finally have an agreement on the desk. Let's go between the casters.
He's not.
I mean, FaZe, is he not?
Am I not
Please
what?
Tell me that Are you agreeing that FaZe is going to be a different beast for Fluxo to be going up against in comparison to Vivo Keat Stars that they played yesterday on the same map and lost 7-2?
Yeah, I mean, I think FaZe Clan's going to win this game. I think if you look at the way that Fluxo has played over the last stage, I'm not trying to be mean, but I think FaZe could probably play a 4v5 and still win this matchup with the way that FaZe has been. I understand wanting to try to be somewhat competitive here, but I also value integrity to the viewers. And it's like, I don't think in any universe Fluxo should be competitive here, but that's part of what makes this so fun, because if they do end up being competitive, whoa. So
when we're talking about them potentially being competitive, I think as well, like, maybe if you're like watching this at home and you're thinking, okay, this is maybe a little too harsh on Fluxo, it's really important to highlight that last stage, they did not win a game. Please do keep that in mind. And then yesterday against Vivo Keat Stars, it was a 7-2 win for Vivo Keat Stars. So Foxy, when you're in that position as a player, how do you deal with that mentally?
I don't know. I've never been in that position as a player. I've never not won a game, but I can imagine it sucks. I can imagine it's pretty rough. But hey, we've seen some David and Goliath stories. I mean, in North America, Los beat OXG. So there's definitely some surprise
right now.
There's some surprises that can always happen. I agree as well. I don't know if there's a realm where FaZe is the team to lose a hiccup towards a team that's towards the bottom of the leaderboard, but that's why it's all in the magic of the game. At Siege, anything can happen.
All right. Well, we're gonna take a step back here, and we're gonna let Jesse and Intero take this one away, and maybe you guys can battle it out between the two of you. Who's gonna be the one voting for Fluxo, just to make it a little bit more equal, Parker?
Yeah, probably neither of us. If you go back and you look at their results back in stage number 1, Fluxo played 9 games. They finished with 35 rounds to their name. That means they're averaging just below 4 rounds a match, which is terrible. I mean, they went 0-9. They had 1 overtime loss to Furia, actually, where they got 6 rounds. So that's going to skew the numbers a little bit. But beyond that, this is just a team that they're good for 3 to maybe 4 rounds, and that's it. They didn't tinker with anything in the offseason. They think the lineup they have is good enough. They're a huge organization. Fluxo itself, it's a massive org. So I was quite surprised to see that they didn't bother to tinker at all in the offseason. But there's really nothing that leads me to believe, especially after that first game, that we're going to see a different look to Fluxo here. And going up against one of the best teams in Brazil, if not the best Brazilian team, and one of the best teams in the world, that's hard.
Yeah.
The best Brazilian team that did unfortunately lose their game yesterday, so that is something to keep in mind as well. But you know what, guys? I'm going to let you take this one away completely. Enjoy the rest of the game. FaZe against Fluxo, final game of today. All yours, guys.
Well, thank you very much. And I mean, they did lose to W7M yesterday, 8-6. So, I mean, W7M, with the way that they played today, they manhandled Furia. This could, W7M could be the second best team in Brazil. Maybe they're even the best team in Brazil, but that would still put FaZe comfortably top 2 somewhere. Doesn't really matter. We're splitting hairs at this point. The top 3 teams in this region should absolutely crush Fluxo.
Parker, you make a lot of great points. I don't disagree with anything you said. However, you may be forgetting that it is indeed time to flux. Fluxo not only are a great team sometimes in certain tournaments, but they have a history of playing up against FaZe Clan. And while you're right, the last time they played FaZe in the regular season, they didn't win. They didn't win much at all last time in the regular season. They did play against FaZe Clan in the EWC Open qualifiers, and they were 1 round away from qualifying to that off-season Summer LAN tournament. If FaZe had not won, it was maximum overtime, map number 3. Now, people have accused Fluxo of being online warriors who cannot compete when it comes to LAN, and unfortunately for them, Brazil is a LAN league. But even still, I think Fluxo have more of an opportunity than people give them credit for. Should FaZe win? Yeah, probably. But I mean, Fluxo have some good players. They got Astro, who previously was on the FaZe roster. Hashi's very, very good as well. So I'm excited to see what they can cook up. Yes, their clubhouse yesterday looked kind of terrible, but who knows? Maybe yesterday was just an off day and they was shots on club.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain. We're seeing the rosters now for Fluxo. The funny thing with this team is that they are infinitely better in terms of individual players than their results show. They have good players, but we're just about ready for the match. We'll see you there in just a moment or two.
Pelo último confronto que a gente teve com eles, acredito que vai ser um confronto muito pegado de novo. Acho que é uma line que está se erguendo depois do primeiro split. Eles estão brigando por essa vaga, então com certeza vai ser um ótimo jogo.
O jogo contra a FaZe também é um jogo muito difícil. É um time que tem muita leitura durante o jogo, um time que sabe jogar agressivo, sabe jogar recuado. Então a gente tem que ter bastante atenção durante a partida e conseguir entender rápido a forma que eles querem jogar.
Quem tem que ficar de olho lá é o Luquideira, vem jogando muito bem, se destacando lá também. Pra mim, ele é o cara que tem que ficar de olho.
Tem que ficar de olho no Cyber, que é um cara que também tem a mesma qualidade de jogo ali do Erds. Os dois são bem agressivos, gostam de surpreender bastante, então players assim podem fazer diferencial em algumas partidas.
Aí, tropa do Nobru, isso aqui não é Free Fire não, estamos falando de Rainbow Six.
Bom, um recado pra FaZe aí, eles conseguiram classificar para a Arábia aí por um round, então eu espero que eles não contem com isso pro BR6, que não vai acontecer.
It's go time! Our final matchup of the day, FaZe Clan, one of the best teams interregionally in all of Brazil, though they did not have the expected result yesterday in their first matchup against W7M. W7M, no, not the world champions, the new W7M that played under that banner in stage 1 after the 6 Invitational, surprised FaZe with an 8-6 victory. Well, didn't W7M also win today? So it's been big for the Bulls, but was that just a blip for FaZe Clan, or will FaZe bounce back and bust Fluxo. Jesse, you seem to think it's fluxing time. Why do you think that?
Simply, Parker, it's a vibes-based thing. I know you're the vibes analysis analyst. I'm the stats analysis. But ultimately, for Fluxo, they have those fluxing good vibes, and sometimes that can carry you farther than you'd think. We saw some stats popping up there. I believe that was Hashi that was highlighted, probably the best player on Fluxo statistically, still just under a neutral and even EPS rating. So we're not seeing the highest of highs. But again, I look back to that offseason success to say there is potential for Fluxo. We've seen them compete in certain tournaments online where they've done very well. They also did extremely well in the last chance qualifier to make it to Manchester. They made it all the way to the grand finals where they got kind of stomped by Team Liquid. But regardless, they had some good results. It feels like there have been moments where Fluxo have been good. And FaZe yesterday kind of struggled. I mean, FaZe's attacks on Skyscraper were horrendously, not Skyscraper, Cafe yesterday, were horrendously slow. Clubhouse is a different map. We've already seen Fluxo play this map once, so it'll be a different story, but still, we'll have to wait and see what story the match likes to tell. For operator bans, I'm expecting a Capitao, Ying, Mira, and Kaid in that order. My biggest question, Capitao, Kaid, the two operators that Fluxo banned yesterday, so do they keep that up? And then do FaZe opt for a Monty ban? Because that's what Vivo Keatstars did against Fluxo. FaZe are not one team historically who will ban a lot of Monty, but since Fluxo are a good Monty team, it's possible. But whoa, out of nowhere, it's a striker.
What is that?
They will leave the Capitao up then. FaZe could choose to take it out themselves. Again, Ying, Monty, good options as well. It will be the Monty, so not a common ban from FaZe Clan at all on this map, but respecting that operator from Fluxo.
Waiting on the last ban to come in. The Monty ban is not much of a surprise here. Goodbye to Kaid. What do you think will follow, Jesse? What are we looking at? Are we looking at a zombie ban?
Could be a zombie, could be Mira as well. It's one that was banned against Fluxo yesterday. And again, just because the operators that were banned, it's the operator that was banned in that game. So Fluxo might want to change that up, might want to keep it the same. Could be a zombie too, though. It will be Mira instead. So yeah, I got 3 out of 4 on the bans. The only one that caught me off guard was the Striker, which certainly will be catching FaZe off guard as well. I think it's the first Striker ban in all of competitive Siege. I don't have the stats on that. I've certainly never seen it before. Striker, a new operator being played. This stage was available in the offseason, but we had no official tournaments in the offseason. So taken out of the board here, Striker can be really good to clear out specific parts of the map with flashes and nades. Can also be really good with impact EMPs, has that shotgun for soft breach on the basement. I can see the value in taking out a Striker on the side of Fluxo, but it's certainly unorthodox.
Jeez. Well, okay. Striker ban. Let's see how it goes. We have actually seen quite a bit of Striker today. So, I mean, it makes sense, I suppose, if you're worried about pocket EMPs, grenades, all the other secondary utility that comes with it. But, yeah, I'm puzzled. That's all. Score lines for today are at the bottom of your screen. We started off with Vivo Keatstars losing to E1 and quite an upset. W7M defeated Furia 7-5. MIBR losing to NIP. The new look of NIP, quite good. 7-2, the scoreline. Liquid then just defeated Black Dragons moments ago for a 7-4 scoreline. We have not needed overtime so far today. Safe and smart money would suggest we will not need it again in this matchup, but crazier things have happened. Fluxo has only ever gone to overtime once here in BR6. It was against Furia, the defending world champions, back in stage 1. Can they do the same to FaZe, Jesse? That is the real question.
We'll have to wait and see, Parker. We start on the basement bomb site, but a heavy roam coming out from Fluxo. Fluxo have yet to win a single defense throughout stage 2 of the Brazilian Rainbow Six League. So they're hoping to get their first here today after their disappointing loss yesterday, of course. They've got a couple attacking rounds, but nothing on the defense. It'll be Mitrix, the first one who likely will find themselves in an engagement There are some drones around him. They certainly know he's around. They don't know exactly his position, but the blitz is headed his way. He's got to be careful. The drone in front of the blitz as well. Can Mitrix survive this? That seems unlikely. Nicely played by Handy to get the first pick of the game.
Well, that's what FaZe Clan needs to see, wants to see. No damage is done in the process as well. And I think, oh, well, that is quite the expense. That's 3 Kiba barriers in this economy on one door. A single grenade will take care of those. It pushes Astro back. Now Hashi alongside Lukid governing over that main door, looking into Lounge. KDS is fighting Phantoms here as Handy could potentially pinch this last player, but there's one in stock, there's one in Lounge. Handy will be making an awful lot of noise and he can't get the follow-up. Yes, he can. Goodbye to KDS. One more to go and he'll drop, but Handy gets them all so far. Souls with one, Astro's last one standing down main stairs into the basement. He will go. The site's secured at this point. 3 players remain for FaZe Clan, but Astro has pulled off clutches like this many times over in his career. He'll do so against his former teammates of FaZe Clan. Just a little bit under a minute to go.
One more Kiba. Expect that one to come out at some point. There's a lot of good Kiba angles that can distract and can block certain sight lines from the attack. He runs right into them, though. I don't think he notices that. And the blitz is inside of blue as well. Oh, he's in a terrible situation. It'll be a knife from Handy to finish off the execute. I think it's a winnable position. 1v3, a zombie in the bomb site. Against the blitz, though, maybe not. Had some impacts, perhaps could have done something, but it will be a successful attack from FaZe Clan. Fluxo's struggles on defense continue from their first game into their second. And a lot of conversation was had over Fluxo's play of the blitz yesterday. Handy showcasing how effective that operator can be. Yesterday, they ran the blitz in 83% of their attacking rounds, but they only had a win rate of 20%. They really struggled to actually get the blitz going anywhere. It was Mitrix that was playing the blitz for Fluxo and just not able to do anything with the operator. It'll be fun to see if he tries it again on the attacking side once we get to round 7. But currently, it looks like Handy is very clearly the best blitz in the server.
We have seen quite a rise in shield play as of late. With the Monty being banned, everybody is picking blitz. Was it Jack, our good friend Fresh, who tweeted something the other day basically saying, you know, when do we get to the point where it's like, why bother banning shields at all? Because it's like you ban a Monty and then you get a blitz. You ban a blitz, you get a Monty. Yeah. What was it in the SSG game in the NAL? They banned both, and then we immediately saw a fuse shield. This is just getting ridiculous at this point. But yeah, I mean, I think it is a genuinely good question to ask. The problem is that if you leave both blitz and Monty up, what kind of trickery can certain teams get up to? I think conventional wisdom suggests that that's just simply too much shield, which is called TMS. It's a syndrome that certain teams suffer from. So, but good speculation nonetheless. And I mean, we will continue to see more and more blitzes if Monty is removed. 4 kills for Handy is quite an impressive tally. And FaZe Clan, throughout their long history, have been fans of shields. So it should surprise nobody that when shields are strong, FaZe embrace them as quickly as they do.
Usually it's Vidaking as the main shield player running the Monty, but obviously the differences in playstyle between Blitz and Monty do exist, and I think with the way they want to use the Blitz, Handy is the man for the job. A 4K in round 1, and he's looking to replicate that. They aren't going to be clearing the entirety of this map. It doesn't look like they have any interest in clearing the cache extension being held by Fluxo. That means they're not going to have the most angles, and even as they try to open up one of those angles, they get punished. It's Mitrix who, through the Maverick hole, is able to get the kill into Vidaking. Some sloppy mistakes. They didn't even need to make that Mav hole because it's not like there's any Mute Jammers or Bandit Batteries or Kaid or anything. They kind of played themselves on the side of FaZe Clan when it came to the utility.
Handy waiting for an entry point now, as FaZe Clan will sit and look in multiple directions. Rom's a bit of an early toxic canister from Raps, but Handy's just gonna, well, tries to struggle through it and gets picked off right away. I'm not exactly sure what the thought process was there for Handy, but either way, Soul's the very first kill for FaZe Clan, lowers Fluxo's numbers, but Fluxo's still in very good shape as they now pick up one onto Cyber. No sloppiness from FaZe Clan across the board. Soul's yet another. It's do or die for him. And will now enter through Jacuzzi, over towards bathroom, and dies to Mitrix. FaZe Clan just battling themselves for a number of those interactions and some puzzling decision-making to be done from one of the best in Brazil.
And for the first time in Stage 2, Fluxo will convert an opening pick. They got 3 yesterday, but they were unable to secure any of those 3 rounds. Now they get a 4th entry, and they will get the round off of it. But I really don't like what FaZe was doing that round. Some mistakes over on the CC wall, got their Thermite killed. That was Vidicane dead as the opening pick. Then we saw another kill going down with the Blitz dropping Logi. We've got the top 10 EPS teams. That is an overall rating. FaZe Clan, you can see, are the best team by rating. They're the only team over 100. And Fluxo throughout Brazil have been the worst. This kind of lines up with what we saw from the Stage 1 standings. Of course, these stats come from both Stage 1 and the first playday of Stage 2. FaZe Clan went undefeated in Stage 1. Fluxo did finish last. So not maybe surprising that the EPS has landed the way that it has, and maybe kind of paints the picture of how this game should go in the eyes of a lot of us talent and a lot of the viewers. FaZe are going to be the favorites, but if they keep attacking like that, if they keep going for strategies where it's kind of gimmicky, you're dropping a blitz in through Logi, you can't get into the building, which was really the problem for FaZe that round. Fluxo could start racking up rounds, and for them to win a defensive round now here too, if you get that 3-3 half on Clubhouse, you're feeling pretty good from Fluxo.
Yeah, I mean, even 3-3 is excellent from Fluxo just based on numbers. We said that right now, based on Stage 1, that their total average rounds, when you add in the first result yesterday, they're looking at about 3.7 rounds a match as their average. That is dreadfully bad. So if they can get 3 rounds in the first half alone, Fluxo will presumably put on one of their best results. And Fluxo starting on the better side of Clubhouse gives them and their fans hope. And that second round, while it wasn't necessarily a Fluxo win as much as it was a FaZe loss, a round win is a round win, whether your opponents gift it to you or whether you earn it.
And Parker, we found ourselves on bar stage.
I know.
What is, I would call, the worst bomb site in competitive Siege. This is going to be difficult for them to hold, but they've clearly got some kind of a strategy. They did not play this yesterday when they played Clubhouse against Vivo Keystars. So this is going to be something that FaZe Clan have not been expecting. It might not be something that they are used to attacking. Fluxo have brought an operator lineup that is very drone denial heavy, a classic abode to SSG of days past. It's going to be Vigil, it's going to be Mute, it's going to be Solus. It's going to be really tough for FaZe Clan to get the information, but they do have a Dokkaebi, which other than the Mute, can do a really good job of hunting down the rest of these 4 roamers. They've spent 90 seconds now droning out information, trying to find out where they want to push from, and now it looks like they're setting up to actually make some of these kills happen.
There go the logic bombs. Raps is able to escape from his position just towards the bottom of blue. There goes that first proximity alarm, but Vidiking is fearless. Mitrix eliminates Cyber. Vidiking is planting, by the way. They've walked right in. And Fluxo seems to be far enough back. Vidiking has to peel off as he loses Handy as well. 2 pieces of the puzzle for FaZe Clan have been swept off of the table. This is a very far back, almost very passive defense from Fluxo as they control the top floor. Vidiking needs to be very wary of the hatch above him, and look at that. 3 players will all drop. KDS not expecting it. What? This Fluxo is entirely different. They win a flawless round against FaZe Clan. 2 in a row for Fluxo. Are we about to see a timeout get called? Or does FaZe Clan hold on to it?
Looks like they may hold. We're fluxing, Parker. We are fully in the flux zone. 2-1 as Fluxo take a lead over what some would call the best team in Brazil. Again, stumbles for FaZe Clan on their attacks. They were holding some of the right angles at the start to begin with, but then they whiffed their gunfights. Handy not able to get that kill onto Raps that was down inside of Lounge. Then we saw the cover from KDS just did not catch the player that was dropping down from the construction hatch. He was not able to even see that drop when it came on out. So the angles from FaZe not being held correctly, and then when they do find themselves into fair 50-50 gunfights, they're whiffing. They're not able to land these shots. So I don't know if maybe FaZe are like nervous for some reason, if they just think that Fluxo are getting under their skin a little bit, but this doesn't look like the FaZe that we know and love. Cyber is yet to get a kill. KDS is yet to get a kill. Vidaking is yet to get a kill. And Handy has 4 kills, but all of them came off the Blitz in round 1. So 4 of these 5 players have not been able to win a single quote-unquote fair gunfight where it's 2, non-shield players engaging with one another. I'm a little bit concerned. We all wrote Fluxo off, but I told you, I mean, there's a chance here for Fluxo, and they seem to be in it today.
Yeah, I mean, we've always said in every single game, Fluxo genuinely has decent players. They should not be this low in the standings every single time. Like, genuinely, very genuinely, these guys could be a middle-of-the-pack team with the roster they have. I'm not saying that they're going to win by anything, but they could easily be in 6th, 5th, 7th, somewhere in that window if they live up to their potential. Now, it's not always a given that you're going to get there, but the way that they play is just it's so often just very puzzling. It's very puzzling to me, the way that they do things, because I can't really describe from all the times I've watched them why they are so bad. It's just a lot of little things that they just don't do well enough, and that's really it. As for FaZe, though, this is a team that should be able to win this matchup, but with Vidaking going 0-2, KDS going 0-3, Cyber 0-2, these are terrible numbers through 3 rounds.
Yeah. Wow, their goal here is going to be take down Mitrix, the top frag currently of Fluxo, and the one of 2 roamers with Hashi down on this main floor. They should have the intel. I mean, they've got a Valkyrie to spot out these black eyes that are coming out from Mitrix. They've got players watching these windows, but can you watch all the correct windows? Maybe not. I don't know if Mitrix has been spotted. He jumps out now. He takes the gunfight, but he's not able to land those shots. Finally punished. He will take his 2nd death of the game from Souls. In down below, Hashi finds Vidaking as well. That's the Capitao gone. That might be the most important operator, but if Souls keeps fragging, they may have the ability to pull it back regardless.
That's Handy bleeding out. I mean, you don't necessarily need him, but it's nice to have him for these final 2 players of Fluxo that now you can go and take down. Lucan and Raps. Lucan on very limited HP. Still sitting upstairs in rafters and in a tricky spot. Gets droned out. With the wall being open as well, he's in rough shape, and there will be a competition to see who can get this kill first. Souls gets him. Souls has every kill so far. What about Raps? Can he complete the ace? No! Nice shot from Raps to get rid of Souls. Andy low as well. This is a smoke you're going up against, so if even 1 or 2 of those huffs of those gas are done, Handy's dead. Another nice shot from Raps onto Cyber, spraying away. Now the damage is being done to KDS, who has to bail off the plant. 60 HP between the final 2. The Capkin Trap will get the job done. Raps expecting a close range engagement. He wins the round. Pardon me. FaZe trickle in. Nobody can stop him, and Fluxo wins a 3rd round in a row.
Statistically, Raps was the worst player in BR6 Stage 1. He did have a huge turnaround in their LCQ. He has had big moments on this team before, but my God, that might have been the best round that he's played, anchoring in on FaZe Clan. A little help from the Capcan Trap, admittedly, but that is another massive stumble from FaZe Clan. A 3v1, a 4K from Souls. Not a single other player on FaZe was able to find a kill that round. Yeah, there were some toxic babes that caused some problem, but they couldn't get that plant down. They couldn't get into the bomb site to just make that execute happen. All the intel was there favoring Raps. The shotgun SMG-11 combo is so deadly. And FaZe Clan are now in a situation where they should be extremely worried. We've got our clutch stats in front of us now. What you notice is that there's not a lot of FaZe Clan players on here. It's only Vidaking who got 2 through the first stage. My God, this is going to be very scary.
Yeah, and I mean, FaZe Clan doesn't call that timeout yet again. They're confident in their abilities. They obviously don't feel like their spirit is broken. Maybe it is flux in time, Jesse. Maybe you were correct. Either way, man, oh man, what a start this has been. This is a very different team than what showed up yesterday. And out of nowhere, Fluxo humbling FaZe through the first 4 rounds.
Well, round 5, we go down to the basement. This was one round where FaZe were able to do pretty well. That was, of course, the blitz play from Handy, the blitz 4K, that started this game. I do think their mental might be a little bit shot compared to that first round. They are roam clearing once again. It's Mitrix on the top floor. He's not inside a cache, though. He's down here in rafters. They'll know he's up top. They'll know he's going to be aggressive somewhere, but they don't know exactly where.
I don't know. Souls has been the standout performer so far. 11 kills for FaZe Clan. Souls with 7, Handy with 4. Zeros across the board for Cyber, KDS, and Vidaking. And what might be the worst start that FaZe Clan has had in a very, very, very long time. I actually can't remember the last time we saw FaZe with 3 players sitting on donuts in round 5. It is unheard of. And I don't want to take too much away from Fluxo as FaZe get the very first kill on Dimitrix. But that last round and the round before it were not necessarily won by Fluxo. They were lost by FaZe. Sloppiness from a team that maybe thought that this would be a cakewalk. Maybe they thought, we're not going to sweat at all. We've got this in the bag. Well, guess what? All that confidence in the world, but it's just hubris. You need to dial in. You need to lock in. If Luka doesn't get droned here, he'll be in a very strong spot. I don't think they know he's here, and a 2-piece is very easy to be had. Hibana has an idea. Luka drops away, as does the Wamai of Hashi, and the main floor should be in control of FaZe Clan with a minute to go.
All right, now we get to see if they're really crumbling or not, because they have everything that they could want this round. They've got a man advantage. They've got the full top 2 floors. They've got a ton of soft breach from Souls. They've got every hatch and angle open that they could possibly want. The ones they don't have will be open soon because they have Ivana, Ace, and they have Maverick. There's not even that good site utility, right? I mean, what's in sight right now? There's going to be some magnets, maybe some Kibas, jammers, a Warden. You're not facing against a smoke. There's no Goyo. There's no Kaid. A lot of this site utility, there's no Mira's banned. A lot of this site utility is not really being brought by Fluxo. Fluxo wanted to play aggro and get a man advantage on the roam. That didn't happen. Surely FaZe can convert this.
They're firing away. FaZe is certainly converting this, as you said. 5 seconds remain. Lukin looking to make it. No, can't get it done. FaZe Clan with a flawless round to bounce back. Finally, some support for the rest of the team. And just like that, we have ourselves a bit of a ball game. But Fluxo, as you said, if they can go 3-3 that first half, they'll be happy. They're not just going 3-3. They could potentially go 4-2. One more round to determine this first half. But if you're Fluxo, you must be very, very happy. As for FaZe Clan, I will say, though, I don't necessarily know if they're worried because of one thing and one thing alone. They're FaZe Clan. They've been here before. I think they'll be okay. I think more importantly, they know that they've bounced back from situations more dire against teams that might be a little bit better than Fluxo.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. They've done this before, but I do feel like this season, FaZe have looked just a little bit shakier. They looked really good in stage 1. Really, really, really good. Don't get me wrong. But then they went to Manchester. I think they had a disappointing result. They crumbled against Beast Coast in the quarterfinals. And over the summer off season, again, they didn't have bad placements per se, but the way that they were losing games was not particularly inspiring. And then yesterday as well. W7M is a great team. Nothing bad to say about W7M from that win, but I do think FaZe played pretty slow and had some pretty poor rounds throughout Cafe yesterday. Now we're seeing the same thing with Fluxo. FaZe in this stage are making more mistakes than I've seen them make in a very long time. I'm going to hope that this is just because it's early season. They're not fully in it yet. You know what? They're going to shape it up by the time we get to Montreal. But if they continue at this pace, they won't be in Montreal, Parker. They are still very much a team that can falter. They are mortals. And Fluxo are just now proving how that works.
Yeah, I mean, we literally saw Furia almost lose to Fluxo last stage. So here you are with parity across most regions, parity across most tier 1 competition. I think that was a swing.
Okay. No way.
Looks like I'm playing. The funny part is that when it hits something, the defender hears that it missed.
Yeah.
And you must be sitting down there going, what the hell is going on out there? What are you... Like, Raps is just sitting there being like, guys, I have no idea what this is. It just keeps hitting... He just keeps hitting the roof. Not sure. I don't know. He tried. He was probably just wary of being nitro celled.
That is a very real danger that people have to watch out for any roof hatches. And that, we didn't see one in this round, but it is always a concern for the attackers. FaZe are working again without really a cache clear, and it is again costing them opening picks. They're trying to play around these breaches, but the swings from Fluxo are coming out, and without enough angles, FaZe Clan can't find a single pick. Through just gunfights going on around the breach, we have found ourselves in a 2v5, and FaZe Clan seemingly are about to lose the first half of this map.
This does not look like FaZe Clan, not at all, Jesse. This looks like just a group of players working as individuals, trying to take fights, not droning effectively at this point. You're down to 3 drones. I get it. You're starved for utility. I get it. But what got you up to this point? That's been a king to walk right in, die to Lukid. I believe there we go. We are still in the match, and KDS could pull off a clutch. Raps will get drawn out. Don't know if KDS hears this. He does. Raps wins it again! Oh my! This Fluxo team, out of nowhere, the first half is theirs. 4-2 against FaZe Clan.
An incredible effort from KDS. That was looking like a really unwinnable round. He brought it so close. He should have had that final kill. Raps wasn't looking at the right part of the doorway, but he whiffed. He wasn't able to find the headshot. He dealt some damage, but then the flick came out from Raps. He reacted so quickly and didn't give any more opportunities to KDS than he had to. Shut down that 1v1. And it is 4-2 for Fluxo. Nobody thought we'd be here, except for the true Fluxing believers. The Fluxers, as I call them. We now have Fluxo up 4-2 against
You just make up a name for these people.
They call themselves this. This is a known fact, Parker.
They call themselves the Fluxers.
They call themselves, yes, exactly.
And where exactly did you see that?
When I took my visit to Fluxville, actually. That's where they live, the Fluxers.
You need to flux off with that one. Okay, nerd boy? You're just making stuff up. You're making stuff up at this point.
They're having a fluxing good time this game, Parker. That's the bottom line. And whether FaZe Clan are playing to the top of their game or not, this is still the result that we're dealing with. And Fluxo are taking the mistakes that FaZe Clan are giving them, and they are capitalizing off of them exactly as they need to. Mitrix has played great. Raps has played great. There's not a single person that I don't think has played relatively well. Even, you know, some of the guys that we have historically seen struggle on Fluxo, we're not seeing it today. Every single person is taking the gunfights when they're presented with them. And FaZe Clan, at least on the attack on this map, really couldn't find an answer.
Well, you look at the numbers for that first half, and FaZe Clan prevailed on Church Arsenal twice. It was the only bomb site that they won on. Obviously, they lost it most previously, but I am genuinely so astounded as to the way that FaZe have approached this. They have some serious work to do. Neither team has called their timeout so far. So they've got options at their disposal. But yeah, what a first half by Fluxo. The thing is though, Fluxo goes to the harder side, so things will probably be more difficult from here on out if FaZe goes on quite the run. In order to not go to overtime, FaZe Clan needs to 5-1 this half, which rarely happens at a tier 1 level. So overtime is right now likely, if not an outright win for Fluxo. The odds of FaZe winning in regulation, securing all 3 points, remain quite low at the moment, but crazier things have happened, like that play right there. How does Cyber pull that off against Astro? I mean, he's a great player, but good lord.
Cyber just does things sometimes, and despite the fact there's over a minute on the clock, it looks like this is the execute. Capital bolts in, Grimby's coming in as well. Lukid for the first pick for his team, and Hashi follows up with one onto Cyber. 60 seconds still in the clock. I mean, they can slow this down. They, again, have man advantage. Lukid takes another kill into Handy. Fluxo have taken this round by the horns, and they have secured seemingly another one. Unless Souls out of Dirt Tunnel can make a miracle happen in the 1v3, this looks all but gone.
He's just looking for a kill over by boxes or dummies. Can't find it either way. And he dies from church all the way. Diffuser had gone down. It was over for FaZe on that one. And 5-2? Fluxo, FaZe seemingly still not calling their timeout. When do you call it at this point? What is going on with FaZe Clan? There we go.
There it is. It's probably just in the nick of time. I think it's okay to call it here. You gave yourself one defensive round because maybe you thought with the side swap that would be enough of a change. Clearly it was not. It was a fast push from Fluxo again. It was crazy how quickly they went through with it. But FaZe Clan fell off their roam extremely fast. They weren't trying to play a style of Siege where they wasted 2.5 minutes on the roam clear. They fell off quickly, and then Fluxo said, well, yeah, we could spend another 60 seconds opening floorboards or burning util, but what if we just went? And they did, and they collected every single kill because of it. It was a nasty opening pick from Cyber, but it wasn't going to be enough. Now we see, after attack timeout, can FaZe Clan finally convert it? Tactical timeouts have not been super successful today, Parker. I feel like every attack timeout we've seen, and I don't know this for sure, but the majority of them at least, have ended up in round losses for the team that calls them. So FaZe Clan hoping to buck that trend, hoping to finally convert on one of these attack timeouts. They're down 2-5. They can't lose a single other round if they want to secure what should be a free 3 points against Fluxo.
Yeah, I mean, don't we look like fools now for how much we said this shouldn't be possible for Fluxo? But the more that we speak that way, and the more that we say this was a certain victory for FaZe Clan, the better it looks, and I'm sure the better it feels for Fluxo, because no team is going to go into a match thinking, we're going to get stomped. You talk to teams that have a real rough go of it ahead of them, and they're full of piss and vinegar, and all they want to do is go in and try their best to win. Fair enough. If you think you're going to lose, you might as well not even spawn into the game in the first place because your mental's just not going to be there. But a lot of these teams know that it's going to be an uphill battle. Fluxo presumably knew that, but maybe they felt good after a particular set of scrims. Maybe they felt confident coming back to this map. I'm not sure. But if we look at the match yesterday with Fluxo in it, that makes this result even more striking in my eyes.
Mitrix going to try to redeem himself on the Blitz. This could be a rush, just given where Blitz is currently stationed. They could open this wall and run the Blitz straight on in. Raps would be right behind with the Maverick. Parker, I think that's what they're planning right here.
And it's going to be an off to the races push. Fluxo are in. First kill comes into Mitrix. It's all chaos. Astro gets another Raps with 1-2. Souls, 2 kills. He's traded out. Cyber is far away from the bomb site, and boy, oh boy, what a mess he's about to walk into. The storm has arrived. Cyber will have to watch the top of red. He'll have to watch the bomb site as well. As Astro attempts to get the diffuser down, Hashi and Lukid searching for that final kill. Astro about to become a winning combatant too, as there goes that death mark, the tracker onto Cyber, as his position is known by the Deimos of Hashi. Sidearm, the shotgun out. Hashi seals the deal. I can't believe I'm about to say these words, but match point Fluxo.
Astro was in a FaZe Clan jersey when they lifted the trophy for the major title in Yavla. He was then dropped off of FaZe Clan 1.5 years ago, and since he got dropped, Astro has never beaten his old team. They've played each other in 3 separate series across multiple competitions, and FaZe have won every single time. Now, unless FaZe can mount a miracle 4-round comeback and win it in overtime, Astro's about to get that first victory over the team that dropped him so many months ago. And what a great rush it was, too, from Fluxo. They had everything prepared for it. They ran in with the Ying. They ran in with the Blitz. The Lion was a little bit late, but it was just in time to catch those 2nd, 3rd, and 4th players that were then scrambling once they realized the Blitz was in their bomb site. A good plant attempt from the Maverick came in right after that. And, of course, Cyber, just far too far off site, did not expect that even a little bit. This looks like a hole that FaZe can't dig themselves out of, but maybe if anybody can do it, it'll be the team that has been at the top of Brazil for so long.
Really just quite a stunning result. FaZe Clan starting off with 2 potential losses. They lost to W7M, but at least got 1 point for their troubles. If you look at the current standings, FaZe Clan sit in 7th place with only Black Dragons, Fluxo, and MIBR below them. Well, MIBR and Black Dragons didn't get any points this week, so that's an unfortunate result. But if you then look at Fluxo, they'll vault over FaZe Clan. If they get all 3 points, Fluxo would end up tied for 4th with Furia and Keydstars as their contemporaries. That would put FaZe Clan down in 8th place through their first 2 play days. W7M is a result that, yeah, I can excuse that one.
Yeah.
But losing against Fluxo is not a great look for FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan have Black Dragons up next week, and then Vivo Keydstars the day after. So those should also be, just based on current standings, those should also be 2 gimmies for FaZe based on their pedigree. But every team eventually takes a step back. Keep in mind, it was only, what, a couple seasons after NIP were in the grand finals that they almost got relegated. Same thing happened to CTM after they won year 3, or season 3 rather, year 1, season 3. So it's possible that a fall off could happen. I would be shocked if it were to happen to FaZe Clan based on all the success they've had in the players, but crazy things are capable of happening.
Maybe one boon that FaZe Clan have is that the Maverick play today from Mitrix has been not ideal. They've been very slowly opening this up. We're almost 2 minutes into this round, and they have yet to even step foot inside the building. They will get rid of the reinforcement now, so they can breach that open with any of their soft breach there. It will be the Zofia to pop it open. They've got angles on the CCTV window, but they don't actually have control of CCTV, so they are going to feel a little bit uneasy if they want to get on the master windows. It's likely going to be a push through. Man, what do they have? They don't have below. They've got Jacuzzi. They could go Logi. They might want to step up on the windows as well from Gym and Sight, but there's so many Kibas on it. This looks like a really solid round from FaZe Clan, but that wouldn't be the first time I said that, and they still managed to lose.
This is a big moment for Fluxo, as domestically they have yet to muster a win in these stages. 2 stages played, well, 1.5, I suppose, or 1 and a little bit. What on earth was that? I don't know if you saw that on the Solus drone. Raps the first pick, answered back by KDS. The Deimos of Hashi is there, but he botches the interaction. And all the information for FaZe was there. Fluxo has 1 person left with the timer about to run out. A nice pick from Raps, who's been having a sensational game, but doesn't have anything more than that. FaZe Clan stave off defeat for now with a much-needed round victory. But again, there is such a long road for them to walk to get back to where they want to be.
And again, I mean, position-wise, that wasn't a particularly difficult round for FaZe Clan to win. They had Jacuzzi on the side of Fluxo. They tried to take main stairs, but instead of going in from below, which is how most players would take main stairs control, they tried to come in through the window, and that got pretty messy. Didn't really work out. The Solus shotgun came out and punished that. And then, yeah, the window play was there, perhaps, but with the Kiba barriers, it became very difficult to actually find frags or get in the building that way. So tough one for Fluxo, but as you mentioned, I mean, they got rounds to play with, and presumably at some point in the next 3 rounds, they're going to be able to put together a push that's a little bit better than that one. And as we head to the basements, we've already seen 1 rush play from Mitrix on the Blitz. He's hovering it again. I could see another little Blitz play, a little Blitz in Dirt Tunnel. Never hurt anyone. They've got the Lion as well. They got a Ram for some noise, some hard breach. Might just be a late round push too, but never count out the rush on Fluxo.
They pulled it off so successfully just 2 rounds prior. Round 8, we saw that Blitz rush. It was spearheaded by Mitrix after the wall got opened up. A very similar operator lineup would follow in the very next round. All they did was swap off the Lion and the Blitz. They brought a Grim and an Ace instead. This time, the Blitz is back, baby, but they've also brought a Ram, which makes an awful lot of sense for tackling the kitchen aspect of this map. Tear open the floor, make an awful lot of noise. Raps looked like he might have been having the same struggles that we saw Souls have on opening that hatch. outside or above logistics. Thankfully gets it done. A very quick execute to open up this hatch in kitchen and bait out some of the explosives. Mitrix will make a beeline through dirt tunnel, but find that there is a door closed. There goes some of the X-Kairos. Hatch needs to be opened up to put pressure on Souls, who will burn his last impact grenade. But there are still 8 more X-Kairos to play with, and that hatch will eventually get opened up. Mitrix is in, by the way. Astro dies. It's a brawl to potentially end the round. Mitrix dies as the flames prevent both Raps and Hashi from getting into the site through dirt tunnel. They'll have to do an about face and find an alternative way, or an alternate way, into the site. Halfway point of this round.
Yeah, the push has already failed. We're moving on to the plan B. It was supposed to be Lion pops the EE1D, Blitz rushes in through the dirt tunnel, and then you flood the site with kills and you have full site control. That didn't happen. Now we're in backup plan. All 4 FaZe Clan members remain inside of the bottom floor. Fluxo have a lot of time to work with, a lot of soft breach to work with. They don't have the defuse kit, but it's dropped inside the site, so they should be able to work their way into that position eventually. They've got the tools necessary and they have the time for it as well. I'm really just not sure if after they've failed their first rush, if they can put together a good enough plan B to catch FaZe Clan off guard. They've already tried it once and failed. Raps can't do it here. 50 seconds, but they're just barreling into the 2v4.
FaZe Clan just need to hold on at this point. They've got the numbers advantage. Just let the time do its thing. Lukid and Hashi, last 2 remaining. Hashi's been dropped. Lukid finished off. KDS, a big 2-piece with the Deagle in hand. And the comeback from FaZe is very real. Fluxo still sit on match point, but they are having some difficulties now closing out this match, losing 2 in a row to FaZe. Gym Bedroom won by FaZe. Now Church Arsenal won as well. Cash CCTV will likely be the next site, unless we see a bar stage. Timeout called, though, by Fluxo, as they find themselves in a very unique position, sitting on match point. And they need to ensure that they can actually close out the match and gain themselves 3 very vital points.
Give you a bit of I'm a bit of a lip reader. I don't know if you know that, Parker, but
you speak Portuguese too?
I do, actually. So I'll translate and give you kind of the rundown of what's being said here. All right, listen up, Fluxers. We have been fluxing them all game long. We have been getting round after round after round off of only big fluxes, but we've been fluxing a little too hard. The last couple of rounds have not gone our way. We tried to flux a rush in through the basement, but I think we need to stop with the cheese, all right? We need to go back to our roots. We need to go back to fluxing the way that we know how to best. Let's sharpen up a little bit. We don't need to be rushing every round. We don't need to be going for direct pushes. They're going to have to play CCTV Cash in this next round because they're not going to go bar stage. As we showcased earlier in this game, FaZe Clan don't like that bomb site. So they're going to go CCTV Cash. Let's play a normal setup. We don't have to rush with the Blitz this time. Bring out the Capitao. We're going to go clear out the Azami inside of Rafters. And we're going to win this game 7-4. Go Flux! That's what they said.
I don't know if you heard, but when you started doing the lip reading, even production got in our ear and started laughing.
I did hear that.
Fluxo are just, they're so back. Either way, 2 very critical rounds remain in regulation. We might only need one of them. It depends on how both Fluxo and FaZe Clan approach the final 3 minutes of what could be our last round. Cash and CCTV has been played 1 time by FaZe Clan on defense. They lost, and it was because of that rush play that was spearheaded by the Blitz of Mitrix. This time around, a very different lineup from Fluxo, as they're going to bring all reliable. They have Maverick to carve through the walls if they want, an Ace there with Selmas for backup, Deimos present, and a Capitao to deal with any potential obstacles up in the garage and rafters portion of the map. Sophia too, just for added explosives. It has really been the Rap Show, by the way. You said he was the lowest rated player, and here he is, 12 and 5. Those souls, only 1 kill behind. And there goes the wall, or at least some of it, the work on the wall. But you got to be careful, as we saw in that W7M Furia matchup, is that, well, they can try to shoot you through those Maverick holes, and you can end up dead before your job is done.
as we heard from the wise words of the coach, the goal should be to take Raptors here, especially given the fact that they have that Capitao, an extremely strong operator when it comes to taking Raptors control away from FaZe Clan. It's going to be KDS who's tasked with holding on to Raptors for as long as possible. He's playing a little bit forward, but he's got so many Kibas to protect himself. If you don't manage to burn him out of position with these Firebolts, it's going to be really difficult to really spot him. What they could do is use the Deimos tracker to figure out exactly where in the Rafters he is, and then combine that with a Capitao bolt to burn him out of that position. It might also just go in raw with the Capitao bolts, and that seems to be, no, here's this track. This is exactly what I was saying. They find his position, and it doesn't matter. KDS does get traded, but a huge first pick on Nahashi to start that round.
So they get the pick all the same, but what does it cost you? Hashi is gone, the Deimos is gone, an operator that was so critical on this last execute. You keep those death marks for the very bitter end, and it helps you gain information on those last players as they are isolated from wherever the execute will be. Toxic gas now being thrown out by Vidiking. 40 seconds remain with 2 in pocket. Another looks ready to go in just a moment. That's great coverage of the smoke. They'll blanket the area and make entering quite a challenge. Raps wants an entrance. He struggles to get through, takes a bit too much damage, and now you have to delay just a little while longer as there goes one other gas canister. Vidiking has one more in pocket. This should blanket that area long enough that it will be almost impossible for Raps to be able to get that diffuser down. Hold on a second. He's at the halfway point. Shot out by Cyber, though there was improper coverage from Lucan, who now dies in the same spot. Handy, the culprit there. Down below, Mitrix trying as he best, but he can't land the shots he needs, and time runs out to give FaZe Clan the round anyway. Stumbling through that garage opening. That was the absolute menace that we saw. That could not be countered by Fluxo, and FaZe Clan are now 1 round away from throwing this to overtime.
We didn't quite catch it on the stream, but Cyber was playing inside of construction. He then jumped out the construction window and shot the planter through the CC window instead, meaning that there was no way that they could have stopped that from happening unless they had their own player that was covering that window. A brilliant play from Cyber, because the Toxic Babe had missed. I was doing the math in my head, Parker, you said it aloud, that the Toxic Babe should have been able to deny plant till the end of the round, but the Toxic Babe went out, and it was possible that the smoke player knew what Cyber was going to do, and thus chose to use the Toxic Babe in another area to maximize the chance that they'd be denying that plant. Whatever the strategy was, whether it was a mistake or whether it was a deliberate choice, the Toxic Babe wasn't stopping the default plant spot, so Cyber said, I'm gonna have to do it myself. Jumped out and made the play to save the round. And that's the thing about Cyber. Even in games where it looks like he's gone cold, even though he is bottom fragging the entire server right now, he is such an incredible player because he has the ability to make game-winning plays. He has given FaZe Clan another extra life in this game, pushing themselves all the way to round 12. All FaZe have to do is find one more round, make sure they can hold down the defense one more time, and they'll be headed to overtime up against Fluxo.
How devastating this would be for fans of Fluxo, the Fluxers, as you called them, as right now this match remains in a state of flux. Gym and Bedroom, where FaZe started this defender-heavy streak that they are on 3 rounds in a row to close the gap between them and Fluxo, who took the lead in stunning fashion in round number 2 and has held on to it ever since. FaZe Clan know how much of a dogfight this region is, especially towards the top. FaZe wants as little trouble as possible to try and clinch a spot at the Montreal Major. They don't want to have to go through the gauntlet. They don't want to have to possibly go through playoffs. They don't want to have to deal with LCQs. Well, if they don't want that, they have to beat Fluxo. This is a team that did not get a single win in Stage 1. They got blown out in their first match yesterday. Fluxo, in Tier 1 competition, averaged below 4 rounds a map. And yet they sit on match point. Fluxo's been here before in their matchup against Furia. Down goes Raps to Cyber. FaZe Clan getting the first 2 picks. Mitrix also charging in, dying on the blitz. Vidiking from long range, shutting down Astro, and now pivoting over towards the IQ on stairs, but Hashi wins the duel. Hashi looking for another, but a crossfire finishes that one off. and Lucan will die jumping into weight room. We are going all the way out of all of the matches that we've had today. The one that goes to overtime, of course, is FaZe versus Fluxo.
So, if you'll stretch your mind all the way back to round number 2, you'll remember that Handy, on a bit of a blitz kick from his 4K in round number 1, decided, I'm going to play blitz and I'm going to drop the Logi hatch to start this execute. That went horribly. FaZe Clan lost that round. That started the comeback from Fluxo, or started the chain of rounds that Fluxo used to put themselves in a dominated position, up 5-2 through this map. Now that we're at 6-5, now that it is match point, now that FaZe Clan have had their own string of rounds to bring this back to an even game, Fluxo decided, you know what? I bet we could do it better. They couldn't. They also dropped the Logi hatch. They rushed with about a minute 30, minute 15 to go. They had some Candelas in sight. They had a lot of utility that got thrown in. They were all on the same page. But fundamentally, that blitz drop through the Logi hatch has been so unsuccessful today. It has found zero value as both teams have attempted it. I just wish that we would see like a standard cash clear. But neither of these teams seem willing to go for something like that. We've seen so many rushes with utility through Jacuzzi, through Logi. Main Stairs has seen some action. It just feels like neither of these teams want to commit to full clearing the entirety of the top floor. And because of that, we have wound up in an extremely defender-sided clubhouse, which now sees us at a 6-6 overtime.
Really just quite an incredible match that we've had to finish this day. It was a relatively quick day so far, as most of these matchups have been lopsided. This is the one exception, and there we go. They've struggled to get kills, but Fluxo back on defense, start things off. Goodbye to KDS. The IQ removed. That means the remaining 2 minutes and 20 seconds will be done without the ability to find those electronic gadgets. For Bandit, for Mute, for even Vigil, they're breathing a sigh of relief.
And on defense now, we see more of this blitz play coming on out to try to clear this roam game. It has been Mitrix every single round that has been roaming on Bandit when they go for these defensive roam strategies. He's always been up here. I believe the first time he got away when he tried this, the second time he got caught. With the Doe call coming in and with the blitz storming his direction, he's got to leave. He's running down the red stairs just as we speak, into lounge, and then down the secret stairs himself. So he'll make it back to site. All 5 players on Fluxo successfully hold down into the basement. They even got a pick for their troubles with KDS going down. Now FaZe Clan have a minute 30 to work with. They're going to know that there's no players that are on these top 2 floors. They're pretty confident there's not going to be a flank. It's really difficult to push back up these staircases, especially in a man advantage for Fluxo. They're unlikely to risk that in overtime. What can FaZe Clan do? With a minute 10 on the clock, with good soft breach in the hands of Souls, good hard breach in the hands of Vidaking, and some good execute operators, mostly in the hands of Handy. Could be some good execute operators being used by Cyber, but they use both logic bombs already. Can they actually make an execute work with Handy on this blitz, or will they stumble like they have all the way back in round number 2?
The typical belief with most shield operators is that they are stronger the more there is a supporting cast around them. So if you end up in a position where it's a blitz in a 1v3, yeah, you'll be great for that first engagement, but beyond that, maybe not so great. Monty fully extended is a terrific operator when there's 1 to 2 people to watch him, but if it's just him by himself, he's not quite as strong. FaZe Clan already losing 1 puts Handy in a worse spot. Not an unwinnable spot. Cyber eliminates Lucan. Out comes the shield. Handy looking for a kill. Cannot hit his shots, my God! Bad, not good for FaZe Clan as it's Vidaking in a 1v4 with 10 seconds to go. The drop through Moto, and it's a waiting game. 1 pick, but he doesn't hold on. He has the diffuser, but while he gets 1 through the wall, it's Fluxo to go back onto match point.
The key thing, I think, here, Parker, are the defenses. Both these teams have been so much better when they've been able to hold down the defensive side of things, despite the fact that Fluxo started defense in the regular time for round 1. They also get to start defense in overtime, and I believe that was because FaZe Clan chose attack on the starting side, and that meant it was Fluxo's decision on what side they wanted to start on in overtime. And that's a huge decision that Fluxo were able to make because they get to play 2 defensive rounds. You saw just strong anchor play coming out there. FaZe did the best they could in the 4v5. They rushed the blitz in through dirt. They had pressure inside of blue. They even got a pick to start off that execute, but it just wasn't enough. We saw really good play by Hashi. Again, he was their best player yesterday, despite the poor result that Fluxo were walking away with. And so far, it looks like he's been their best player again today, along with Raps, who has absolutely had some impactful kills as well. Both of them currently tied at 12 kills apiece. They're going to get one opportunity here to close it down on attack on a bomb site that they frankly have not done a good job of attacking. And then they're going to get to play their own defense. Jim Bedroom, CCTV Cash, even Bar Stage could come on out. Looks like we may have a tech pause before we get to see the ending of this game. But man, Parker, this is just going to make the anticipation build even higher.
Yeah, really quite unfortunate timing that we're going into a tech issue right now as this game is nearing its conclusion. No matter who wins the next 2 rounds, we're done. There's no unlimited overtime on regular LAN or regular season games, I guess you could say. FaZe Clan really have their work cut out for them, though. The first round was won by FaZe, and it looked pretty easy. Then Fluxo wins 3 in a row. FaZe wins 1. Then Fluxo goes on another 3-round streak before FaZe wins 4 of their own to tie the game, send us to overtime. But this is a defender-sided clubhouse. 4 of the 13 rounds won have been won by the attackers. That means 9 have been won by the defenders. It's a pretty big gap, but that's what we come to expect on Clubhouse. The fact that Fluxo gets to defend twice in overtime, that's excellent news for them. Because even if they lose here to FaZe Clan on defense, and Fluxo will themselves go on to defense next and be primed and ready to send this one away. The good news for FaZe Clan is they have secured at least 1 point despite the fact that they have either been tied or trailing since the 6th round of this match. 1 point is honestly, that can mean the difference between 2nd place and 4th place when you get to the standings towards the end of a stage. The bad news for FaZe Clan is that most teams, whether they will admit it out loud or not, view Fluxo as a free win based on what we saw out of yesterday's match and all of Stage 1. The fact that FaZe Clan have struggled mightily against Fluxo could mean that either A, the Flux fans are very happy about this and Fluxo is so back and they will be a much tougher opponent for the remainder of the stage, or there is something wrong with FaZe Clan and they have to figure it out. We won't know until we've at least got a couple more games under our belt.
The 13-0 map record that FaZe had through the Brazilian Stage 1 League seems so far away here, as Fluxo threatened to put them down 0-2 to start Stage 2. This is a dire situation for FaZe Clan, and I do think the tech pause is kind of good for them. They're the team with way more experience. They're the team who should be... No talking. They're the team who should be more confident in bouncing back with the mental. They should have the ability to bounce back after a very long pause. Fluxo, of course, would like to roll with the momentum after winning round 13 into an 8-6 victory. With this ability to slow things down, with this bit of a momentum halt, even if it's only 1 round for Fluxo in overtime, FaZe are in a good spot to push this all the way to 15 rounds. I will also say, in general, even for attacker-sided maps, overtime tends to lean a little bit more in favor of the defense, simply because for the first 2 rounds of OT, every site unlocks. The defense can learn from the bomb sites that went well throughout the first 12 rounds, choose which one they want to run to. We saw Fluxo choosing to defend the basement, and then FaZe Clan choose a bit of a different option. They're going to go gym and bedroom, just based on how Fluxo attacked throughout the first couple of rounds.
Look at this map when FaZe Clan was on defense. Gym Bedroom, the first time they played it, they won. The second time they played it, they won. It came out as their tertiary bomb site, not because they were successful on the other sites, but quite the opposite. After FaZe got blown out on both Church Arsenal and CCTV Cash, I don't think they had much of a choice. They had to go to this bomb site because the results were just not what they wanted. And that's when FaZe started winning. Going back here to the site where it all started, that's an excellent choice. And something that I think will ultimately serve them well If it doesn't serve them well, they lose, and that's the end of the match.
So how do Fluxo want to approach this? Well, of course they want to put Mitrix on the Blitz. What other answer would they have? He's been his most played operator across both play days now. Of course, they played the same map, and so it's not that big of a surprise that he's stuck at the same operator for the majority of rounds. There is a cache extension, and it looks like Fluxo are taking on this cache extension. Again, throughout the day, it felt like both teams really just wanted to direct site hit. They didn't want to deal with the cache players, at least not directly. Maybe they try to open the wall, maybe they try to make some Maverick lines, but they never actively tried to clear out this cache extension. Now we're going to see that for the first time. And with the Blitz being played by Mitrix, they could basically just do what they did when they needed to execute on these two rooms. Run the Blitz on in, try to find these players. If nothing else, you force them off to construction, and you're in a much better place to push the bomb site than had you only had Jacuzzi, Logi, or main stairs.
Started off with a recruit ban. We should have known something funky was going on here. Now the recruit will get brought. That's Sentry in the hands of KDS. Barbed wire and a nitro cell with a deployable shield. Very kindly brought by Frost. He's waiting for the shield operator to break on through. Hashi will likely be the linchpin of this strategy. If he dies early, if this nitro cell by KDS works, that could be the ball game, and it does. Down goes Mitrix. A follow-up from KDS on red stairs. He'll now get more aggressive as there's yet another silhouette not far removed from him. The Maverick of Raps could be his next target. A big round so far from KDS. Disoriented but for a moment, as now it's Handy's turn to face that same disorienting blast. A shot from Handy takes out Raps. Lukid slays KDS. Only 2 kills for KDS. But everything right now going in favor of FaZe Clan. Astro and Lukid, the last 2 standing. Astro outside of the building, and he's got his work cut out for him, Jesse. 4 more players remaining on FaZe Clan. Make that 3. Lukid's found 1, and this is more winnable than it was seconds ago.
Absolutely, but positioning is still going to be strong from FaZe Clan. Full site control still. These Kiba barriers are going to be a huge problem on the window. They'll break them down, but it's going to make it very obvious that there is, of course, Astro out on these window positions. Lukid also is only on 12 HP. A tickle from a Nitro Cell, which looks to be pre-placed from Vidaking, or an impact from Souls, will completely disrupt this push. Lukid cannot die because Astro is in no position to re-grab that defuse kit.
Not a lot of time left, only 10 seconds. He dies from an angle he wasn't expecting. Now it's all up to Astro, who shrugs off a bit of damage, but they've released the Hounds. They know exactly where he is, or rather, they did. And then they realized, why bother going for the kill? There's only 5 seconds left. All we need to do is wait. FaZe Clan make the correct decision, and a 15th round is needed to seal the deal, Jesse. We've had 2 overtimes so far. W7M and FaZe Clan, and then Nip versus Liquid. This is the first OT of the stage that will go all 15 rounds.
And we see how it happened, right? I mean, Fluxo, I criticized him for not going for cache clears. Well, after seeing their cache clear, I think I do get why. Not only did they let KDS get a big 2K to start off that round, but it was just an extremely slow clear. You can't both be slow clearing the roam game and also not end up with the man advantage. Typically, you got to play in a style that gets one or the other. Maybe you take your time, but you get man advantage. Maybe you go really quickly, but you do trade out to like a 3v3 or something. They didn't have either of those working in with the extension. But they do get to defend, and we talked about how defender-sided this has been. They're going to go gym and bedroom because the basement is locked from round 13, and FaZe Clan are going to have to make their own decisions. Do they, again, try to rush in just through the Jacuzzi breach, through Logi and main stairs, or do they also attempt the cache clear? There's going to be some kind of a hold from Fluxo. Every team has some kind of an extension over to the side of the map. You see the shields being brought up now. The Surya gates could be brought up over here as well, although I think most of those were left out on site. So this will be the decision from FaZe Clan. Their operators are locked in. They brought a lot of hard breach, a lot of soft breach as well in terms of both Souls and the explosives from KDS. We'll have to wait and see what they can do for their final attempt at winning a game in week 1.
Wow, oh wow. Who's to say that sometimes Brazil isn't exciting, and especially when you look at these matchups, what should have been a cakewalk for FaZe Clan has given us an incredibly exciting match up to this point. But what will the conclusion be? One of these teams will walk away victorious. For Fluxo, you'd have to feel if they are not able to pull this one out. They've been so close. They sat on match point for multiple rounds, got it back again in overtime, and just haven't been able to do anything with it. Every single time they get so close, it gets taken away from them by FaZe Clan or by themselves. Can FaZe Clan actually finish the comeback? So far, it's a defender's game. And it's Fluxo to ride defense for the next 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Dude, look at all 5 blue players. They're all on your screen. If Astro looks towards the breach, you see all of them. This is going to be an extremely linear push. They're going to get the Logi breach eventually. They're going to have Jacuzzi breach as well, but there is no pressure over towards construction whatsoever. It's the same style of push that we've been seeing so commonly from both FaZe and Fluxo throughout this game. They're holding angles, they're praying for a pick, but more than likely, Parker, this is going to be a chaotic 5v5 final execute.
Luka taking a bunch of damage. Hashi is gone as well. You said chaotic, and it might be a bit linear, but FaZe Clan are winning their duels. Every single one. Raps has been sensational so far. Well, he'll have to clutch out. Fluxo have been mighty good, but they are not good enough. FaZe Clan win it in the final round. Fluxo denied their first victory still.
An unfortunate finish for Fluxo. They came so close, but still the win over his old team will elude Astro. FaZe Clan, at the last possible moment, get their act together and win this game on Clubhouse. A ridiculous matchup, and unfortunately continuing the trend of Fluxo losing to FaZe in overtime. I believe that's a 3rd map in a row that they have now lost to FaZe Clan in OT. It got our hearts racing, and the Fluxers, they fluxed as hard as they could, but in the end, the Phasers came out on top.
Are they called the Phasers? I feel you're just making up names.
That one I definitely made up. I was definitely making up that one.
I don't think any of these things you're saying are correct, but I'm willing to trust you on it because we've literally just started casting together, and I don't think you'd lie this early on. But my, what a matchup that was. None of those rounds really went the way that you would thought. You go back all the way to rounds 2 and 3, FaZe Clan looked like they were beating themselves. They were sloppy on their entry. They weren't droning things out properly. They were giving away way too many chances. Watch this, the vault in immediately gets down. Just plays based off of not maybe logic, but off of haste or fear or worry, etc. And credit to Fluxo for taking advantage of these missteps, because even if you commit a litany of mistakes, if your opponent does not punish you for them, it doesn't matter how many mistakes you make, providing you still end up winning the round. Fluxo punished them where they needed to, Jesse. And they took that momentum and they carried it onwards, and they just kept winning and winning and winning. And then it was FaZe's turn to do the same. Before we got to overtime, and FaZe Clan bucks the trend and wins the final attack to seal the deal and deny Fluxo their first Tier 1 victory in BR6.
I will also say, we saw Fluxo play this same map yesterday, and yesterday Fluxo looked like they just had never played Clubhouse before in their lives. There were some real fundamental mistakes going on from Fluxo on Club. I feel really good that we have a match now under the belt of Fluxo, where they look like they know what's going on inside of Clubhouse. They had some really cool defenses. I love their bar stage hold as well. Did FaZe Clan struggle in attacking that site? Absolutely. Did FaZe make those mistakes? For sure. But Fluxo had a super competent defense. They reacted to the plant really well. They had very well-timed swings on top of that. So I really enjoyed that from Fluxo. It seems like Clubhouse is a strong map for them going forward. It's always awkward when you start a stage 0-2 on a specific map, because that meant that you thought you were going to be comfortable on it entering into the stage, and now it has to be a map that you start banning. It really limits your map pool, and maybe we will still see Fluxo ban this map because they are 0-2, but I think at least they're comfortable on it. They can count on it as a map that if they have to play, they know they can against even some of the best teams in the world. It's 1 point on the board as well. So Fluxo, at least they've got that going for them, but there's no way they're not going to be very disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, they had one overtime matchup against Furia last stage, and that was it. So is this the one and only for Fluxo, or are they the real deal? The only way to know is to wait a couple more play days, and we'll have a better answer. But more importantly, we have an interview, not with Fluxo, but with KDS from FaZe Clan.
Indeed, thank you, gentlemen, for the cast today, and thank you, KDS, for joining us for the interview. Let's talk about this game. Let's talk about this weekend, because it feels like overtime is your number. Like yesterday, today again. What is it with these rounds that are making it so difficult for you to close it out early on?
I think we are going to fix these rounds, because we are, I can say that, we are winning the round, and in the round they just beat us. So we are lost a lot of rounds with, I forgot the word. A lot of the rounds we are the advantage of the round, and we just give it to them. And this is the thing we are the trouble of the FaZe Clan right now is this. So I think this is the main problem of FaZe right now, is the conclusion of the round. You know, like we can't conclude the round right. So I think this is the bigger problem of us.
Understandable. And so, especially with playing Fluxo, obviously, a lot of people didn't expect them to take it that close to you guys. Can you talk to everyone about how good Brazil has become all around the board this stage? What's new? All of these teams that are lower are keeping it really close with the teams that you'd expect to be at the top.
So Fluxo, when we scream a lot with them, and they are very better than the stage 1, because now the team is close together. They are playing for more time together, and this is the difference of the stage 1. And they qualified to Arabia. The match against them was very difficult, the same as today. So I think Fluxo is very good right now. They are improve a lot, and the other teams like E1 or W7M também improve a lot of the stage 1, you know? Like the stage 1 is a lot easier for us, and the teams now are very better.
Yeah, I think that you're absolutely right there. It feels like we're seeing all these teams get a lot better, and they've improved a lot. And even when we're looking at Fluxo and time here being of the essence, you talked about the issue being closing out some of these rounds. Of course, next week you have 2 more best of ones as well on the weekend. What do you think you can do to prepare for those games and potentially be able to win those without going to overtime?
I think we need to fix the communications in the end of the round, because they are very chaotic, the communications. And I think this will be a lot better for us in the next week if we fix this.
Well, I am looking forward to it. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. And congratulations on your win. We'll see you next week.
Okay, bye.
All right, another overtime here from the side of FaZe Clan. I think communication and just struggling to close out the round seems to be a consistent issue for FaZe this weekend. Hopefully it's something that they fix moving forward. But I also want to highlight the fact that Fluxo also struggled very, very hard to close out these rounds, because they were on match point for, what, 4 or 5 rounds in a row?
Yeah, they did. I mean, sometimes that's the issue with teams that are usually underperforming or usually at the bottom, is they will get very close to that 6th round, but it's something like a curse when you see that match point loom on the top of your screen. Sometimes it's very difficult to mentally overcome that, because you think, oh, now is like the big moment. I have to win this big moment, instead of just doing what you were doing leading up to that moment. You know, consistency is what gets you the win.
Yep. And the win is for FaZe Clan, but let's look at the match stats particularly, because a reminder, if you for some reason literally just tuned in, this was like a literal nail biter. It was 8-7 down to the wire, down to that final last round. And Souls is the one to be coming out on top from the side of FaZe Clan when it comes to that KD, but also Raps for Fluxo has had a really good game.
Yeah, it was nice to see Fluxo keep it close. Obviously, the team has a bunch of pro players from previous teams. Obviously, Astro was previously on FaZe. You know, Lucan and Raps have been on other pro league teams too. So it's nice to see them still be able to keep it close in contention when it comes to strategically and gun skill. Of course, FaZe is just way more put together. They've been together for a while now, consistent. Some would say one of the, if not the best team in Brazil. So, of course, great fortitude for them to be able to make it all the way back from being down a 6-2 deficit.
Yeah, I think as well for 6-2 deficit and being able to bring it back. I mean, that's a really impressive thing and a really impressive feat from FaZe Clan, but I want to see them potentially have some more cleaner games moving into the next couple of play days. Soulsy here is the one to be coming out for the MVP from the side of FaZe Clan, and yes, they should be happy that they're able to close this out, but also I want to highlight here that when you're closing out games in overtime, you're not getting the full points to allow you to move up those rankings. You lose a point because it is overtime that you push it through, and that in the long term could be detrimental.
Yeah, it's very frustrating if you're a team that's meant to be at the top of the leaderboard and you get so close and lose points. Thankfully for FaZe, they didn't lose the full game to Fluxo, but losing points is devastating against a team that could potentially go on to lose to many more teams, and then it just makes the standings way closer in comparison.
Yeah, let's actually look at those standings by the end of play day number 2, because first week of regular stage is done and dusted, and a reminder, only the top 6 of the group stage will be moving into the playoffs. Now, E1 Sports, they have had a really good weekend, sitting at 6 points, currently at the top of the table. A shocker for me that both Furia and FaZe are towards the bottom with 3 points each, but I think as well, again, there are a couple more play days left to play. It's a warm-up, but at the end of the day, you want to hit the ground running. Not necessarily what we've seen from these two teams, but I'm gonna keep my hopes high.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everybody's doing well so far in the league. I'm impressed with everything that I've been able to see. Fluxo ended stage 1 with 1 point. So the fact that they already have their 1 point and it's only the first weekend, I think that's pretty good. I think that's hopefully they get to surmount and pass what they did stage 1. And so far, I think it's only going to get closer and closer between the standings as the weeks go by.
Yeah, let's have a look as well at the games for the next play day, which will be next week, Saturday. It's going to be best of ones between MIBR, W7M, NIP against Fluxo, FaZe Clan against Black Dragons, Vivo Stars against Furia, and Liquid against E1 Sports. I'm looking forward towards Liquid E1. I think this is pretty much like a battle for that current first place. What about you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that definitely looks like the most intense matchup. Liquid E1, both teams that I would say were battling, that have been battling for that 3rd to 4th place spot, are now contesting for the top 2. I would agree with you. I think that is the most exciting game. I think FaZe Black Dragons might also be very close, just because FaZe look like they've been underperforming at least today. Black Dragons look like they've been keeping it close this week. So that'll be exciting as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to next week, and I hope everyone is doing so as well. That's it from us. We are done and dusted. Thank you, Fluxo, for joining me for today. We're going to be back again next week, Saturday, same time, same place. So make sure you tune in. Take care of yourselves. See you next week.